Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
Just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fucked, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Straight people love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car, it's better. Can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, fantastic evening, morning, wherever you are in the world of Hasan Abi. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. That was Teresa Sweetheart Hasana streaming theme song for my favorite socialist himbo official video. And ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is Newsday, Tuesday, November 26, 2024, and I am a little late, and I apologize for that, and I have good reason for it, but I'll tell you all about it in a brief moment, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, it is Newsday, Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, for all the parasocialists out there who want to know what's going on. First and foremost, I cleaned my microphone and I swapped it out with an orange mic windsock. That's number one. Number two, I ended the broadcast after the Goon game, after gooning for the Chinese Goon in the 5,000 years of Goon. And what did I do? Let me tell you what I did. I finished Arcane is what I did, and I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of opinions. I have a lot going on. I have that same shirt. I'm literally wearing it right now. A dark green turtleneck. Okay, that's cool. It's a sweater. Folks, I finished Arcane, and it was very sad. It was amazing. I found out that it took 9 years to make both of those seasons. So it is legitimately terrifying how long it will take for them to make the new ones, and I'm really, 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 really sad about it. Arcane is basically I fell asleep. You're wrong. It's so fucking good. It's so goddamn good. It might be the best. It might be one of the best, like, animated series I've ever watched. And yes, I am on CNN, and I will be talking about that quite a bit, of course. But we'll see. Never defeating the baby girl allegations. That's crazy. Okay, I'll take it. Spoilers, give us all the spoilers. I'm not gonna even spoil it. It's just amazing. Go watch it. It's so amazing. It made me like genuinely consider playing League to spend more time with these wonderful characters. Don't fall for the trap. Just don't install League. Enjoy Arcane from a distance. Yeah, precisely what I'm gonna be doing. Donnie is trying to get the longer version approved. Yeah, we spoke for like an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. And that is after we worked out too. So it's sad that like CNN was like, no, we should do it short. We should just post the short version. So we'll see. We'll do the CNN appearance, obviously, and many others. A lot going on in the world. But yeah, last night I finished Arcane. It was amazing. I love it. I highly recommend it. And you definitely don't need to play League. I'm anti-League. I'm anti-League of Legends. I am openly and overtly and expressly anti-League of Legends. So the fact that I'm telling you League is, Arcane is good while telling you League is bad, you should understand. Hickey hiding Hasi. Yeah, I'm hiding my hickeys. I'm 14. Anyway, we got civil unrest in Pakistan. We'll talk about that too. So, folks, let me tell you. Went to bed last night, woke up early. You already know what it is. It was basketball time. Okay, it was b-ball time, baby. And I played with Mike from the Crash Dummies podcast. He's in town right now. And I'm gonna be honest, he cooked me. He cooked me twice. I came back, but he was just so wet. He was so wet. He was just draining threes left and right. It was crazy. It was disgusting work. Okay. Won the first 2 games. He won the first 2 games, but what matters most is I won the last game. And not only did I win the last game, but I also cooked him when I won the last game. 15-1. 15-1. But yeah, he's great. I love playing with him because he's like around my size. He is much more athletic than me too. Like, it's always great to play against someone who challenges you in ways that other people can't, because like he's so strong and so fast and so explosive from his football background that it's just like, it's hard to keep up. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. I cooked him on the last one, but he cooked me on the first 2. 1v1 Dalton Connect when? Dude, that's not even a question. I had a bunch of phone calls this morning as well for the record. That is the reason why I'm late. I had to play some ball. Took Kai to the dog park. What was the last score? What was the last score for the last game?
No hablas.
No. Oh.
I came to this country.
Yeah, it's like, he beat me twice.
I beat you twice bad, and then I felt bad.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, I'm a visitor. I don't want to make him
so
look
bad.
bad.
He lost. What was it? 15-1?
No, but I coached you the first 2 games. So run the tape.
15-1. Still LA on top. What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and it's a fit of the day, by the way. I'm going with the college professor look again. You already know.
I'm here again with the dub. Great doing business with you, man.
Okay, 2 dubs, but who ended up with the W last game? Remember? Yeah. So those high waters, lol. Yeah, I know, bro. Looking like Cave Johnson from Portal 2. Very demure, very mindful. No, you can't have class outside. The class outside is canceled. It's not nice. The weather is not nice outside. Class is indoors. Anyway, yeah, what is that Logan Roy ass fit? No shade. I'm trying to act my age. I'm trying to look my age. I'm 33-year-old man, okay? Chill out. They're cooking you, dog. Okay. Yeah, this is for those of you who weren't tuning in to watch the Chinese dating sim, they're making fun of me right now for my actions on the Chinese dating sim. All right, let's get it twisted. Let's post. There is no dressing in age. There is. Let's blast off. Let's get it popping. Found out that I was on CNN, or I guess like the CNN thing came out last night or early this morning. Not entirely sure, but seemingly it was very good. Very good. So we'll be watching that as well. I'm on CNN again. Tariff wars begin. What will this do to the American economy, and why Kendrick x Drake heats up Lebanon x Israel ceasefire, Romanian alt-right weirdo could win election, and more. Chinese dating sim later. Get in now. Ta-Nehisi is tomorrow, chat. Ta-Nehisi is going to be tomorrow, and then after Ta-Nehisi tomorrow, we have an even greater guest. Ta-Nehisi is going to be on the broadcast tomorrow. and Jank is going to be on the broadcast on Thursday. Okay. What brand is the turtleneck? I think it's Le Maire. I'm not sure. Would you ever pursue a law degree? No. Dude, new mic or new mic cover? Are you off on Thanksgiving? No, dude. Why would I be? Why would I be off on Thanksgiving, chat? We have a long-standing, multiple-year tradition at this point. It's not Thanksgiving. It's Janksgiving, where I invite Jank into my home or into our grandparents' house, or my grandparents' his parents' house, and we duke it out. You know, Shaky Gurga is supposed to be here on Thursday. I also invited Mike to Thanksgiving as well, but yeah, my mom doesn't know yet. I gotta let her know. Oh, my hair is so crazy. Which Mike? Fucking Mike from Crash Dummies podcast, the one I was balling with. God, my community is so fucking nerdy. Oh, don't cut your hair. I have to. It's getting long again. It's getting too long again. Yeah, Mike from Sure, SM7B. Mom's love having more mouths to feed. I know, but what is Janksgiving for the newbies? Janksgiving is basically Janksgiving is a time-honored tradition in this on the HasanAbi broadcast where Jank Uyghur, also known as Shaky Gurga, my uncle, also known as my uncle, he does the time-honored tradition of appearing on the broadcast. Kai Baka, thank you for the 20 gifted subs, and we duke it out. You should wear contacts more often. What is happening right now? Chat is going crazy. Chat's giving me advice on what to do with my hair. Chat's telling me to wear contacts. Hello? How about we don't do that? How about we don't give me advice on what? I'm a 33-year-old man, okay? What is happening? What the hell's going on? Okay, we're blasting off, okay? We're freaking moving away from this combo. Not a combo that I like particularly much. The Goda was the Goat visited Cape Town, South Africa. The filming went smoothly with the staff and cast working together as one. Stay tuned for more news on season 2. Very excited about that. There's my boy right there, Matty O. Oda's got no swag, by the way. It's crazy. I mean, it's expected, but like he is a zero swag dude, bro. I swear. Like, at least Hideo is like swagged at the wazoo. You know what I mean? He was sick a couple of weeks ago. Hope he's better. Y'all are crazy. I don't know how you guys actually keep up with Oda's life. And because like he is very, I feel like he doesn't like, you know, Shonen Jump updates. I know, but it's like he doesn't, it's hard to keep up with anything that's going on. I know his team updates, chat. I know. It's just like an odd thing to One Piece creator hopes to defy a history of failure. Live action manga and anime adaptations have found little success, but in a rare interview, Eiichiro Oda discussed why Netflix's series could be the exception. Dude, Matt is popping off, dude. This makes me so happy. This makes me so happy that he's like, Matt's getting his flowers as a real nerd. You know what I mean? That's what happens when you put someone who is like legitimately invested in the process and is a real fan of the work. The work itself is like dense and there's a lot to contend with. But the amount of people I have heard from that say they love the One Piece live action and have never actually even broached the original subject matter is fantastic. It makes me so excited. What? Did you see this Twitter engineer? And yes, they're a real employee. Post some insane shit. Yeah, I did. What do you mean? It's got 25,000 likes. Yes, I know he's a real Twitter engineer. Not Twitch, sorry. Real Twitter engineer. Saying shit like this. Is that shocking to you? The fucking website is owned by a neo-Nazi, chatter. What the fuck? It's not even a chatter. It's definitely Megaphonics that sent me that. There's got to be a Megaphonics link that I just clicked on without thinking, mindlessly. Wow, I can't believe a Twitter engineer, is just as racist as the owner of the fucking website, who is a fucking white supremacist. Wait, what? Jose did a TYT? Oh man, Jose did a TYT deep dive? Hey, yo, that's crazy. This proves literally how dumb MAGA people are. Oh yeah, I seen this. I seen this. The older millennial. I seen this. Kojima-san is watching woke movies Yeah, this was funny. Hideo Kojima, Daniel Craig queer, he watched it. Kojima-san, that woke movie. Kojima-san, I don't feel so good. Anyway, we're gonna do Tariff Wars and stuff, but I've talked about them quite a bit. But before we do that, let's cover the Donny O'Sullivan piece from CNN. Donny O'Sullivan showed up on the broadcast. Hey, Themasius, thank you for the playlist. Donny O'Sullivan showed up at the HasanAbi compound and got brolic as heck. Okay. We're gonna be looking at the article / story. It's gonna be running on TV. Donny O'Sullivan is gonna be running on TV as well, which is very exciting. Okay, but let's take a look. Let's take a look at what happened.
This is Hassan Piker.
This is my dog Kaya. I thought you legitimately were gonna work out.
I could do some weights.
He's a social media superstar with almost 3 million followers on the video streaming platform Twitch.
They're eating the pets. So this is that whole masculinity thing people are talking about, huh?
And he's part of a growing group of streamers and podcasters reaching young men online, a space Trump tapped into to reach young male voters.
Punch in, then you won't be able to see that he's not doing any weights.
But Hassan is not a Trump supporter. He's a progressive, a fan of Bernie and AOC. The Democratic Party even invited him to the DNC in August.
One thing we've been hearing for weeks now is that the left needs a Joe Rogan.
Yeah. I don't think that the Democratic Party can podcast itself out of this issue. Joe Rogan, he endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2020. Maybe they should do an autopsy on why he left the party. I like to work out. I'm very bro-y. A lot of people look at the optics of that and they don't like it. They think like, oh, well, he's a little I like to work out. I'm very bro-y. A lot of people look at the optics of that and they don't like it. They think like, oh, well, he's a little toxic, isn't he? And they don't really listen to what I have to say because I'm significantly more progressive than the average Democratic campaign.
Yeah, I've heard you say when it comes to stuff that guys like, you seek that stuff out online, whether it's watching a streamer, whether it's watching guys talking about working out and fitness. You say that the right wing just dominates that space.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I think that's why I started on Twitch, right? I know for a fact that the video game space is like people who consume this culture, people who are a part of this culture are not all right wing. I wanted to showcase to people that like, no, you can be a progressive person, you can be a leftist and like have fun at the same time.
How many people were watching your live stream on election night?
The total unique number was 7.5 million.
There's a general sense that when it comes to the world of podcasts, alternative media, I don't even know what you want to call it, that Trump did a much better job at that than Democrats and Harris.
Absolutely. I think that's true. I was a naysayer early. When I saw the Aiden Ross collab, I thought this doesn't have motion.
So this is Trump with Aiden Ross.
When Trump went on Aiden Ross's stream, I was like, it was awkward. It was weird. But then I saw Trump on Theo Vaughn, and he started talking about cocaine. And I was like, uh-oh, this humanizes him.
Cocaine is stronger up?
Yeah. Cocaine
So you're way up with cocaine more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It'll.
Harris did consider going on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But she didn't.
So that was a mistake as well, I think, because Joe Rogan can't deliver adversarial interviews if his life depended on it.
What is it that the Democrat Party has to do differently?
Well, I think that they need to change their policies.
It's a policy thing.
Yes, it's 100% a policy thing.
Because I'll say, right?
Which is the boring answer. Although it would be very self-serving for me to say, I'm the left's Joe Rogan, the Democratic Party should give me millions of dollars. That's not going to solve this problem. What will solve this problem is if the Democratic Party actually adopts real left-wing economic populist messaging instead of purposefully avoiding that stuff because they're terrified of upsetting their corporate donors. I think Trump speaks to male insecurities better, and I think Trump speaks to the anger that people have, whereas the other side of the political spectrum does not speak to that anger at all.
There's been a lot of controversy around you.
Yes.
The way you talk about Israel is viewed by some as anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Are you anti-Semitic?
Of course not. The real problem here is that I'm an anti-Zionist. The real problem here is that I'm extremely critical of Israel and all of the information that's readily available, especially on social media for so many people that don't necessarily rely on mainstream media any longer to get their information. And that's why you see this generational gap. If you're over the age of 35, you're still operating on the old boundaries. You're like, no, Israel's the most moral democracy in the Middle East, maybe in the world, right? Like, and I think that the major generational divide that is, I think, in a very damaging way, feeding into the mistrust overall that people have with mainstream news in general, is coming from that.
Tonight, the president.
That's it. So we did a much longer interview, and I believe that Donnie's trying to get it longer. Too short. I'm sure that everybody could learn a lot from Hasan about the alt media landscape and his policies when he's engaged in a longer, deeper discussion with someone like you without the exaggeration for effect stuff. Would love to get a longer version posted. I'll talk to my colleagues, he said. But I think that there's more on that front. I mean, we talked for like an hour and a half. We talked for an hour and a half, but like obviously CNN has time constraints. They make this like pre-produced. They make this pre-produced stuff, and then they try to slot it in. But I think they did a decent job of like to the best of their ability, just posting some of the best parts of it, I guess. But it's actually going to be on, wait, what is this? Front page CNN.com. Check more top stories. What do you mean? Where is it, like here somewhere on the CNN.com main page? But yeah, frustrating to be censored, but your words carry so much weight because you're educated. No, I'm not frustrated by this at all. Guys, any kind of, you're crazy. Any kind of like positive coverage of me on CNN is something that I never would have expected. And I will never take that for granted. I will always be appreciative. It's not censorship. They're just cutting it for time constraints. Okay? What do you mean more time? I don't know where. Click more? I am. Where? Where is the more? It's on the left in text. Oh, more top stories. Oh, here it is. Progressive social media star says Trump interview made him say, uh-oh. JJC1299, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. It will also be on probably one of these like CNN news. Like it'll probably be on like prime time as well later in the day. And then Donnie usually comes on and he'll speak about the experience and stuff like that. So that's very exciting. Complex just posted you on top 25 streamers. The 25 best streamers now ranked. Hey, yo, I made it to the list. Let's go. Is live streaming harder than a traditional job? I love that they've completely moved away from me on this. Shouts out to Lacey. Honestly, Lacey, I already phased the fuck up, but you saved my life, big dog. Okay? You saved my life. People used to clip me, that clip out of context of me talking about like my social battery running out and like and constantly ripping into me about this claim that I said that like streaming is way harder than a 9 to 5 when I don't believe that. Obviously, I have the opportunity to go back to a 9 to 5 if I wanted to. I don't. But I'm so glad that Lacey tanked that shit for me. People gave me so much shit for it, but then now it's like people are remembering it as like something that Lacey said. So I love you, Lacey. You're my goat. I owe you one. Okay, W nephew. Lacey is also in the nephew category for this. Didn't Duke say the same thing and everyone agreed? Twitter motherfuckers are so fake. Yeah, but you don't understand. He said it with Riz, okay? So W for Lacey saying that. Streaming certainly isn't easy. Yeah, you can work out of sweats in the comfort of your home, but being on camera for hours on end and exposing yourself to an endless comment stream can't be great for your mental health. You're constantly going to conjure up viral moments and chase subscribers and can't clock out in the middle of a subathon. That's right. I'm also constantly farming subscribers. Subscribe. Ladies and gentlemen, subscribe. Fartic L'accelerator, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You can subscribe for $5 or $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can get gifted a sub as well if you're lucky. But dude, this is irrelevant, but I just want to say thank you for sticking to your guns on this platform. Less than a year ago, I was in a pretty reactionary TikTok red pill space, and I feel like a young Muslim man seeing you specifically make good points in a really passionate way made me rethink my mindset and has helped me get into a much better headspace. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's why we do it. W Cliff Farm Lacey, But yeah, respect to Lacey for tanking all that. However, if you can handle the pressure, the ceiling for a popular streamer keeps getting raised. From attracting the eyes of millions of fans, signing deals worth millions of dollars, to being a live stream content creator, whether that's on Instagram, Kick, Rumble, Twitch, TikTok, YouTube. Gen Alpha's A-list stars, according to 2019 survey by Lego and Harris Polls, 1 out of every 3 kids between age and 12 wanted to be a vlogger or YouTuber. But while every kid may want to be a streamer, not every kid will be a great streamer. With the thousands of streamers online, what separates the all right from the all might? What actually makes a streamer one of the best? We pondered these questions thoroughly when putting this list together and came up with the following criteria. 1, influence of their social media presence. 2, frequency we see them on timelines. 3, the quality of their content. 4, their relevance to the world of live streaming. This helped us cut through the noise and decide on the best of the best. What? PewDiePie? Does he even stream? That's crazy. And we started the list with a person who doesn't even stream no more. Age 12. PewDiePie had his fair share of controversy. Ninja. Oh, this is all time? Is this like all time greats? Not 2025. No, it's 25 best streams ranked now. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Ninja. Hey, yo, Valkyrie. Followers subscribe crowd 4 million. Valkyrie got a start nearly a decade ago, but it took a few years to release a certain online gaming phenomenon. That one game, oh yeah, Fortnite, to have her big breakout. Popular gaming organization. She's now co-owner of Boss Biz Shit. Like many streamers, Valkyrie started on Twitch, but she made a move to YouTube when they offered an exclusive contract. Her following grew even bigger as she and other streamers passed time during the COVID. Oh my God. Look who it is. Nick Pollum. That's crazy. It's been over a decade since NMP Law started posting YouTube videos on games ranging from Minecraft and Hearthstone to CSGO. Despite rapidly accumulating 200,000 subscribers, over 50 million views on YouTube, it wasn't until 2016 that he began streaming on Twitch. In 2017, Nick Pollum took things full time, getting popularity for his WoW streams. Today, NMP Law is a variety streamer, best known for, okay, no, he's not. He's best known for parasocial girl content, okay? And also watching music videos with his friend HasanAbi Piker, okay? Alongside streamers like HasanAbi, Nora Explorer, and more, NMP Law chefs things up in the kitchen, takes you around ride-alongs with his car. Yeah, he's the clueless rom-com male lead, okay? That's what he is. He's best known for creating live dating sim content. Exactly. And also loving feet. He bridges the gap between companionship and surveillance. The chat puts you in the car with NMP Law and his friends, listening and engaging like one might if they sat in the back seat next to Mr. Arthur. It's that thin, often absent fourth wall that landed him both a spot on this list and with fellow creator in Hot Water earlier this year at TwitchCon. While streaming with Wake Wilder, NMP Law was kissed and licked by a Kick streamer without his consent, prompting NMP Law to tweet, "Don't ever do shit like that, please. Talk to somebody or just stay inside if you can't behave." Jinxie at number 21. Stable Ronaldo. Oh, shit. The young guns, dude. This is the new meta. This is like some in the old guard. Nick Pollum, Valkyrie, Ninja, PewDiePie, the oldest guard. And then you got the new streamers on the block. Jinxie, one of the top content creators on the platform now. Well-deserved. Stable Ronaldo, okay, went from 0 to hero, got falsely smeared by Ninja on the list, and now he's above Ninja on this list. Okay, I like that. Cutie Cinderella, goddamn. Cutie Cinderella is a force in the live streaming world, but she won't let you call her that. The Washington-born content creator would rather call attention to everyone else's influence and achievements in an attempt to downplay her own. This endears her to her audience and humanizes her so many. While she is largely known for creating the Streamer Awards, her event planning goes much further than her much-anticipated award show. Among the hits, Shit Camp, a 5-day summer camp in which popular creators live stream various activities that emphasize teamwork and bonding. Master Baker. And we can't forget her appearances on podcasts like Whine About It and Fear and, which give her a different platform to be totally herself. Chill, soothing, and wise. Okay, I don't know about that. Maybe on Whine About It. Probably not on Fear and, though. She ain't never chill nor wise on Fear and. You know what I'm saying? The theme of all of our efforts revolves around working together, being yourself, and building relationships, something so desperately needed in the internet during these trying times. They didn't even talk about how she's fucking bronze. Oh, they did. When she does stream, chances are it will be a League of Legends match. Okay, this is journalistic irresponsibility, okay? This is called lying by omission, okay? Omitting key details such as the fact that she is still perma-stuck at bronze, honestly, is you know, you might as well be doing a disservice. You might as well be lying to the American public, okay? A baking or an IRL stream of her at Disneyland, you will always get authenticity with Cutie Cinderella, be it via her open dialogue or mental health struggles or her process when preparing for her events. Ludwig, number 18. It's impossible to watch any streamer or live streamer today and not identify it, at least some of Ludwig's influence. Born in New Hampshire, based in California, Ludwig is the ultimate innovative content creator with a zest. Yeah, he is zesty. All right. For creativity that entertains his community, known affectionately as Ludbuds, and pushes the boundaries of the streaming space. The way he captures your attention isn't through blunt force or loud noises, or rather his charm and charisma, and also his capacity to steal other people's ideas and repackage it as his own in a method that he created called, what was it? Twist and turn. I'm Dante, saved your ass and started rage
Tell me what
baiting.
job is harder.
Oh yeah, this was another goated moment. All of these guys I owe my life to. Okay, they really tanked all the damage for me. Yoink and twist. Ludwig's streaming career highlights includes the multiple moments where he was the catalyst behind different live streaming trends. The first big advertised subathon, breaking the previous record for the most concurrent subscribers on Twitch, set by Tyler Ninja Blevins, later broken by HasanAbi during his Mafiathon 2 this year, creating multiple shows such as Mogul Money that featured fellow content creators, and his move to YouTube gaming. Beyond streaming, though, he's branching into more off-screen roles, co-finding the creative agency Off-Brand, establishing a game company, Off-Brand Games, co-owning the esports team Moist Esports, recording his popular The Yard podcast, and launching a bidet product line, which, who doesn't love a bidet? It would be unfair to limit Ludwig's title to merely a live streamer, as his influence is felt everywhere. At the end of the day, the stocks are up for the fellow Ludbuds, so be sure to tune in to a broadcast or two before he calls it quits and starts his bakery. Amaranth is number 17. I'm Dante, number 16. Iron Mouse, number 15. Nice. Sketch, another newcomer on the block, also fantastic. Bruce Drop, that's unexpected. Okay, that's cool. His laid-back style has cultivated an intimate relationship with his fans. All right. All right. I mean, it's cool. I no hate. I hope he's doing all right, you know, wherever he is at in his mental space in the universe. Number 12 is DJ Academics. That's crazy. They're like, Ox seems obsessed with glorifying the underbelly of rap, and we shouldn't forget that he's currently facing a sexual misconduct lawsuit. That's a wild way to write this article. Agent, well-deserved at the 11th slot. Number 10, another phase member, Plague Max. Never forget I beat him in basketball. Just a fun little reminder. I'll always have that. I'm probably never going to play him again, honestly, because he'll cook me in a 1v1. Nephew's on here too. Jason the Ween. God damn. I mean, I love this list. This list is dope. Damn, they did Jason dirty. I know they could have showed a way better photo than this one, but hey, it is what it is, you know? You're like a foot taller than Max, bro. Yeah, have you seen his handles though? Are you kidding me? He's fast as fuck. And he's really good. I think 1v1, depending on which way, depending on how well I can shoot, I think Max could cook me potentially. Jason Lee's quickly risen from one of the most. Wait, let's see what they wrote for Max. Plague Max became popular on Twitch. The wild card creator, live streaming loosely about cultural relationships. Ironically, people take him seriously because he doesn't take anything too seriously. He often posts videos of his reactions to interactions with fans that talks pretty flippantly about flings with women, like his highly watched October 2024 live stream re-uploaded to his YouTube channel about how he almost died messing with a Latina baddie. 21-year-old live streamer has 1.2 million followers on Twitch. Jason, you might recognize him from TikTok, where he started posting in 2021 and quickly garnered hundreds of thousands, then millions of views for his comedy sketches. Yeah, his comedy sketches, which is meowing on Valorant E-dates. That's funny. Hold on. Where he live streamed games like Valorant to an audience of about 100 viewers. Hey, success doesn't happen overnight. His charismatic personality and gaming prowess popularized him on Twitch again. On YouTube, where he started uploading clips on 2022, 2024, respectively. He also dipped into music, releasing 10 songs and clocking over 58,000 monthly Spotify listeners with dreamy bedroom pop ballads. It seems the internet simply can't get enough of him, no matter the platform. Why do you call Jason nephew? Because he's my nephew, dude. I'm Unc, and he's my nephew. That's why I call him nephew. That's W nephew. I like all the FaZe guys. You know this already, especially the new FaZe clan. Talent is fantastic. They've done a pretty good job of just like, you know, making content that's fun, funny, and goes viral, that is not meant to be taken super seriously, while also simultaneously they're not like weird and gross and toxic. You know what I mean? Even like Ronaldo and Lacey, who sometimes will say like edgy shit, like they ultimately. Even when they sometimes say like edgy stuff, they ultimately are very their heart is in the right place. XQC, XQC has courted controversy by shading people who gamble, only then to become a gambler and stream about it himself and losing over $100 million in the process. He's also in a controversial legal... Oh my God, they cooked his ass. Number 7, Phantom. Goddamn. Number 6, Pokimane. Oh, what is that? Sheesh. They put me at number 5? That's crazy. They put me in the top 5? Glaze. Oh my God. The photo is not the best, but what are you going to do? Hey, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I look like a cult leader. Don't go to top 3 if you want to keep your lunch in place. Wait, why? Duke, Aiden, well, Kai Cenat deserves it, and iShowSpeed also deserves it, so what the fuck? Hey, okay, I'll take it. If you're looking for goated political commentary on Twitch, then look no further than the debate lord himself, HasanAbi Piker. The Turkish-American creator who currently lives in California wasn't always a streamer. He previously worked at the progressive news show The Young Turks and making videos around leftist politics for a younger audience. After creating his own show at the news show in 2016, Piker began streaming on Twitch 2 years later while still at TYT, eventually leaving to take streaming full-time. Since then, Piker has become a recognizable name in both leftist political spaces and the general live streaming constellation. But it isn't necessarily his background that makes Piker a great streamer. He's hot, but he's also funny, honest, smart, and warm. He's knowledgeable about politics historically and holistically, and he can break down complex political topics in a digestible yet entertaining fashion. On top of that, Piker's politics and values make him someone who fosters a rather inclusive chat that makes marginalized viewers feel welcome. Plus, he isn't some boring old millennial. He games hard and has done streams with other creators like Pokimane Valkyrie, as well as political figures such as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar. All of this makes Piker something of an elder brother to his chat, someone folks look up to and aspire to be, which makes sense considering the Abi in his name is Turkish for elder brother. Nailed it. I'll take it. Number 4 is Duke Dennis. Makes sense. That Duke would beat me here as well, you know. Where hasn't this guy defeated me in the marketplace of ideas? Having served the U.S. military from 2013 to 2017, Dennis began his YouTube career and his military career was ending. Number 3 is Aiden Ross. Sure, he's controversial, and yes, he talks out of his ass, but Ross is also a 20-something trying to do better for himself in a very public way. That takes courage. That's crazy. I would say these words about iShowSpeed. I would not probably say that about Aiden Ross, who has cultivated one of the most toxic, mass harassing, doxing communities online with like the absolute worst fucking politics ever. But maybe one day he will change. Everyone has the capacity to change. So does Aiden Ross, I'll admit. But that day has not come thus far. Older brother. Yes, Abi means older brother. No, it just means older brother, not elder brother. It means older brother. Yeah, no mention of Andrew Tate. Posts about his struggles, either mental or physical, and his vows to get back on track. He often acknowledges not only his chat, but his fans across the internet, frequently thanking them for sticking around, and he's become increasingly purposeful with how he wields his audience, often encouraging his chat to be better themselves and to each other. That's a wild way to say it. Older sister means Abla. Number 2 is Kai Cenat. Obviously, well-deserved in the title. And my personal favorite, iShowSpeed. I fucking love Speed, man. I really do. I think he's so awesome. I think iShowSpeed is a generational streamer. So is Kai, for sure. And it's not even like a comparison between one or the other. They both do fantastic work. And it's amazing to have them at the top of the game. And, I really appreciate what they do in general for the space and what they do in terms of like entertainment. It is always shocking to remember how young they are, especially Speed. And I think that especially for both of these guys, really, both for Kai Cenat and iShowSpeed, okay, let me tell you something. Both of these guys could have gone down like very different paths, okay? They could have gone down very different paths. The circles that they were around and everything else, really, like they could have become very different versions of themselves, I think. And instead they are just like very good. They like even when they got that Rumble deal, that was fucking awesome. Like they went and they packaged themselves to get a Rumble deal. They got the bag and they basically streamed like once on Rumble and got an insane amount of money and then never did it again. And it's obvious that like, it's obvious that they both have the correct mindset for this space. Nayshaw unintentionally gassed you up on his IG story yesterday where he posted the top 10 active Twitch streamers with you at number 2. Wait, really? Sick. Yes, I already watched the CNN video. But yeah. Speaking of rankings, remind chat to vote. It's the last day of voting. Okay, guys, it's the last day to vote for Streamer Awards. If, like I said, if you vote for me for Just Chatting Streamer, you get a Tasteful Nude. I'm probably not going to win this year. Let's be real. This year has been a tremendous number of different controversies. And normally I get a lot of support from all these other active communities as well, from other content creators, but I don't think I'm going to get that this year. So we're on our own in a very tough, very, very heavily dominated, stacked field. And so you're up against Kai. Yeah, Kai is probably not going to show up to the Streamer Awards, win the fucking full sweep. And that's probably what's going to happen again. As a Dutch chatter, thank you so much for taking me out of a dark place I was in 2 years ago. I used to be a standard Marxist, but now, after watching the stream every day for years, I personally want to suck G from behind. Wow, you're a socialist. You're a promoter of socialism with Chinese characteristics. You barely promoted it. Yeah, I don't feel like I should promote it every fucking day. I mean, big streamers don't do that normally. And if I lose, then I lose. You know, it is what it is. Law, by the way, he came to our country, Morocco, last week. Oh, G did? Just checked his IG, Nate Shot's IG. It was top 5. What is this? Let's see. What did he post? It's not, his stories are not even. After returning to streaming just 10 months ago, Nate Shot is now a top 5 most sub streamer on Twitch. Oh, this is what they're talking about. I know you're not covering serious topic yet, but would you read a short thread on evidence against Bolsonaro? Pretty open and shut case. Why is Kai in so many categories? Because he dominates the field. What are you talking about? They are fast. HasanAbi reacts that I show Speed ranking number 1 on our streamer list. I fucking love Speed. I really do. I do. It's true. They are fast as hell. Holy shit. Here, I'll give that a retweet. Fuck it. I like that the Complex Twitter account also it has never not watching in their description. Yeah. Chat is like, why is Kai on everything? It's a fucking fan award. Like, fans vote for who they want to nominate. You do understand that considering that it's fan-based, fan award, like fans vote for who they want to nominate. You do understand that considering that it's fan-based, clearly, it, you know, someone with 500,000 subscribers is probably going to have a massive impact. And it's not like it's not deserved. You know what I mean? If Kai is not in every category, that is because people are. That is because people are most likely trying to ensure that there are some others that also get worthy praise and recognition. Okay? Like, that's it. It's not deserved. Come on, dude. Come on. What are you saying is not deserved? Like, that's crazy. Like, that's dude, what are we talking about? Like, from a pure entertainment standpoint, y'all are insane. I mean, it's funny because, like, I assume on, like, in this community especially, you're like, well, he doesn't talk about anything worthwhile. It's like, yeah, because no one gives a shit about that. He's an entertainer, okay? The very fact that I can even reach the level of popularity that I have been able to reach without, while still covering hardcore news and polarizing news subjects and offer political commentary is insane. It's not normal, okay? A lot of people don't recognize it. Y'all are being ridiculous. Like, nobody's asking you to fucking sit through every single Kai Cenat subathon, okay? But just be normal. Be normal, please. Kai Cenat has had a generational run, okay? He didn't use OBS. He made fucking sets for his subathons. It's actually next level for streaming. Yeah. Also, for people who are wondering, like, if they're shocked by this, like, there was that one, like, behind the scenes from the rapper Twitch streamer dude, DDG. He went to Kai's house for the subathon, and there's like a sneak peek into like the background. Yeah, DDG is his name, not DDG, not Destiny's Community. But yeah, he vlogged it. He vlogged it, and it showed like a little peek behind, Yeah, Chris Brown on and is homophobic from an entertainment standpoint, but I get it. But like, Sheltered Rosewood, I need you to understand something, okay? and I mean this in all sincerity, when you don't like someone, I promise you that means that they are popular for a good reason. Like, I cannot begin to explain to you, how directly at odds you are with normal human beings on the planet, okay? Like, and many people in this community will also channel the similar frustrations that you're talking about, but that still doesn't change the reality, okay? Anyway, look at the background of this.
They're just gonna mic him real quick.
Like, this is the level of production. You know what my shit looks like. You know what my shit looks like. This is my shit, chat. This is it. That's my production, okay? My production is marginal. It's limited. It's got, and even then it's like crazy in comparison to, I don't know, the average, what you would expect from a Twitch stream. But like, and then look at this. You know what I mean? Look at his shit. The only graphic you have on screen is your W banner, no overlays, no nothing. Yeah. Like, look at that. Look at the amount of cameras they have. And this is one part of the production team. Like, there's two different production rooms as well, probably even more. So just, there is a reason why he's like popping off, Yeah, he had Lizzo and Megan Thee Stallion, SZA on his broadcast. Like, he's crazy. I think about what Jerma said at the first Streamer Awards when he said, keep making great content and pushing forward. Yeah. Did you see Lizzo and Megan Thee Stallion on Kai's stream discussing his hygiene? Wait, Megan Thee Stallion? That's not Megan Thee Stallion, chatter. That's SZA. I don't even think he had Megan Thee Stallion on, actually. I think he had Glorilla on at some point. He did not. I don't even think he had Meg on. Hot girl shit. Embarrassing.
Those are yours or his?
No, it's not that. It's just my toes are fucked up.
But that's his. Those are his.
They are his.
So you don't want foot on foot?
I don't mind foot on foot. He seems like a clean person.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he hasn't washed his balls in a long time.
Who said that? He said that? Is that true? Wait, what?
Well, he's been showering.
You seen him showering here?
He's been showering with the trunks on. That's what they said. They say he showers every day with the swim trunks.
Oh, that's my first question.
On stream.
You need lots of equipment so you can hire lots of people. If you hire me, I'll make you bracelets. Thanks. Yeah. That's what really ups the ante for Kai Cenat's production, is that he has a bracelet guy.
On stream. It's been 23 days.
No.
But maybe he's washing the bottom of his feet.
His meat's been dry for 23 days. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Yeah, because you...
Yeah, we confirmed the bracelets. We're good. Yes, we're going to talk about Israel's ceasefire. Israel's security cabinet has approved a U.S.-backed ceasefire deal with Lebanon. Prime Minister's office says 10 ministers voted for the deal while one opposed it. We're going to be talking about that in a brief moment. Actually, when are you inviting SZA on the broadcast? That's the funniest part about this, is like, I have no motion, okay? People will sometimes have these ideas where they'll be like, dude, why don't you have this celebrity on the broadcast? And it's like, are you kidding me? You think I wouldn't love the opportunity to have SZA on the broadcast? Like, SZA is not coming on the broadcast, chatters, okay? She's not. That's not happening. And it's the same, like, I got no motion whatsoever. I have some motion with people who are organically interested or invested in political commentary. And even then, they might be worried about coming on like a political stream because they don't want to get yelled at by their fan base. Because, as everybody knows, Republicans buy Nikes as well. Okay, that is the reality. Also, I don't even know if I want half the celebrities to be here on this broadcast, given how some members of the community fucking react to anyone that is like marginally different in their worldview than chatters. They just like treat them like they're fucking Adolf Hitler. There was unironically a person that turned around when I was talking about Kai Cenat. I didn't even read it, but someone in the chat literally said, well, Hitler was popular. That doesn't mean his ideas were good. Like, the moment that you're comparing a entertainment streamer like Kai Cenat to Adolf fucking Hitler is a moment that you need to log off instantly. Okay, take a shower, log off, check in to the nearest medical professional you can possibly find. You're a fucking freak. Okay, now that's far from the norm in this community. Obviously, I'm not saying that is representative of like a lot of the people in this community at all. SZA like one of your IG video posts? No, she liked the IG video post of me getting encountered by Harry Daniels. Anyway, we're moving on. I have a genuine belief that Kendrick at the very least knows about you. I mean, maybe. He is very online. Stop talking about it. Your haters will use it as a wedge between you and Kai. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't think Kai fucks with me at all, but it doesn't really change my dynamic. I don't give a shit if he doesn't like me at all. I'm always going to be fucking honest. Anyway, Brandon is supposed to be live talking about it. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel, Hezbollah. Oh, here it is. Let's talk. Let's tune into Brandon.
To bring a conflict between Israel and Hezbollah to a close. Under the deal reached today, effective at 4 a.m. tomorrow local time, the fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end. Will end. This is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities. What is left of Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations will not be allowed, well, I emphasize, will not be allowed to threaten the security of Israel again. Over the next 60 days, the Lebanese army and state security forces will deploy and take control of their own territory once again. Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon will not be allowed to be rebuilt. And over the next 60 days, Israel will gradually withdraw its remaining forces. And civilians on both sides will soon be able to safely return to their communities and begin to rebuild their homes, their schools, their farms, their businesses, and their very lives. We're determined this conflict will not be just another cycle of violence. And so the United States, with the full support of France and our other allies, has pledged to work with Israel and Lebanon to ensure that this arrangement is fully implemented, the agreement totally implemented. You know, there will be no U.S. troops deployed in southern Lebanon. This is consistent with my commitment to the American people to not put U.S. troops in combat in this conflict. Instead, we, along with France and others, will provide the necessary assistance to make sure this deal is implemented fully.
It's so funny to be like, I'm proud to issue a ceasefire in Lebanon that I basically allowed to thrive by giving unlimited weapons to Israel that decided to also invade Lebanon.
Just like any country, when facing a terrorist group pledged to that country's destruction. At the same time, this deal supports Lebanon's sovereignty, and so it heralds a new start for Lebanon, a country that I've seen most of over the years, a country with rich history and culture. If fully implemented, this deal can put Lebanon on a path toward a future that's worthy of its significant past. And just as the Lebanese people deserve a future of security and prosperity,
Brandon's trying to save his reputation. He'll never save his reputation.
They too deserve an end to the fighting and displacement. The people of Gaza have been through hell. Their world's absolutely shattered. Far too many civilians in Gaza have suffered, far too much.
It's all because of Hamas.
Refused for months and months to negotiate a good faith ceasefire and a hostage deal. And so now Hamas has a choice to make. Their only way out is to release the hostages, including American citizens, which they hold. In the process, bring an end to the fighting, which would make possible a surge of humanitarian relief. Over the coming days, the United States will make another push with Turkey, Egypt, Qatar, Israel, and others to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza. With the hostages released and the end of the war without Hamas in power, that becomes possible. As for the broader Middle East region, today's announcement brings us closer to realizing the affirmative agenda that I've been pushing forward during my entire presidency. A vision for the future of the Middle East where it's at peace and prosperous and integrated across borders. A future where Palestinians have a state of their own, one that fulfills its people's legitimate aspirations, and one that cannot threaten Israel.
Why is it that he can broker this peace with Israel? Oh, it's because Hezbollah actually fucking made Israel suffer a tremendous amount of casualties in its invasion part of the process. Israel bombed Beirut into oblivion, as they do. And then when they brought in their ground troops, they got their shit pushed in over and over and over again. So much so that there was like talks of potential mutiny and unrest among the ranks. And of course, Israel was way more willing to broker a ceasefire in Lebanon than they were as a direct consequence of that. Okay? Once again, Israel showing the world, just like it did time and time again with Lebanon, specifically with Hezbollah throughout its evolution, throughout its history, that they will only respond the force. Now, the other side of this process is that if they actually have succeeded in the ceasefire, that means that they have successfully decoupled Hezbollah from their ethnic cleansing in Gaza, right? And that is the other side of this process. And it's obvious that Joe Biden is not going to do shit about Gaza, okay? The ceasefire will come into effect at 4 a.m. Israel's preparing for final strikes from Lebanon in preparation for the deadline. So we shall see what happens. 95 plus soldiers killed, plus 900 soldiers injured, 42 Merkava tanks destroyed, 4 military bulldozers destroyed. Yeah, the Hezbollah as a fighting force is very different than Hamas, understandably. Okay, it is functionally the standing military of Lebanon. Lebanon has a standing military with a security cooperation agreement with the United States and Western nations, but that has only been a limit to Lebanon's own sovereignty and its own protection. That's precisely the reason why they don't have like anti-aircraft weapons and shit like that. Because if they did, then they would be using American defenses, American anti-aircraft defenses against Israeli, American fighter jets that Israel is utilizing. So that is what's going on here. Once again, this is the fourth time at this point, or third time at this point that Israel is pushed into Lebanon and then pushed out of Lebanon by force and has conceded. But then they'll say, "Oh, we got our mission across. We did it. We succeeded." What did you succeed? You killed a shit ton of Lebanese people. You blew up a shit ton of villages, and then that's it. Now, I do not know what happens next in this process, but in the final 48 hours before a ceasefire in 2006 war, Israel dropped internationally banned cluster munitions across South Lebanon. That still kill children who unwittingly stumble across them to this day. We've seen the scramble for a last-minute destruction on a ticking clock before. This is the updated version. IDF issues airstrike notices for central Beirut neighborhoods, including Hamra for the first time, far from the suburbs and rarely hit. Ironically, the fact that Israel is devastating Lebanon's capital today means ceasefire is likely imminent. Heavy bombardment in final hours, a common tactic. Roads jammed with civilians fleeing.
Saying that Israel has the right to defend itself even after this ceasefire, and that at the same time the US supports Lebanon's sovereignty. We did hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu just a few hours ago, before a full vote of the Israeli cabinet, saying that he recommended this ceasefire, but also saying that Israel has the right to open fire again on Hezbollah, even if, for example, it begins to build tunnels again. So Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I think you heard President Biden there too, trying to reassure a skeptical Israeli people that this will not lead to the return of Hezbollah in years to come. Prime Minister Netanyahu talked about that Hezbollah had been defeated for decades. But has it been fully defeated? No, it has not. Many of its leaders have been killed. Many people have been killed. Another question, too, will those tens of thousands of Israelis in the north be able to return to their homes? There are many in those communities who think.
New over 100 prominent Jewish Georgians, including rabbis, board members of the ADL, and cultural leaders, signed on to a letter supporting Ossoff and Warnock's vote against some Israeli arms sales. It's time to stop treating Jews as a monolith. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, wow. I am shocked. It turns out that a lot of these American Jewish institutions were speaking out of turn, not necessarily caring about their, Jewish constituents and their interests and their needs. How shocking. How shocking. They've penned an open letter praising Georgia's Democratic Senators John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock for their votes in support of a series of resolutions disapproving the sales of some arms systems to the Israeli government. Look at that. Hassan, bring up only the most biased article ever, only to read the headline piker. I love that I'm currently in the process. It is simply just, an article, okay? That's just what this is, okay? And I'm currently in the process of reading it, but you're so fucking delusional that like you can't even capture what is happening in front of your eyes. What? Fucking annoying. What is happening? The letter, which I have posted in full below, is signed by people involved in Jewish community life across metro Atlanta area, from synagogues to Jewish day schools to the Anti-Defamation League. It thanks the senators for their courage in voting the way they did, concluding that their votes help promote regional stability and peace. It comes days after around 50 Jewish organizations signed a letter organized by the Jewish Federation of Greater Atlanta and backed by some powerful American Israel Affairs public... What? Hold on, I'm trying to do something. Oh, okay. The dueling letters demonstrate an important debate within the local Jewish community that reflects broader national trends. For decades, the image of Jewish America was one of a monolith. Politicians treated the Jewish community as if it was united in support of unconditional military aid and diplomatic support for the Israeli government, no matter who was running it and no matter what policies it pursued. But in recent years, it has become clear that the Jewish community is no more monolith than any other one. No shit. Rabbi Mike Rothbaum with Israeli Maoz Inon, whose parents were killed during the October 7th attack. The signatories this week's letter and other Jewish Georgians opposed to the Federation letter made clear to me in interviews that they see no contradiction between supporting Israel and limiting the flow of some offensive weapons to its government to help bring about an end to the conflict. Rabbi Mike Rothbaum, yeah, but make no mistake, by the way, this doesn't mean that these are card-carrying anti-Zionists, okay? That doesn't mean that at all. And that doesn't mean that for John Ossoff either. But the idea that all of these American Jewish institutions that are so predisposed, so openly with defending Israel so unconditionally is reflective of the broader attitude of American Jews is wrong. Okay? It's wrong. It's ridiculous. It's like the woke version of dual loyalty tropes. Anyway, even though Israel's claiming that they have beat Hezbollah, they're just lying. But then what happens when the Lebanese military tries to take control of Hezbollah-controlled territory? I don't know what will happen internally in Lebanon, and I do hope that there is no civil war, like Civil War 2.0. You know what I mean? Probably not, though. But we'll see. I'll talk more about Lebanon in a second. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Claudio Scheinbaum is saying a bunch of woke stuff. And that is exciting as always. We'll be covering that as well. But let's get back to the Lebanese ceasefire and where we're at with the Lebanese ceasefire. Okay, starting first with
security correspondent Frank Gardner, who is there for us, I think. Frank Gardner, can you just bring us up to date on the latest from the Israeli Prime Minister and exactly what he was saying in that address? He spoke like he was recommending a ceasefire deal and said that he would be putting it to his cabinet.
Yeah, you could be forgiven, Ben, for thinking that this is pretty opaque and confusing. And believe me, I've been struggling to understand, has the Security Cabinet approved this thing or not? And the answer is that he has recommended it. It's expected to be approved, and he will present it tomorrow to the full cabinet, and it's expected to pass. But can I give you a definitive answer that it has definitely, absolutely passed the Security Cabinet? I have not seen that in writing. But then again, I've been stuck in the studio. So I think the signs are that Israel is approving or about to fully approve within the coming hours this ceasefire deal. There is enormous momentum here for the United States. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has spent part of the last hour endorsing the reasons why this deal should go ahead. He's been recounting all the ways in which Israel has degraded the military capabilities of its enemies, both in Gaza, in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Iran, and Iraq and Syria. And he said that the Hezbollah, which attacked us from October the 8th onwards, his words, is not the same as the force it is today. Now, all of that, I think, is going to come as little consolation to those people in the north of Israel who have been saying they don't think Hezbollah has been sufficiently degraded, despite the enormous airstrikes that we have seen in the last 24 hours going into Beirut and in the days before that, with a lot of civilians killed there. Despite all of the damage to Lebanon, there are people in the north of this country and Itamar Ben-Gvir, the security minister, who have said that they want to see this war prosecuted further and longer. But anyhow, it doesn't look like they're going to get their way. It looks like the ceasefire deal is going to go ahead, which is 60 days, a kind of trial 60 days, 2 months, during which the Israeli army will withdraw in stages from Lebanon, from the south of Lebanon, where it's been active. Hezbollah will withdraw north of the Litani River, 30 kilometers north of the Lebanon border, and the security vacuum will be backfilled by a bolstered Lebanese National Army and troops from UNIFIL, that's the United Nations interim force in Lebanon. But critically for Israel, the reason why I think he's been able to pass this, to get this deal through the Security Cabinet, or at least get their backing for it, even if they haven't actually physically signed off on it yet. The reason that Israel's been
yes, this is an earlier coverage from an hour ago, but it just got signed.
Comfortable with this is because it reserves the right to go back into Lebanon with presumably airstrikes or ground forces if it detects that there is an imminent military threat from Hezbollah. That was something that was a sticking point, but they've managed to get that past people on the Lebanon side of it. So it looks like the deal is going ahead.
Tonight, I will bring before the cabinet a plan for a ceasefire in Lebanon. The duration of the ceasefire depends on what happens in Lebanon. We have an understanding with the United States. We are maintaining our full liberty to take military operations. If Hezbollah tries to attack us, if it arms itself, if it rebuilds infrastructure next to the borders, we will attack them. If they launch missiles, if they dig tunnels, we will attack. Yes, I can hear people saying that if we start a ceasefire, we will not be able to attack, we will not be able to resume the war. Let me remind you, this is exactly what people said to me when we entered into the ceasefire in Gaza, in which we released our hostages. People said we would not risk fighting, but we did. And how? People say to me, well, Hezbollah will lay low for a year or two, will rearm itself, and then it will attack us. But Hezbollah will commit a breach of the agreement not only when they fire at us, but even when they try to rearm themselves. For any such breach, we will react very forcefully. I know there are those who don't believe we will do that, but many didn't believe that we would enter with ground react very forcefully. I know there are those who don't believe we will do that, but many didn't believe that we would enter with ground forces into Gaza, and we did. People didn't believe that we'll enter into Shifa and Khan Yunis, and we did. People didn't believe that, faced with immense international pressure, we would enter into Rafah and the Philadelphia corridor. Not only did we enter these places, we attacked them. And how? There were many people who...
I mean, he's bragging about it. He's trying to reassure Israelis who still want more blood. Don't worry, we will go back if they do anything. Yeah. He's trying to make the most of the situation, you know? Israeli media really hated this speech, by the way. Yeah, I don't think you guys understand. There is a lot of appetite, I think, in Israel for just endless violence. Okay? It is what it is. CNN is covering it live right now. Let's hear what they have to say. No, they're talking about Trump tariffs.
Will be passed on to you. Which products maybe hit the hardest?
We're gonna be doing this.
Expected to be the busiest day for air traffic of the Thanksgiving.
We're doing tariff coverage in a little bit.
Who didn't believe that we would ever attack in Lebanon, and we attacked there too. We attacked there very forcefully in a huge sophistication that took everybody in the world by surprise. So after all of that, maybe we should start believing in our determination, in our commitment to obtaining victory.
In Lebanon today, there was talk of a ceasefire, yet the sound was still of war. As the Israeli Security Cabinet met to discuss an agreement to end the fighting, the Israeli Defense Forces launched a massive wave of strikes right across Lebanon. With more than 10 dead and the dust still settling, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called on his cabinet to approve the ceasefire deal. Speaking this evening, he said Israel had set Hezbollah back decades and that a ceasefire now means they can focus on the Iranian threat. There had been a marked ratcheting up in attacks in recent days, with more than 30 killed in Lebanon from Israeli strikes on Monday. And yet this could be the last of the devastation and destruction, at least for now, and at least in this pocket of the Middle East. Hezbollah began firing into Israel following Hamas's attack of October the 7th and Israel's subsequent assault of Gaza. a show of solidarity among the two Iran-backed groups. The tit-for-tat exchange of missiles lasted nearly a year and led to around 60,000 Israeli citizens having to leave their homes in the north. It was this that Israel gave as its reason for escalating. In September, they assassinated Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah in a massive strike in Beirut, and days later launched a ground invasion of southern Lebanon. Israel says it's now killed more than 2,000 members of Hezbollah, but the war has displaced 1.2 million Lebanese citizens, and the death toll stands at more than 3,700, many of them civilians. Now, after 13 months, a deal. Reports suggest that the ceasefire is roughly based on UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which brought to an end the last conflict between Israel and Hezbollah in 2006. The first stage of the agreement will see the withdrawal of all Israeli forces from southern Lebanon within 60 days. At the same time, Hezbollah will pull back its armed presence north of the Litani River. That's about 16 miles from the Israel-Lebanon border. The Lebanese army, along with existing UN peacekeepers, will then provide security in the buffer zone, with the US chairing a 5-country committee to monitor any infringements of the agreement. The US has also agreed to give Israel a letter of assurance that they will retain the freedom to strike Hezbollah if it poses a threat, something vital in trying to sell this ceasefire deal to those displaced by the conflict. Most of them have spent months living in hotels like here in Haifa, and they do not believe the threat of Hezbollah has gone.
We don't feel safe, and if we finish now, it will the weapon will stay there for the future Hezbollah people.
This is southern Lebanon today. Israel's assault has left a wasteland where once there were villages. For Netanyahu, he has successfully ravaged Hezbollah's military capabilities and killed its top leaders. But at what cost to the Lebanese people stuck in the middle, with any ceasefire potentially just a pause in a Cold War always on the edge of heating up? And what of the source of this war? Gaza, where fresh rubble lies atop more than a year's worth of constant bombardment. Talks of a ceasefire here are long forgotten, and yet the need for an end to the war is as great as the desperate clamour for food in Khan Yunis.
Well, joining me now from Beirut is Lebanese MP and former Deputy Prime Minister HasanAbi. Thanks so much for coming back on the program, Mr. Hasbani.
Trump posted Kai on his IG. Wait, what? Kai Cenat has been posted on Donald Trump's official IG doing the Trump dance? Wait, what? He wasn't even doing, was he even doing the Trump dance? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't think that's the Trump. Trump can't even move his hips like that. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Barney, apparently the bombing is still going on in Lebanon, perhaps even in Beirut. How does it feel to be bombed into a ceasefire?
Yeah, this is basically a ceasefire under fire. These are the last hours before any potential declaration in the early hours of the morning, tomorrow morning, of an agreement. This is pretty much an agreement predominantly between Hezbollah and Israel, also covered by parts of the Lebanese government under a certain process and sponsored by the US and various other countries, hopefully that it would lead to a more permanent solution later on.
Right. So it gives you some breathing space. Is it enough to allow Lebanon, with all its incredible economic difficulties, to rebuild, to become a viable state again?
Well, the ceasefire for 2 months is more of a trial period to ensure the implementation of UN Resolution 1701 practically. And this is basically what it practically is all about. Definitely, as we've been hearing on the Lebanese side from the displaced people, as well as on the Israeli side, that people are still a bit cautious about returning home, about going back to normal life until this becomes a permanent situation. So it's a very fragile ceasefire given the conditions that have been put in place. But nevertheless, it's a practical implementation of UN Resolution 1701 that was effectively voted on almost 18 years ago after the Israeli war in 2006.
Hezbollah has been severely weakened by the Israeli onslaught of recent months. Do you welcome the fact that Hezbollah has been put into a box?
Well, we were actually hoping, and we called for, as the opposition parties in Lebanon, for a peaceful implementation of UN resolutions, particularly 1701 and 1559, that call for the withdrawal from the south of the Litani River, dismantling the military capabilities, and the handover of weapons to the legitimate and sovereign Lebanese armed forces to be all under the Lebanese government, sovereign government umbrella. Yet these calls were never met. Today, unfortunately, they had to be done in such difficult circumstances with such huge losses to the Lebanese people, the Lebanese economy. And we're going back to something that was agreed upon back in 2006. So at least let's hope that something positive will come out of this, with all the unfortunate losses of lives and property and economic losses as well.
And finally and briefly, you are going to live under the constant potential threat of Israeli bombardment should Hezbollah...
All right, let's get the drop side news. Breaking. Israel's security cabinet agrees to ceasefire deal with Lebanon. Hezbollah excluded from negotiations. This is from 1048, a couple hours ago. The framework agreed, Lebanon said, is not a ceasefire, but a cessation of hostilities. There are no terms about Hezbollah disarming. Israeli drones are still buzzing in Beirut skies, where Israel is carrying out heavy bombardments. See Drop News' timeline. That also is like the buildup to a ceasefire in general. That's a part of how Israel operates. It's a part of how Hezbollah operates as well. Leading up to the final moment of ceasefire, there's going to be heavy bombardment. Okay. At least 10 people were killed in massive attacks in the Dahiyah district earlier today. Prime Minister Netanyahu, addressing the press now, says Israel maintains the right to attack militarily. We will respond forcefully to any breach of the agreement. Israel also wanted a term implemented in the ceasefire proposal where they could just legally enter Lebanon whenever they saw fit. And Hezbollah was like, no, that's not going to happen. So tonight will be the final night where, Elant News is correct. Both sides will try to score as many victories as possible, likely with large airstrikes and rocket fire. For Israel, this usually means, striking and killing as many civilians as possible. For Hezbollah, it will probably mean northern Israel be struck pretty aggressively, but I assume they'll also try to hit like military bases again. So we'll see. Deputy Chairman of Hezbollah Political Council, we must scrutinize the points Netanyahu agreed to before signing the government tomorrow. Hezbollah official adds, we doubt Netanyahu's commitment and will not allow him to pass a trap in the agreement. Since then, obviously, the ceasefire deal has been signed.
Provoke
with,
them at a
I
moment
think,
of...
Itamar Ben-Gvir being the only naysayer of the agreement, right? Is he the only one? Yeah, only Ynet says only Ben-Gvir objected. The cabinet finally approved the agreement. Report the ceasefire will begin at 4 a.m. So yeah, is it weird that Israel's enemies are always attacking military bases when Israel bombs apartment buildings? No, it's not that weird. Honestly, it's just when you have a limited amount of retaliatory, when you have a much more limited inventory of weapons, like you would probably want to undermine the military more than you would want to just like kill random civilians. Killing random civilians is what you do when you're either incredibly desperate and engaging in an act of terror as a final moment of desperation to incur penalties, to create penalties for the sovereign state when you're a non-state actor, or when you are the state actor and you can do that because you have an endless amount of weapons. If you're somewhere in between a state actor and a non-state actor like Hezbollah is, with arms within civil governance, that simultaneously operates as like the de facto standing military of Lebanon in many instances, then you have an obligation where, with a limited amount of arsenal, much better than Hamas's capabilities, of course, but you have a finite opportunity, a window of time, and a window of permissible targets that you can go after. This is something that I've mentioned before with respect to Hamas's, bathtub rockets they fucking lob into Israel. People will always be like, well, they're indiscriminately firing into Israel. It's like, yeah, if you give them targeting systems, I'm sure that they would utilize those. They would utilize the targeting capabilities if they had them on Israeli military bases, because those are the people that are killing Palestinians directly. So that is the reality. A senior Hezbollah official told Al Jazeera that Netanyahu cannot be trusted and they need to review the actual terms of the proposal deal. Israel is continuing to pound Lebanon with heavy strikes. Netanyahu, in his remarks tonight, reiterated that Israel reserves the right to attack Lebanon even after a deal is signed. Just because the Israeli cabinet approves something doesn't mean it's done. And both Israel and the U.S. have pushed blatantly false information in the past. Lebanon's Al-Manar TV, deputy head of Hezbollah's political counsel, Mahmoud Kamadi, we doubt Netanyahu's commitment, who has accustomed us to deception, and we will not allow him to pass a trap through the agreement. In his speech, Biden emphasized that Israel would retain the right to attack Hezbollah if it posed any threat to Israeli security, confirming Netanyahu's claim. So we shall see. We shall see what happens. But I don't know. I don't know if there is. There was a mistranslation in the quote. There's a news circulating quoting Hezbollah MP Hassan Fadlallah stating that the document released to the public is different from the real one. This is not accurate. What he said was that the document that arrived at Lebanon was different, as in changed, to the one that left Lebanon to the occupation entity, meaning Lebanon changed the conditions they did not agree to, not that a wrong document was leaked. Yeah. I'm from Haifa. We've had 2 alerts so far this evening, but honestly, I'm having a hard time taking this threat seriously, staying safe and all. I think that in the interim period leading up to this ceasefire, there will be heavy bombing back and forth, both in Beirut, in Lebanon, like Israeli bombing, and also in different parts of Israel as well. Benjamin Netanyahu just tweeted this from his personal account. Trump, Congress looking to put suffocating sanctions on kangaroo ICC over Netanyahu arrest warrant. Nice, man. Congratulations. The thing is, a lot of people in Israel, including the opposition leaders to Benjamin Netanyahu, don't want the pummeling to stop in Lebanon. There is not a lot of appetite for a ceasefire in Lebanon. There is, I would dare I say, there is more appetite to stop bombing Gaza from at least the hostage families that want to, in the interim period, have a release of the hostages. And they also understand that the only way to get that done is with a cessation of hostilities in Gaza. So, like, there are more people that want to, at the very least, like, limit and maybe even secure a ceasefire deal and simultaneously a release of the hostages than there are people who want to stop the bombing campaign in Lebanon. So it's this very weird predicament where it's this very weird situation where I think that there are, Netanyahu is doing something that is like maybe considered somewhat unpopular, which is even aesthetically leaning towards a ceasefire in Lebanon. What do you even say to the people who've been screaming to the void, getting arrested, brutalized for criticizing Israel? How do we not give up? How is it expected to keep fighting? I mean, just remember what you're fighting for. What do you mean? There are very real people, families being ripped apart, babies being shredded by American munitions. They don't have the comfort of being able to give up. So we have to do whatever we can to continue the fight. You know, that's it. I think if you're a petty person, there is a unique motivation for every single person. If you're like a particularly petty person, remember, like, it in times of like nihilistic sentiment seeping in, remember that that is what defenders of Israel want you to do, is to give up, to feel powerless, and to feel like there is no hope, that you should just simply give up and forget about the Palestinian population. You should simply give up and forget about the Lebanese people that have been killed. What is this? Hassan, make this happen, bro. What the fuck is this? Right? Was just starting to get good. I would love to have Hassan on Spawn on me to dig some more. What is Spawn on me? I don't know what this is. That's the other. Here's the other thing. Okay. All right. Just chat. Just fucking. Can we focus on commentary for a second? Jesus Christ. You guys are all over the fucking place. Okay. Calm down. We'll look at all the shit in a brief moment. All right. Fuck. Huh. Anyway, another way that this works is like the steady pressure applied by pro-Israeli groups that spend a great deal of time doxing and harassing and viciously smearing anyone and everyone who is even remotely critical of Israel. You can't give in. These institutions are ultimately powerless. Okay? You are united and powerful because you have the numbers. Okay? You have the numbers. People have the capacity to recognize right from wrong. Okay, it's not. They don't have they don't have the same motion that they once did in terms of institutional prominence, legitimacy. These organizations, like, dude, I'm telling you, 5 years ago, if a Stop Anti-Semitism style org came out, on the Fox News article that came out 5 years ago, the Hassan is promoting terrorism article, if that had come out 5 fucking years ago, okay, my career will be over. Okay, I wouldn't be getting a positive news hit from CNN a week after that, where I get to address some of the comments that were some of the smears that were made towards me. Like, you need to understand this, okay? And this is my own personal experience, so it's a little bit different than the average person who does not have the same way to launch defenses against any sort of bad faith smears. But like, think about how these smears destroyed Jeremy Corbyn only a couple years prior versus now. Okay, NMP caught you. You trying too hard to win Just Chatting Streamer of the Year, buddy. Let it go. Oh, it's because I did a progress update pic. Post that pic on IG. What the fuck you doing, bro? Yeah. This is me on the left. This is me on the left in 2021. 285 pounds. Barely could fucking stand up for 15 minutes. I would literally start panting. And this is me from this morning on the right. Feeling myself a little bit. The briefs are wet because I had just played basketball. Still a long ways to go, but what's it feel like to go from that to getting gooned on every day? I think people were gooning on me here too, to be fair. Yeah, gay Twitter wants you fat again. Yeah. My friend was broadcasting her phone from the bathroom. That's insane. I just posted this. How is that even possible? What is this, bro? The reply? Aiden Ross got a bigger bulge? Yeah, I don't know about that, man, but that's kind of weird. That's kind of a weird thing to say about another man's meat, you know? Yeah, bro said, hold up, let me check Aiden's meat real quick and compare and contrast. Also, I don't even believe what he's saying, but that's fine. Why were you so fit at 285 pounds? I was not. What are you talking about? This is not fit at all. How does this even look remotely fit to you? Look at my belly. What the hell? That's a wild statement. But sure, I'll post this on IG too. Fuck it. Why not? Why won't you face others in the marketplace at dongs? You right. I'm too scared. I'm too scared, chat, to face others in that marketplace. You know? Yeah, I covered the Romanian situation yesterday for chatters who are wondering, you know, but I'll talk about it more. I'm sure there are chatters who would kill to be as slim as you are in your before photo. Yes, I'm sure. I understand that. Make no mistake. I get it. Anyway, I'm 285 and I wish I looked even half as good, but you do have 7 inches on me and I'm not a dude law. I had to pull over so I could check out. Holy shit. Oh my God. What's the goal from here? Anything leaner as content pre/photo shoot levels? No, I gotta go a little bit leaner and then I'll start gaining again. Hold on, I'm posting it on my Instagram. Okay. Also need to start sunning those thighs. How do I start losing weight? I'm fat and lazy. Work out. We're gonna talk about Drake's legal action in a second. Hold up. All right, we're done with Meat Watch. I think that these progress pics are also reflective of the progression of your mental health. Oh yeah, absolutely. It has dramatically changed it has dramatically improved my mental health, like in very, very significant ways. Okay. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Was your back pain fixed from improving back strength? Yes. I did a lot of... Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Was your back pain fixed from improving back strength? Yes. I did a lot of complementary workouts to ensure that my back was no longer in pain after working out and stuff like that. Anyway, did you cover Biden's ceasefire announcement? Came late. Sorry, bub. Yeah, what do you think we're covering right now? All right, we'll continue.
Hezbollah tries something on again, as the Prime Minister said just a few minutes ago. How does that feel? I mean, as a former Deputy Prime Minister, as a member of the Parliament, how does it feel to have that constant Israeli threat hanging over you?
Well, this has always been the case to a large extent, except that the bombardment hasn't happened so frequently. It used to happen, violations of airspace have happened most of the time in the past, and many times in the past. But definitely, this is an issue with the sovereignty of the country. We were hoping, as a sovereign state, would actually be able to implement UN resolutions so that it would retain its sovereignty. The sovereignty was breached by the existence of Hezbollah and the support of Iran militarily to Hezbollah for many, many years as well on Lebanese territory. And so was the Israeli overflights and interference every now and then. So if this period is only a temporary period to ensure that the agreement stands, this would eventually lead to a withdrawal of the Israelis and a more permanent solution. And let's hope we will get to that eventually.
HasanAbi, thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm now joined by Miri Eisin, who is a retired colonel from the Israeli Defense Force. She worked with Prime Minister Ehud Olmert during the last Lebanon war and is now a fellow at the International Institute for Counterterrorism. Thank you very much to you, Miri Eisin, for coming back on our program. Let me start, first of all, with this. Do you think the Israeli government agreed to this ceasefire because they were running out of ammunition, as the Prime Minister indicated today, or because the Americans were putting pressure on them?
I don't think that the two actually contradict. And I'll add in that nobody here wants a war, Matt. This isn't about something that we want it to go on forever. It's a question of what you can continue to achieve, both against Hezbollah inside Lebanon right now, without at the end really completely destroying this country called Lebanon that hosts them. And listening to Mr. HasanAbi before, it's really that challenge of Hezbollah being in Lebanon. They are Lebanese, they are Arabic, they speak Arabic. And so for us, it's not about Lebanon, it's about Hezbollah and what you can achieve.
But the Prime Minister, Netanyahu, that is, also just said that they will now focus more again on Hamas and also on Iran. What does that mean, do you think, focusing on Iran?
The Prime Minister has been very consistent, Prime Minister Netanyahu. I'll even say from 2009, he's been our Prime Minister for many years, in focusing on Iran. And in its own way, it's as if that the Hamas attack on October 7th, part of the reason for the failure is because the Prime Minister was looking at Iran and did not see Hamas. But I say that right now, that at the end, Iran itself, as a country, 90 million strong.
She went, she's so used to hitting that every time she talks about like Israel's enemies. She's like, you have to say Tehran.
Backing Hezbollah, backing the Houthi, attacking Israel twice directly, and their quest for the nuclear bomb is very scary. So I'm all for focusing on that. Having said that, we still have what's called the Gaza front, the Hamas front, and 101 hostages that are still in the Gaza Strip.
Just a couple of things. I mean, it's interesting watching Mr. Netanyahu wear his red tie tonight, which he doesn't normally wear. I wonder if he's channeling Donald Trump there. Does he believe that Trump will give him an opportunity, to attack Iran on a wider scale and perhaps cause regime change there?
I don't think that Israel has the capability to do regime change. And I would say in that sense, there's a difference between targeting the nuclear facilities, because those nuclear facilities don't threaten Israel, Matt, they threaten the world. Nobody wants Iran to be nuclear. But there is a difference between that and regime change. I do think that this Prime Minister feels that he will have an easier conversation with President Trump. I don't know if that's right, but I think that the Prime Minister thinks.
Of course, the Americans hope that this will now pave the way for some kind of ceasefire in Gaza. 44,000 people have been killed in Gaza, most of them civilians. It's been a terrible tragedy for Gaza, but also it's isolated Israel more than you might have imagined a year ago. Isn't it time for the right pressure to be put on Netanyahu to end this Gaza thing and try and come up with some sort of solution for the Palestinians and rebuild?
I wish it was as easy as that. You do realize that on October 8th, or for that matter, yesterday or today, all Hamas have to do is give back 101 hostages.
That's so crazy because they have suggested that since October 10, and there's only one party that has refused to negotiate and has time and time again disrupted the ceasefire negotiations. Interesting that that party is not being mentioned here. The party that also simply has all of the cards. They have all the power. Interesting. Strange.
Hostages, and it's done, that this is about Hamas attacking us, taking the hostages, doing horrific things, building themselves inside the civilian community. I'm not saying it's an easy, simple one. I do think that we have to find a resolution. I don't think anybody should be using right now the terms of peace. I think that that's a challenging one right now. But yes, to arrive at an end to this overt, horrific fighting.
Mary Eisen, thank you very much.
Yeah, we later found out that Hamas had offered on October 9 or 10th to release all civilian hostages in exchange for the IDF not entering the Strip, but the government rejected the offer. This is what's so interesting and so striking about like news reporting coming out of Israel. Times of Israel is not like an anti-Israeli institution, okay? They're just simply reporting on things truthfully, more truthfully than American mainstream media or Western mainstream media is reporting on it. The idea that it's actually Hamas that is refusing to broker peace or a ceasefire in this circumstance is completely fucking nonsensical. But of course, there's a good deal of pre-existing biases that many people have. Pre-existing biases that many people have that cause people to just look at the situation and take for granted what America's foreign ally is saying against America's foreign adversaries that are non-state actors. That is the issue here. I was talking to a friend of mine who said that any reasonable party in the position of Hamas would have agreed to an unconditional surrender and removal from governance with the amount of people dying and in crisis. Do you think Gazans would not agree to some sort of conditional surrender if they could? Is Hamas not in a position where total surrender is a much better outcome than to keep fighting? This is not in the hands of Hamas at this point. It has always been in the hands of Israel. The notion that while Israel, guys, do you not understand what's going on? Israel has destroyed all semblance of normal life in the Gaza Strip. They are permanently annexing North Gaza right now as we speak. They are conducting a fucking genocide. What makes you think that the people that are right now defending themselves against this genocidal force are currently in the wrong? Like, this is not October 7, okay? We're not talking about October 7. We're talking about an October 7 style situation occurring on a daily, if not a weekly basis for the last year. Okay? It's so crazy. They've already started the partitioning process. The notion that the guys that are fighting back in the process of this ethnic cleansing campaign are in the wrong and they need to stand down with no fucking with no guarantee whatsoever that Israel is going to actually not complete its genocidal project is so ridiculous. So you would say that Israel would not agree to laying down arms, full surrender, and release of the hostages? I also believe the cards are in the hands of Israel, but our understanding of a full surrender is not possible. No, why would it be possible? Israel killed the civil governance faction's principal negotiator in Tehran. Dudes that Ismail Haniyeh is not a part of the militant faction within Hamas. He is responsible for the civil governance. He was also the principal negotiator, and Israel fucking executed him alongside, hundreds of thousands of civilians. We don't even know the full number of the casualties at this point. They've destroyed virtually every single building in the Gaza Strip, and they're doing the final solution to the Palestinians right now, especially in North Gaza. What makes you think that there is going to be any stopping, anything that stops them from doing so? It's ridiculous. Israel is not a rational actor in this process. That much is clear. They have not shown that they are rational actors, and instead they've only shown that they respond to military pressure, as in when they engage in a war of attrition, they've shown time and time again that their economy surrenders, and then their forces incur too many penalties, and that's the only time where they back down. Look at all of the other look at all of the other places where there has been some kind of civil negotiation. Look to the West Bank if you want to understand what it looks like when your civil governance division that is supposed to represent the interests of the civilians living there when they become a de facto part of the Israeli security apparatus. The Palestinian Authority comes to mind. The Palestinian Authority is the second the second most unpopular entity in the region in the eyes of the Palestinian population. And there's a good reason for that. Yeah. Meanwhile, you have this, like, IDF is gearing up to remain in Gaza until the end of 2025 at least. This is what it looks like. And they're literally gearing up to partition Gaza and resettle Gaza. So I don't know how people just don't understand that. Like, they hold all the cards in this process. The idea that Israel, the Israeli government, actually cares about what happens to the hostages is also a laughable notion. They do not care. If they cared about what happens to the Israeli hostages, they wouldn't be killing the Israeli hostages with their endless bombing campaigns. Like, what are we talking about? How many hostages have they killed so far? The idea that, like, oh, dude, if they stand down, if Hamas stands down, like, Israel will stop is ridiculous. They're going to say they have to settle to protect the border communities. They have to occupy to protect the settlements, etc. It's vile. Yeah. Israel does not package its offensive military actions by simply stating what it is. Okay? Israel is never going to be like, we're settling Gaza because it's our God-given land and it's our right to have it. And these Arabs are barbaric and they should leave. Some people in the cabinet will say it, like Itamar Ben-Gvir or Bezalel Smotrich. But by and large, there is a lot of propaganda makes it seem like this is a necessity. And that propaganda is, and this is the same thing I described to you about, like, all politicians, specifically Republicans. People are always shocked when they're like, well, you know, they say they want to make America healthy, and I believe them. And it's like, yeah, of course they're going to say they want to make America healthy. They're not going to say we want to destroy the FDA so that we can deregulate your fucking food supply. Why would they say that? Republicans are not going to run around and be like, we want to melt the poor. We want to kill homeless people. They're going to say, they're not going to say we want to make life significantly worse for poor people because we are directly in the pocket of big corporations that we deregulate the economy over at their behest. Like, they're not going to say that. Okay? They're going to find a way. They're going to find a way to propagandize their position and their policies. Okay? And it's the same principle for the Israeli government as well. The Israeli government, in the way that, especially in the way that they frame this kind of stuff to the Western world, will never say, like, oh, we have to settle this land because it's our land. God gave us this land. Okay? Even though, like I said, there are rabid ultra-Zionists within the security cabinet, within the governing faction that will say those things. But especially when it comes to, like, Western media, in their Western media focus approach, they're always going to say, we have security concerns. They are going to repackage their colonial interests under the auspices of valid security concerns. Israel has a right to defend itself is exactly that. Okay? When people say Israel has a right to defend itself, that's what they're talking about. This is it.
Video shows Israeli rollers, bulldozers, and trucks paving a new...
If Hamas conceded it would be over, what deal are they expecting at this point? Wait, what? What the fuck? Tell me what Hamas wants to do. How do you justify that? Any terrorist organization that acts that way would get the same reaction. It would end if Hamas concedes. Hamas can't represent the people of Gaza. Yeah, okay, big dog. Okay, I'm going to unban this person. Hamas is but a name, okay? Hamas is the current evolution of Palestinian resistance. You might not like their methods, okay? I've certainly been critical, but that doesn't change the reality. You are outflanking members of the Israeli cabinet, the Israeli war coalition, that have also come to that same fucking conclusion, like you're a goddamn Bibist, despite the fact that you will probably be exactly the type of person that says, oh, I hate Benjamin Netanyahu. How dare you say that? Okay? The idea that like Hamas is a unique entity is silly. Okay, you kill everyone in Hamas. Now you have Hamas too. How do you think Hamas started? How do you think Hamas became the governing faction and the governing coalition in Gaza? if you don't understand the history of it, and if you refuse to understand that, like, of course, people are going to fight back against constant oppression and constant death and destruction and constant violations of their human rights, yeah, people are going to fucking try to fight themselves out of that corner, especially when they realize that there is no negotiating. That is the last 30 years of the so-called peace process and the analysis that the Palestinian population has succumbed to. That is what they recognize. Do you understand?
Road along the Gaza-Egypt border. They're building a new buffer zone known as the Philadelphia Corridor, and the Israelis are there to stay. Here is what it looks like during the day. New realities on the ground are being designed, realities that hint at Israel's endgame for Gaza. Zooming out, we can see Israel building road networks all across the Gaza Strip, with some being kilometers wide, including a buffer zone around the edges of the enclave. These will be fortified with checkpoints, watchtowers, bases, and other surveillance tools. Using these strategic corridors, the Israeli army will be able to monitor any point in Gaza without necessarily occupying the entire territory. The idea is that in post-war Gaza, whenever Hamas fighters surface from underground and prepare to fire rockets, the Israelis would detect them in no more than a few minutes and launch a counterstrike. The Israeli leadership believes these corridors would make further Hamas transgressions improbable in the long term, or at least decrease the damage.
Yeah, splitting one concentration camp to 3.
They can inflict. The Palestinian civilian population would be able to return, though they would reside within smaller chunks of territory, each disconnected from the other. Conflict is like that. The hand that wins gets to draw the map. Meanwhile, a second front has gone hot in the north. Israeli forces have entered Lebanese territory, and Iran responded by firing missiles at Israel. The battle space is expanding. However, while all eyes are elsewhere, the Israeli master plan for Gaza is going ahead at full speed. I genuinely believe that seeing all sides is paramount at times like this, which is why I asked Ground News to sponsor this video. Following Iran's missile attack on Israel, some 600 articles were published worldwide. And while I appreciate that I can see perspectives from on the ground in Iran and Israel itself, at the same time, Sinwar's right hand, Rawi Mushtaha, is now confirmed to have been killed in an airstrike, along with other key Hamas officials. One by one, Israel is taking out the existing Hamas leadership. Just a few dozen articles were published on this, and it appears to be a blind spot for left-wing media. With everything that is going on in Lebanon and around the world, a story as—
I'm doing ethical reacts, man. What do you want me to do? Is Ground News trustworthy? I think they use their metrics for left, center, right, and like their media biases from that fucking Koch brothers funded stupid ass report that put me as like worse than Alex Jones. So I don't know how credible they are, but overall, I mean, I don't really get dinged on these platforms anyway, but I assume it's decent otherwise, maybe. I don't know.
As important as this will simply drown in the background noise. So I appreciate that Ground News surfaces these kinds of stories.
Yeah, I think they say CNN is as far left as InfoWars, right? Like the list is really fucked up. Worse than Alex Jones, where's the lies? Yes, I am worse than Alex Jones. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. If you at any point have entertained that, wait, hold on. Doors open. If you at any point have thought that I am even remotely similar in my commentary to someone who was sued for billions of dollars for routinely and serially harassing the families and victims of a mass shooting by claiming it's not real, you have to really reorganize your priorities and maybe take a deep breath and wonder what communities you're a part of that cause you to believe this. Okay? Because I fear that they are leading you astray. Your beliefs in communities are wild, though. Yeah, I know. Anti-genocide, a wild belief. Free healthcare for everyone in America unconditionally, a wild belief. Free college, a wild belief. Okay? ethical migration patterns a wild belief. A cessation of American imperialism so that we can, we can focus more on rebuilding our communities and fixing our infrastructure rather than doing bloody warfare overseas, a wild belief. No one can actually point to a singular thing that I say that is that out of pocket. They can only simply entertain this notion. They can only simply vaguely gesture to things and be like, no, you just love terrorists and you're an anti-Semite. If you consider any number of different things that I say to be wild, you really need to reconsider your priorities. Yeah. I believe in gun control, women having bodily autonomy. These are not wild beliefs. You should probably reconsider what led you to think these are wild beliefs. You should probably re-examine why you think those are wild beliefs. Okay? Since becoming a longtime member of this community, I've become an active community organizer that's currently helping to try to keep schools open, but sure, we're a wild community, I know. Now, fear not, we will still fight for you, regardless of what your personal worldview is, okay? I mean, both you and Alex Jones suck for different reasons. Please elaborate why me and Alex Jones are even in the same conversation and why we suck for different reasons. Fuck it, cut straight to the point. What is the disagreement that you have with me? I suspect that the disagreements that you have with me are primarily because you have not really spent a whole lot of time in this community, but instead have been primed into feeling a certain type of way about my commentary from, random clips that you've seen here and there. That's probably what it is. He'll never chat again. No, he'll chat. I think he'll chat now. This chatter was just on Twitter hating under your pores with a Sam Hyde and D meme ban. I think most people who think you were like Alex Jones are from Destiny's community. DDG? Yeah, I know. Ground news might apply different methodologies, by the way, than just simply that one. But yeah. It is wild that people will just simply say this shit and they will never. Isn't this a super LARPy channel? What, the channel that we're watching? I'm not really familiar with the Caspian Report. I think they're just they're like the rest of the geopolitics YouTubers.
.news/Caspian to learn more or scan the QR code on the screen. Subscribing gets you 40% off the Vantage plan. That's the one I use. Also, by subscribing, you're directly supporting my channel. While our missions align, YouTube revenues alone don't cover the expenses to make these videos. So I especially value our continued partnership and encourage you to check it out. The link is below.
Son, this was genuinely a bad take.
No lube, no. Israel and Hamas are battling in the open while navigating a political minefield behind closed doors. Much of the negotiations converge around the configurations of Israeli buffer zones within Gaza in the form of while navigating a political minefield behind closed doors. Much of the negotiations converge around the configurations of Israeli buffer zones within Gaza in the form of extrajudicial corridors. Netanyahu is adamant about two, but a third one is already under construction and two more are in the pipeline. Using these corridors, Israel will have the means to permanently dictate life in Gaza while giving its troops the flexibility to deploy quickly throughout the enclave. One of the primary sticking points in the negotiations so far has been the Philadelphia corridor, specifically who will control it. Measuring roughly 14 kilometers in length and 100 meters in width, the corridor bisects Gaza's Rafah municipality and Egypt's Sinai region. It runs from the Mediterranean Sea to the Kerem Shalom crossing, which is the meeting point of Gaza, Egypt, and Israel. The corridor also includes the Rafah crossing, the only transit point between Egypt and Gaza. However, this crossing has been opened and closed repeatedly throughout the years, depending on the security circumstances. Under the 1979 agreement, Israel was allowed to deploy limited armed forces in the corridor, but no more than 4 infantry battalions, including the appropriate military infrastructure. However, Israel was not allowed to deploy tanks, artillery, or anti-aircraft missiles. So the operation of the Philadelphia corridor was coordinated mainly by Egypt, and this arrangement formed a fundamental component of the Israeli-Egyptian peace treaty. In 2005, Israel withdrew its army from Gaza as part of a disengagement plan. This exit included a withdrawal from the Philadelphia corridor, as well as the withdrawal of about 9,000 Israeli settlers living in 25 illegal settlements in Gaza. Egypt then assumed full responsibility over the Philadelphia corridor, and the Palestinian Authority was later brought into the mission. Shortly after, a second legal agreement was signed between Egypt and Israel, allowing the former to deploy 750 border guards to patrol the corridor for counterterrorism and non-military purposes. Egypt's responsibility expanded, and it was now tasked with preventing smuggling and infiltration. 2 years later, in 2007, Hamas took complete control of the Gaza Strip and removed the Palestinian Authority from the region. Israel responded by enacting a land, air, and sea blockade of the Gaza Strip. Nobody was getting in or out without Israeli say. Egypt, meanwhile, would intermittently open the Rafah crossing during that time. Stuck in between Egypt and Israel, Hamas opted for a new strategy. It started building tunnels between Gaza and Egypt's Sinai. This underground infrastructure was used for smuggling goods and weapons, but the scale was enormous. Between 2011 and 2015, Egyptian forces destroyed more than 2,000 of these Hamas tunnels, and these were only the passages that were detected. Using these tunnels, Hamas created new realities on the ground. The Rafah crossing was no longer the sole entry and exit point to Gaza. More importantly, neither Egypt nor Israel exercised any control over the tunnels. Netanyahu and his cabinet have identified the Philadelphia corridor and the Hamas tunnels running underneath as the single weakest link in the chain surrounding Gaza. So, when the current hostilities started, Israel took back control of the corridor in May 2024. It is now insisting on maintaining a presence there in order to prevent Hamas from replenishing its lost resources. Netanyahu's cabinet argues that without Israeli control over the Philadelphia corridor, Hamas will rearm and build up its military force and infrastructure in a few years. This then will turn Gaza into a long-term security liability for the state of Israel. Hamas...
Yeah, I mean, this is like... So far, this has been, dare I say, a little biased in the direction of Israel.
Sees it differently. Its negotiators demand that all Israeli forces be pulled from the corridor and that the area return to Hamas control as part of a lasting ceasefire. Egypt, too, is not happy about the continued Israeli presence in the corridor. The Egyptians argued that permanent, large-scale Israeli military presence in the area would violate the 1979 peace treaty. Technically, they make a valid point. The Philadelphia corridor has been a buffer zone between Egypt and Israel for more than 4 decades. It has been maintained through 2 bilateral agreements between Egyptian and Israeli diplomats. Various compromises have been floated since May, including the withdrawal of most Israeli forces in exchange for the installation of Israeli watchtowers along the borderline. However, Egypt has rejected the proposal.
How is it biased? Genuinely asking? Yeah, constantly framing the Israeli incursions in security agreements, or rather, like, security methods, including implementing this, like, incredible blockade over the Gaza Strip after withdrawing its military in 2005 under the auspices of a valid security concern, is basically the same repackaged propaganda that says Israel has a right to defend itself. That's all it is. Like, that's all it is. Like, it's and of course it's something that you hear all the time. It's something that it's the only thing that you hear from most mainstream outlets. So it's always shocking to hear it from independent media as well. But I don't know. Like, this video is supposed to be Israel's endgame for Gaza, but so far it's describing every action that Israel's taken within a biased framework, not really considering like what the situation looks like for Palestinians across the board, and like how we got here. It's a little bit disappointing. But
while Israel can't just return the situation to what it was before the current hostilities, the Israelis feel that they need to ensure the security of their border communities, and so they're going about it unilaterally by paving the entire...
Yeah, you don't understand. The potential security threat of Hamas is more important than the occupation and the genocide of the Palestinian people. Israel's defense trumps all. Who gives a fuck about the Palestinians' defense? Yeah. If Palestine has a right to defend itself, then so does Israel. It is not propaganda. It is the truth. Yeah, if Israel actually cared about Israeli defense, though, and Israeli security, they wouldn't be maintaining a fucking apartheid. The fuck? Yeah, there would already be a singular, solitary, secular state, okay, where Palestinians and Israelis, in the way that they currently exist, could have equal rights equals civil liberties. But that is a non-starter for many people who defend Israel, I assume yourself included. And you will say, how can we be around these barbaric rapist monsters? We can't. That's the issue. And it always goes back to the same first principles. You do not see Palestinians as normal human beings, just like you, with ambitions, with goals, with dreams, but instead a hive mind of barbaric anti-Semites who want to do mass rapes and shit. Also, yes, Israel doesn't have a right to defend itself under international law because they are a belligerent occupier of the Palestinian people. So thank you, Jay Mershon, for mentioning that. That is also true. Israel quite literally does not have a right to occupy the West Bank illegally, and it certainly does not have a right to, once again, bomb belligerently the entirety of the Gaza Strip in the interest of defending itself. It does not have that international right. As a matter of fact, Hamas, post-October 7, Hamas does have an international right to engage in self-defense as a spontaneous militia. So that's the other side of the equation as well. If we are just simply looking at real international rights, like what it actually says in the books, the reality of the matter is Hamas and any number of different Palestinians have the right to defend themselves against a ethnic cleansing campaign conducted by a belligerent occupier. Israel, on the other hand, does not have that right. Israel is violating the international rights of the Palestinian people. So that's what's really interesting about this equation, and really interesting about the asymmetry of violence that you're experiencing, that you're watching unfold in front of your eyes, that you're trying to desperately defend. The irony here is that Israel is in direct contravention of international law. And that's precisely the reason why there is an ICJ court case launched by the South African government against the Israeli government for conducting a genocide, and also the ICC court case simultaneously against those who are the top genocidaires. Saying Israel has a right to defend itself against the Palestinians is as ridiculous as saying Russia has a right to defend itself against Ukraine, and that's why they had to invade Ukraine. It's even worse than that, because at least Russia, with the exception of Crimea under international standards, would not even be considered a belligerent occupier until now. Now they are a belligerent occupier of Ukraine. So on that front, it would be akin to Russia permanently annexing parts of Ukraine that they have overtaken so far, and then bombing the shit out of that in the counterinsurgency campaign that they run when the Ukrainians inevitably go back to understandably fighting against their Russian occupiers a couple years down the line. I don't see what the problem is. I've been informed by experts. First of all, this is literally not even Kyiv. This is Lebanon. This warfare analysis post is photos from Lebanon. I don't see what the problem is. I've been informed by experts in international law that this means whatever happens next is the fault of the civilians and nothing that can happen is wrong. Yeah, here's Francesca Albany speaking on exactly this, okay? UN Special Rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories.
Defense can be invoked when a state is threatened by another state.
This you can technically say Israel can invoke this against Iran, for example, and vice versa. Iran can invoke this against Israel. Okay?
Which is not the case. Israel has not claimed that that has been threatened by another state. It's been threatened by an armed group. Qualify it the way you want, but it's an armed group within the occupied territory. And frankly, even saying the war between Gaza and Israel is wrong, because Gaza is not a standalone entity, it's part of the occupied territory. But so, in particular, Israel cannot claim the right of self-defense against a threat that emanates from the territory it occupies, from a territory that is kept under belligerent occupation.
No, I don't want to see her on Piers Morgan, okay? I'm sorry, guys. That's ridiculous. You're like, hey, this brilliant voice of truth in a sea of madness, how about we put her in the Shark Tank, okay? Strapped and strap her with a bunch of like bloody meats onto her body, and then let's watch that process. It's like, no, I would rather see her in very different settings than fucking the clown show of Piers Morgan. It's crazy.
Entirety of the corridor.
Crime Hassan, cease Twitch, cease Hassan, Crime Hassan. What? Does it seem like I'm crying? Are you okay? Are you experiencing a psychological breakdown? What's happening? Are you all right? Yeah, dude's having an episode in the chat. I hope you're all right, man.
Essentially, Israel now calls the shots in the Philadelphia corridor. Israel's endgame for Gaza is to dismantle Hamas's presence and ensure that no buildup can ever happen again. Controlling the Philadelphia corridor is essential to that plan, but there is more to it. Further north sits the Netzarim corridor. It was established as a result of the current hostilities. Measuring about 6 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width, the Netzarim corridor stretches from the Israeli boundary to the Mediterranean Sea. It also bisects Gaza City from the rest of the Strip. The name itself, Netzarim, is a hint towards the future. Netzarim was one of the illegal Israeli settlements that existed in the Gaza Strip before the Israeli withdrawal in 2005. So the reintroduction of the name hints the Israelis might consider renewing efforts at constructing new settlements in Gaza. Some high-ranking Israeli ministers, such as Ben-Gvir, have suggested as much. The Netzarim corridor hosts at least 5 forward military bases that are used to monitor and control the movement of people between northern and southern Gaza. The construction of these outposts and the extensive land clearing nearby suggest that Israeli boots on the ground are to be permanent. So even after the current hostilities subside and Palestinian civilians return to their homes, or what's left of them, Israel will have the ability to control life in Gaza without needing to occupy the area entirely. Netanyahu has already declared that under a truce agreement, Israel would not withdraw from the Philadelphia and Netzarim corridors, including the Rafah crossing. Palestinian diplomats reject such buffer zones in both corridors and argue that Netanyahu added these negotiating points to derail the ceasefire talks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm done with this. There's no positive end in sight. But let's hear what Mark Warner had to say.
Much for the price.
And amen. And that is why I think it is both from a humanitarian standpoint to bring this to a ceasefire, but also in Israel's long term, the more you strike and take out Lebanese civilians that were not members of Hezbollah, you create the potential, which is also the problem why we need to get to a resolution in Gaza. You cannot destroy every terrorist if you're continuing to kill innocent civilians. And the potential to actually have a greater support for a terrorist type organization that would go beyond the Shia base in Lebanon to include Sunni, Druze, Christians even potentially was quite great. So I think that is diminished. But again, these next 60 days to maintain that truce is critically important. And I hope, again, this will increase the pressure on the remnants of the Hamas leadership. They've taken out Sinwar, the main leader, but the remnants of Hamas leadership to go ahead and move towards a hostage exchange and a ceasefire as well is critically important at this moment.
Yeah, lots more to come for this ceasefire to get up and running and actually stay effective. Senator Mark Warner, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Alex.
Coming up, how President-elect Trump's proposal tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China could spark a trade war and impact your finances. Plus, a new window into Kamala Harris's campaign.
Oh my God. Okay. SpeedX is on when? I'd love that. I don't know how contenty it is, but Pod Save America interviewed the people responsible for Kamala Harris, and it's apparently maddening. Yeah.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
By the way, speaking of which, I will be fucking hosting Pod Save America tomorrow. So it's actually good to see this conversation take place. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, a lot is going on, okay? A lot is going on in the HasanAbi universe, and I just often forget. Mark Warner wanted to ban Steam for being too anti-Semitic. That's funny. Yeah, in person. Haas Save America tomorrow. I listened to it this morning, and they get progressively angrier.
We have a special show for you today. I am here in Washington, D.C., where I'm about to sit down.
the main show
with the leadership of the Harris-Walz campaign for their first interview about what happened in the election. Last week, Michael Tyler, who's the communications director for the campaign, called me. Thanks for that.
Yeah, the president was really ending. He knew
going into election day. And
Zoom, Jen O'Malley Dillon,
consultant on all of it. Thank you for doing this. Very much appreciate you having this conversation with us here on Pod Save America. Just a level set, Jen, I'll start with you. How did you feel going into Election Day? And at what point did you have a sense that things were beginning to break Trump's way? Was there a county result, something about the turnout? Like, was there a moment when you sort of understood that how it was going to end?
Well, the truth is that we really thought this was a very close race. We talked about the entire time we saw it as a margin of error race, almost the entire time the vice president was in the race. And we knew we had to have strong turnout on Election Day. We saw early vote really ending strong for us and saw, the types of voters we wanted to see turn out. But, we expected this to be close. We also expected that Florida was going to come in a bit redder. Virginia, we knew was tracking to being, that we were going to be ahead, but that we would be ahead by less than we were in 2020. So we were expecting to see that when we saw that. We also did anticipate that the night would go relatively long because some of these states would take longer to come in. But I think it was, really after polls closed, there was nothing that we saw throughout the day. There was nothing that we saw that told us there was overwhelming turnout or anything out of complete expectations on Trump's side. But it really took us into the hours of, polls closed.
Comments, an entire team talking over 90 minutes and not one good answer to a single question. This is actually worse than I thought. Actually, we did really, really good. It was like super hard. The long and short of it is none of these people should ever run a national campaign again. The Obama era is over. Let me save you 90 minutes. They learn nothing. It's like listening to corporate marketing department. They don't actually get customer/votes. There's such a huge disconnect. Pod Save America is in a unique intersection because they are directly tapped into Democratic establishment. They were a part of the Democratic establishment under the Obama era, and they have immediate access to the people that run these campaigns. But they are an independent media operation, which means they get comments, which means that their audience is not directly MSNBC watchers. Okay, sort by new on your video. They're pouring honey on you. What do you mean? Which video? Oh, the older video that I did with Pod Save America from before the election.
Welcome to Pod Save.
Wait, I do want to see that actually. Is it here, or did they post it somewhere else? This might be the official one. What is this? Do you remember the Garbage Day Internet Culture newsletter? Just remembered he said you should be the token leftist on Pod Save, lol. Mega popular Twitch streamer. Hasan Park is probably close to Rogan figure we have on our list. He's masculine, he's funny, he's tapped into the video culture, he's aggressively left-wing, but he might be too political to capture the mainstream like Rogan has. More importantly, Piker's a streamer. Rogan has a podcast. You can download it on any app and listen to it on the way. Live streaming will never be as accessible. Maybe the Pod Save guy should hire him and let him yell at them for the next 4 years, lol. That's funny. Oh, here.
Winning those voters.
Dude, if you go back and watch this video, it is so different. Bro was spitting straight facts and no one in the Democratic Party was listening. Hasan is right. I'm a Democrat at 41. The campaign is making me sad. They keep moving right. Dude fucking nailed what happened this week. Yeah, they're pouring honey on the goat because I was right. Have Sam Hyde on to talk about what's happening. He's very erudite. I have my disagreements with Hasan, but he was right about the bro vote. Aged like fine wine. Hasan was right. Aged very well, Hasan. Sounds like Hasan was right. Trump won the Gen Z vote. They should have had this dude in their campaign. All his criticisms that were even before the election turned out to be the exact reasons why the Dems lost the election. Vindicated once again. Permanently. Hasan is a literal terrorist sympathizer, had a Houthi terrorist on his show and was laughing with him, laughing at videos of hostages being taken, contributing to chat on October 7th podcast saying they deserved it. Calling Israeli babies settler babies. He had a terrorist on his show and told them we support you. Stop normalizing this. We need a Rogan, but entirely different except for aesthetic. Yeah. This is why, while it is incredibly self-serving for me to tell every liberal person that I'm the Joe Rogan of the left because they're desperately looking for one and then they should give me billions of dollars so that I can be the Joe Rogan of the left. I still have to be honest and say that you can't podcast your way out of this issue. Would you appreciate the chance of doing something with Ezra Klein again? Yeah, I reached back out to Ezra. So Ezra's team and I had long conversations, which was right before Kamala Harris became the nominee. We had a long conversation with Ezra about the manosphere. Ironically enough, you know what my take is. You know what I've said. I've said this on the Pod Save America interview as well. This was even months prior to that. But then Kamala Harris got swapped for the candidate. So they dumped that episode that we were going to do together. But I was supposed to be on. No, I didn't ghost them. I was supposed to be on the New York Times pod with Ezra Klein. And I was very excited for it, too. It's just that It didn't end up happening because obviously a lot more world-shaking events occurred. And, you know, that's neither here nor there. But we might do something in the future. If you want to feel good about a pathetic loser that was presented as knowledgeable about, he's talking about getting owned. My God, how can you possibly debate on stream with this little background knowledge that the secondhand cringe is unbearable? Bad empanada, totally embarrassed. Loner box here had to beg on his knees to be taught. Wait, what?
Just to withdraw support from Israel, to start actually denouncing it rather than just announcing it, you know, every now and again. Oh, you know, like, shit, is Israel killed a journalist? We are very concerned with the human rights, whatever, blah, 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 blah. That's nowhere near good enough. That's not, you know, that's nothing, right? You can be like,
I'm just going to ask you the same
Israel did a
question when
bad
you're done,
thing
by
and
the
that's
way.
bad. Yeah, okay, then you're not listening at all. You're just going to ask, if you're just going to ask me the same question, you're not going to adapt it, you're not going to think about what I'm saying, then it's obvious.
Well, it's because
where
you
you're
don't
coming
have
from.
it's because you don't have an answer. It's because you
think,
know
like,
that getting a nuclear
just gave you an
power
answer.
to abolish itself is not going to happen.
Are you aware that's literally happened?
How?
The
When?
USSR.
Okay.
South Africa.
Right.
Like, did you think that was a gotcha?
I'm still asking you how you expect Israel to do it. How do you expect Israel to do it?
Like, what do you mean, how do you expect Israel to do it? Do you
Wait, in the same process that took place for South Africa is the best method. Like, South Africa is the method. It's the movement. It's BDS. It's the same movement.
think they're gonna, like, Israel is gonna be the same as it is now and they're gonna go down bombing everyone?
I mean, given that they're kind of run by religious fanatics, probably. Yeah.
They're not actually run by quote unquote religious fanatics. A lot of them are secular fanatics.
Okay.
But South Africa was run by the same sorts of racial fanatics. International pressure brought down apartheid. Now a black government is in power. Why can't we do the same thing here?
Did South Africa have... I actually know this. You can tell me. I thought South
Well,
Africa
South
ended
Africa
its
was a
nuclear
nuclear
program
state.
in 1989.
South Africa ended... No, yeah, they ended the nuclear program before allowing black people the right to vote for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But the fact is, they didn't go down launching nukes as you were sort of implying they would there. So there's
Also, what kind of argument is this to be like, yeah, they'll just nuke the world. We just have to keep letting Israel do apartheid shit. I mean, he's Googling it live, but like, regardless, checking the Wikipedia page to figure out when the South African nuclear disarmament occurred doesn't change the dynamic at all. It also doesn't make sense. Like, the argument doesn't make sense. Like, oh, what? Like, the Samson option exists, so I guess like we just have to let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants? Like, what do you mean? Wait, what's the obvious reason? What do you mean? Yeah, they didn't want black people to have, they didn't want a country that was no longer an apartheid that could possibly be run by black people to have nukes. The only countries that are outside, the only countries that are run by, you know, black and brown people that are allowed to have a nuclear program or nukes in general are either ones that have escaped the throes of Western colonial violence and become a hegemonic power like themselves, or a hegemonic power in their own right, China, or countries that are still directly controlled countries that are still directly controlled by the United States' State Department interests, like Pakistan. Pakistan actually is a really interesting example of this case because currently there is a tremendous amount of violence unfolding by the military that runs the country that is directly in the pocket of the United States of America. The only brown and black countries that are allowed to have nukes are only allowed to have nukes as long as they are good servants of U.S. empire. DPRK is a hegemonic, good servants of U.S. empire. DPRK is a hegemonic power. Fuck yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking. Yes. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Jucha. It's real. It's here. It's happening. They got motion. They're sending troops to Ukraine. It's so stupid to say this, but yes, countries that have, you know, developed their own nuclear programs outside of the orbit of influence of the Western superpowers. And think about how long that has taken. Think about how long that has taken to even get to that point. We still don't know if they fucking have nukes. Why doesn't Saudi Arabia have nukes? Don't worry. Don't worry. It's coming. I don't know if you guys heard. Just, you know, Watch this space, okay? That's all I'm going to say. I can't say what I've said about my criticisms of offering Saudi Arabia a nuclear program, because when I say those things, then Fox News clips it and acts like I'm in favor of Saudi Arabia getting nukes or whatever. But
South Africa was run by the same sorts of racial fanatics. International pressure brought down apartheid. Now a black government is in power. Why can't we do the same thing here?
Did South Africa have... I actually know this. You can tell me. I thought South Africa ended its nuclear program in 1989.
South Africa ended... No, yeah, they ended the nuclear program before allowing black people the right to vote for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But the fact is, they didn't go down launching nukes as you were sort of implying they would there. So there's an example. There's examples of international pressure, right? South Africa went from like massive support across like the EU, the US held out until the end, but across like most of the most powerful countries in the world over the course of like 20, 30 years to essentially being bullied into giving up power.
So we probably have
why
to.
Can't
so
that
we
hap-
have
why
to.
can't that happen in
So
Israel?
we have to disarm Israel probably before getting.
I never saying black and brown, but which of the countries that you just listed are run by black people? What do you mean? South Africa is the country that is now run by black people that was, that disarmed its, that ended its nuclear program, disarmed themselves.
We didn't disarm South Africa.
Well, they ended their.
They
weapon
agreed
program.
to end apartheid.
Okay.
They ended the weapon program during the end of the white supremacy. Just to withdraw.
This says North Korea does have nukes. I don't know about that. Everyone always says North Korea and Iran have nukes, but maybe. I still have the HasanAbi doctrine to guide the nation building meme picture. If you don't have nukes, get them. Refuse to give up the nukes if asked. Yeah. For as long as I've been around, everyone has always said that Iran is on the verge of getting a nuke. Iran is on the verge of getting a nuke, and North Korea seemingly has tested their nukes, but that's give every global South nation a Metal Gear. Yeah. UK, Canada, France torpedoed the UN nuke watch group being allowed inside Iranian facilities recently. Anyway, I don't know why the fuck we're watching Loner Box.
Closing for us to know for sure that
When
things
we
were
should
not
be watching the Democratic Party.
tightening. They were tight, but they weren't tightening in the direction we needed them to be.
And is that just because Trump's turnout was so high?
Well, honestly, I think it's a little bit mixed. I mean, we saw certainly Trump turnout high in early vote. We really believe that to be mode shifting, and that's what I think it was. I think we also saw turnout was as expected in rural areas. Like, we didn't see anything that said, like maybe we saw in 16 or even in 20 that he had more turnout than we had anticipated. And our analytics really was quite close, much closer than it had been in 20 and in 16. But I do think we saw some lighter turnout in some of the areas we had hoped, but difference of a point here or there, which obviously in a close race makes a huge difference. And then I think we saw a little bit of a drop in support in a few areas for us. So that ultimately, I think, is why we weren't able to close the gap. It wasn't so much that what we were seeing in the battlegrounds was out of expectation or that he had some hidden turnout we hadn't picked up on.
David, when you say it was a margin of error race, you need a high turnout, what did your polls tell you where the race was heading into Election Day?
Well, Dan, you and I talked prior to the election, and just to rewind, I think when Kamala Harris became the nominee, she was behind. We kind of, climbed back.
Yeah, this is the craziest part of this is that the new information, where the fuck is it, that shows that the Kamala Harris internal numbers also never showed that she was beating Trump. It is a bit of a shocker, for the record. This is actually a shocker. Harris campaign aide saying that internal polling never had her ahead of Trump is a shocker. Why is it a shocker? Because they didn't even change their campaign strategy. And they acted like they were fucking throwing up LeBron numbers, dude. It's crazy. Like, they were throwing on purpose. Like, what the fuck was going on? Yeah, I saw the list. Funny list, but good mention for you, G. I saw. It's a great list. It's not a funny list. I like the list, the complex list. I'm number 5. I'm very honored to be amongst, some of the best in the game. Yeah. Kamala Harris's internal numbers showing that they were doomed from the jump is fucking nuts. It's nuts, especially when they were like, yeah, shit's looking bad. And then we just got to keep moving right.
And even post debate, we still had ourselves down, in the battleground states, but very close. And so I think by the end, it was a jump ball race. And I think we needed some things to break our way. Maybe Trump's election day turnout would underperform. Our election day turnout would, either be at level or overperform. And, we'd win more of the people who decided in the last 3 or 4 days. I think our data and the New York Times data and other public data suggested we did have some progress with undecideds at late October. So it was a dead heat race. But, at the end of the day, the political atmosphere was pretty brutal. And that's not an excuse. You had right track, wrong track, I think 28-72, about 70% of the country saying they were angry and dissatisfied.
Yeah, and we saw that. We saw that, just like I constantly mentioned. Remember, this was a thing that I mentioned all the fucking time. And the campaign was like, we got to move directly we got to directly move towards Joe Biden, but then only try to outflank him by going more to the right. We saw and did nothing. We saw and sometimes even did worse than nothing. We saw that, and we did the worst possible thing you could do.
You had Trump's approval rating on his first term, frustratingly high, 48-51, depending on the state. Obviously, the incumbent president's approval rating around 38-41, depending on the state. And, I think the economy and inflation still driving a lot of votes. So I think given that we had a challenging political environment, the fact that we got the race to dead heat was positive, but boy, it was slow moving. And I think we were focused on 7 states. That's our windshield into the world, the battleground states. But, what we saw on election day was, New Jersey and California and Connecticut and New York, massive shifts. So I think where Kamala Harris campaigned, we were able to keep the tide down a little bit, but it ended up being a pretty strong, tailwind for Donald Trump. And I think it's worth reminding everybody, we saw in 22, even though that was a pretty decent Democratic year, we saw these shifts. We saw them in 20, we saw them in 16. Trump specifically, but Republicans generally.
Please, man, be honest. The biggest mistake Harris made was saying the only difference between Biden, she would have 1 Republican in the government. She should have said 2. You're right. You're right. Americans obviously were like, actually, how about all Republican members of the cabinet? That's what they voted for. And that's the only method to win. That's the only way that we can win. We have to become Republicans. We just have to be Republican. We are the real Republican Party. Please vote for us. Why is nobody voting for us? Yes.
Improving their vote share amongst non-college voters, particularly non-college voters of color. And this was a surprising race because Kamala Harris actually did, I think, better with senior voters than I think a lot of people would have thought. So margin of error race where we inherited a deficit, we got it to even, but the thing never moved. So to Jen's point, I think we were hopeful. I don't know how optimistic we were, but we thought, okay, this is tied. And if a couple of things break our way, and listen, I'm naive in this way. I just thought at the end of the day, particularly because Trump did not close well, I thought Kamala Harris closed well. Trump was reminding people some of the things they don't like about him, that might give us what we needed. But at the end of the day, I think the political atmosphere, the desire for change, all those fundamentals that you've spent a lot of time talking about really presented huge challenges for us. So, we got there, but we didn't get the breaks we needed on election day.
How deep was the hole that she had to climb out of?
Well, Jen, I think, listen, there was the Biden-Trump 1.0, which is obviously pretty catastrophic in terms of where the race stood. When we got in, my recollection is some of that snapped back, but, we were behind. I think it surprised people because there was these public polls that came out in late September, early October, showing us with leads that we never saw. It was just basically a race that in the battlegrounds was 46-47, 47-48. So that's not where we started. We started behind. She was able to climb out. I think even after the debate, we might have gained, 0.51. It wasn't a race that moved a lot. And so I think when you think about our own internal analytics, if you have Wisconsin at 47-47, or Pennsylvania 48-47 Trump, let's say, which I think is where we had it at the end, you've got to have undecided break your way more than your opponents, and you've got to get a little benefit from turnout, which we weren't able to do.
Obviously, the defining event of this race was the candidate switch, and every decision you guys had to make, everything you had to do was defined also by the compressed calendar in which you were operating in. Quentin, you were there when that switch happened. How were you able, there was a 1-month period between the debate and when the president actually dropped out. Obviously, it seemed like dropping out could be a possibility. Were you able to do any thinking or planning in that 1-month period about what a race with the vice president would look like? Or did you have to sort of start cold on that first day, the moment you got the call or the statement went out?
We started cold. There was no planning involved in any other candidates. We were honestly in crisis management mode of keeping President Biden in the race, convincing, Democratic allies that he could still do this. And one of the things was trying to keep the president out on the road as much. We were still doing everything we could from a campaign, and he made the decision that he did not want to continue on. And he pulled some of the senior leadership together and said that he was going to be with the vice president. It also wasn't anything that our team took for granted to just say, okay, she is the nominee. we knew that there was still a situation where we had to shore up delegates, and that's where we started from. And then after that point, that is when we began to say, okay, how can we define her? Also, Trump's favorability numbers were creeping up, as Pluff said, and we had to do something about that as well. And so it was a lot of walking and chewing gum at the same time, but there really was no sort of contingency planning to turn the race over to her right after that debate or at any point until President Biden definitively said he wasn't going to continue on.
If I ran this campaign, I'd never show my face again. Why are they admitting this? Because they're going to get rehired. That's why. What do you mean? They've literally, these people, maybe not so much, but people who are attached to the campaign as consultants have been non-stop going on CNN and all of these other outlets to talk about how it was trans people that cost them the victory over and over again. They only get to be shameless. They only get to be shameless because people let them. Okay? That's it. The Democratic Party consistently entertains and also elevates losers. Okay? Because their goals overall is to maintain the status quo. That's it. God forbid, God fucking forbid that they disrupt the status quo. Did you just say it's literally people who are running the campaign saying that? These are the people who are responsible for the campaign, yes. But other consultants that have also been that have played a formative role in the campaign have been endlessly going on CNN and defending their positions by saying we did everything right and the voters were either too stupid to recognize it, which is, something that is if you say that out loud as a campaign person, like consultant, you should be fired permanently. Or saying that it's because we were just like too pro-trans or too Latinx adjacent. There is a real crisis of talent in, I think, the Democratic Party. And it is, it's kind of like police. There's a culture of, it is a culture of hiring and elevating losers over and over again.
Stephanie, I think what probably surprised a lot of people in politics was the vice president was a largely unknown quantity to much of the electorate. Mm-hmm. So you guys had, under a very short time frame, had to do two things. As Quinn said, you had to teach people about her and also make a case against Donald Trump, who would just come off, he was at an all-time high, come off the assassination attempt, the debate against the president. In terms of messaging, how did you think about the balance between the two?
Well, the first thing we had to do is put on a convention, and we had about 3 weeks to flip a convention that was being built around Joe Biden. So,
which is why we didn't flip the. By the way, these are, ironically enough, every single person here, I'm pretty sure, is also or was also a Joe Biden campaign strategist. So that's the other part of this as well. Kamala Harris did not have her own staffers. She has had a lot of turnover on her end. Historically, even when she was vice president. So, with the exception of Pluff, most of the people here are, they were already on the Joe Biden campaign. So if you're wondering why, they have this perspective, and if you're wondering why they might not even like shit on Joe Biden too much, that's the reason. Because that's the one like acceptable liberal take that I'm on board with, which is like if you blame Joe Biden. Because there is truth to that, okay? There is at least truth to blaming Joe Biden because he does share a significant amount of the blame, a significant amount of the responsibility, not dropping out, not gearing up for being a transitional candidate and propping up a VP pick that could have potentially won. Even Kamala Harris, if you wanted to do that with her, like he didn't do that at all. And not dropping out until the very last moment, until he was forced to do so. Like these are all massively consequential decisions that absolutely played a formative role in Kamala Harris's defeat. But the former Biden staffers are not going to fucking say that either, especially because they worked on that campaign too.
We were able to flip it, to fit this very new character of a different generation, different experience, different background, and looking at the data at the time, which Jen and Pluff and Quentin have all talked about, she had a huge deficit in favorability because either people didn't know about her or what they did know about her was based off of negative media. So our first priority was to define her in that convention, fill in her bio. As part of that, we already knew how to do the negative on Trump, and we knew that there was a lot of Trumpnesia out there. People didn't remember the 4 years of the Trump administration that badly because they had been through hell. They had been through COVID. both under his watch and under President Biden's. I'm putting aside a lot of the details of who's at fault and what Biden did to dig us out and all of that. And then they had to deal with inflation. So they had been through hell. So looking back, you remember a previous time much more fondly because you've now think that you've gone through the worst. So we had to remind people what life was like. That was our second imperative. And then the third imperative as part of the convention and leading into the remaining days of the campaign is what's that choice? What are the two very different visions between Trump and Kamala Harris? So the convention, it demonstrated a lot of enthusiasm for Kamala Harris, a lot of freshness, future-oriented, bringing a variety of coalitions together. We had independents, Republicans, Democrats, business leaders, sports figures.
What about the progressives? Independents, Republicans, Democrats, business leaders.
Everybody coming together around.
Oh, no mention of the progressives. Okay, that's, maybe that's a problem. That this does not factor into your equation at all. Perhaps that could be one of the major reasons why y'all fucked up.
A new way forward and finally turning the page. So, through the rest of that campaign, our next thing was the debate just a few weeks later. And
I think it's really embarrassing to say we were trying to build a big tent with Republicans when Kamala Harris lost a greater share of Republican votes than Joe Biden did. With an objectively Joe Biden had an objectively more progressive campaign. Philly D calls out Hasan. What did he say?
Oh, wait. Speaking of Hasan, did you see this motherfucker? You see this fucking photo he posted on Twitter? I was like, dude.
Chill. Chill,
what if
bro.
I was in...
First of all, he posts photos too. You can't be calling me out, Phil. You're trying to fill people in. I see the thirst traps you post before going live, okay? He's doing the HasanAbi method.
My man.
He's doing the HasanAbi method. Oh, that's funny. Bro, that photo was so insane. I don't get it. What's insane about it? What is insane about it? Ray also called you out shameful.
What the fuck?
What is it?
Guys, I just opened up Twitter and I just see Hasan cock.
Okay, it's you guys' fault. That's not the prominent fixture of this photo. That's not supposed to be the main emphasis.
What the fuck? What?
That's just simply a part of the photo. It made me pregnant. It's not it's not supposed to be the most important part of the photo at all. It's supposed to not even be a part of the photo. It's just the afterthought. There's no other way to show my fucking legs. What do you want me to do? The photo is 30,000 likes in an hour. That is 2 hours. That's insane. Look, I almost have the indent. You can see. I saw the pig and had to have a cigarette. I had a girlfriend until you posted that. We just got a mortgage together. What do I do? You're leaning back so your schmeat can be more prominent. No, I'm flexing. You're on TV at my parents' house. You're flexing your cock and balls. Okay, this is why so many fucking incels hate me, dude. The shit that you guys are saying in here. But that gyno though, yeah, I got a little bit of dude. I don't know, man. I feel like my titties are tittied up. You're my litmus test for if I've gone full lesbian as of today. Def not. Chat, we outmeated Donovan Mitchell. What? My Hatsune Miku poster going down and you're replacing her. That's okay. Everybody calm down. Okay. All right. We're done with this. You have to see this reaction. No, I don't want to hit translate post on this. I'm clicking away. We're done. I think everyone's making a bigger deal out of this than they should have been. Donovan Mitchell did a Skims photo shoot and people started meat watching. We're done with this. What is this? Context? Oh, is the Donovan Mitchell meat context? I mean, okay, that's not, I didn't out-meat him, dude. Are you crazy? He's got meat for fucking days. That's wild. You like the Schmeat talk and you okay with it? You should watch this TikTok. He has your take on Kamala.
Politicians want to win over young people. I suggest they actually talk to one because they really think they can still get up there and pull that, I love small businesses. If you have a small business, I'll fight for you. Motherfucker, we all eat cup noodles. You really think any of us have a small business? We have managers that we hate. That's what we have. If anyone my age tried to be like, yeah, I actually just started my own business, I'm now the CEO of my own company, and I'm my own boss. That motherfucker's in an MLM. Ignore everything he says. He saves up.
Yeah. Meet Shadow. Okay, guys, do you want me to go back to the Democratic Party's failures in this last election cycle, or do you want to keep talking about Schmeat talk? Chad needs to chill the fuck out. You got brought up on an OTV podcast earlier.
Yeah. I was talking about that today on stream, how like when I'm scrolling on my TikTok For You page, I get a lot of girls that are like thirsting over Hasan. I'm like, it's just fucking crazy because he's just like in our circle.
Yeah.
And I get to see him and like I talk to him and he's always like, hey, you know, and I'm like, and this is the guy that you guys are tripping over this man.
Dude, the worst part about knowing Hasan is when I liked Fear and TikTok because I went on their podcast and all of a sudden I got Hasan armpit fan cams on my TikTok and I was like, holy shit. I was like,
no.
You know, you hold down the button and you're like, I do not like this or like not interested in this post. I was like doing it to all of those and they wouldn't go.
Okay, that's hater behavior. You should be liking those. Like that's crazy. Okay, my friends are my worst haters. Honestly, that's crazy to me because it's like, why would you hate on that? Why? It's just like you should like it and support it. Like I don't understand.
Go away.
So you've got Jenna Ortega, Sydney Sweeney, Hasan Armpits.
Yeah.
Like that's your
dude. And then the other one was I did stuff with Vinny at the Ludwig games and all of a sudden Vinny Hacker shirtless TikToks were coming out.
Okay, hold up. Let's see. Did she say she doesn't like the Vinny Hacker shirtless ones?
Bro, like I have met these people in person.
Yes.
It's so weird that this is like on my time. I need to get it off. So like I'm like super fast scrolling and every time I see like
oh, so she didn't hit the do not like on Vinny Hacker ones. To be fair, I get it. I understand. Heavier adults that push the plates. Not gonna lie, I tried to follow your political content on TikTok and it instantly became a Hasan Thirst Trap For You page. Yeah, I try to repost a lot of like the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex on TikTok that actually posts my takes from this stream. And there's like fantastic accounts on there. The problem is they absolutely get like that actually posts my takes from this stream. And there's like fantastic accounts on there. The problem is they absolutely get like they get no motion in comparison to the Thirst Trap TikToks. Like the Thirst Talk TikToks get like hundreds of thousands of likes, but the political take stuff unfortunately get a fraction of that.
Are you still just looking at it?
So the core of the company is really solving those two things. How do we build something that's greater, which usually give people what they want by allowing them to discover, but then at the same time solve the monetization aspect. And so in podcast, you know, the whole industry has evolved quite a lot.
I feel like I need to stop eating pizza.
Sort of download to streaming.
I need to stop eating pizza.
Bro, you're skinny as hell, bro. It's fine. You earned the pizza. What the fuck?
And obviously in video, it's totally different type of stacks, and we see that being a huge barrier.
When this dude hits me up, when I steal the HasanAbi or the Hasan method of thirst trapping to get people to come to a stream.
Put the pizza down and get your meat out.
This man will hit me up in DM. He's like, "You killing it, champ." And this motherfucker just comes out like this. Yeah. Hasan needs to be banned off of Twitch. Not for anything he said.
No, Philip DeFranco is now on the ban Hasan train. Oh, we're cooked. We've lost another pillar. New hater unlocked.
That photo.
Oh no. We've lost the libs. He banned Hasan train, but he's valid. They say Icarus burned brightly before he went out, King. All right, let's continue.
It was boom, 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 all the way through probably early October after the Walls debate, that we had to move through these things so quickly. Once we got through all of that, then the race started to gel. And, to the extent people were open to remembering what life was like under Trump, we were trying to fill that in. To the extent people had questions about Kamala Harris, we were still trying to fill that in. So in 107 days, what typically takes us a year and a half, 2 years in a presidential campaign, we were defining someone who was wholly undefined from the start, trying to remind people about the opponent and what life was like underneath him, and also take into account what the political environment was and the realities that we had to deal with, which, she was the incumbent, but she really wasn't the incumbent. People didn't know that much about her. The economy was still slightly getting better, but we couldn't really take credit for it.
I like that the people tasked with defining a candidate that was not previously defined are talking about how they failed to do that, but in a way where they're not taking responsibility whatsoever and simply just going, yeah, we couldn't market this product. And it's like, dude, your job is to market the product. You're talking about your incompetence in marketing the product while saying, well, this is unmarketable. She's still saying the economy was rebounding. This is a thing that I kept repeating. The economy in 2016 was quote unquote fine, okay? And it seemingly was not fine for a lot of people, so much so that they wanted to take a sledgehammer to these institutions. Clearly, they did not consider it to be fine back in 2016 when they voted for Trump the first time. It's like especially not fine now.
We were in a bit of a crossroads trying to figure out what that October messaging and closing messaging would look like.
Pluff, there was a sort of a debate outside of your campaign that the primary and most important thing to do was to educate voters about Kamala Harris, and that voters sort of knew all they needed to know about Trump. I take it you guys disagreed with that analysis and you felt a need to at least knock his numbers down a little bit. Is that right?
Of course. I mean, that is nonsense. So first of all, back to where the question you were talking to Stephanie about. Kamala Harris started this race, if I recall, with favorable 33 to 35. She ended it at 48. She actually ended the election with a higher approval rating than Donald Trump. I'm not sure someone's won the presidency with a lower approval rating. So I think as people got to know her, they liked her. I think her approval rating now post-election is north of 50. That was really hard work. And I will say that, think about if Kamala Harris had come out of a process that was traditional, running in and winning a primary. So maybe become the nominee March or April. You spend a month, 6 weeks on your biography. You keep coming back to it. You define the Trump first term. You raise the stakes of what a Trump second term would be like. You have like a month just to run paid advertising on things like housing.
Bro, they didn't even do that well enough. Like they didn't even remind people of like how shitty it was when Trump was president. They didn't even do that well enough. They did a horrible job at that. Oh my God, dude, they're going to run Kamala again. I swear to God. I swear to God, bro. It is so, whew.
In your tax cut. So this is where there was a price to be paid for the short campaign. And you can't even say 107 days, because to Quentin's point, some of that was spent shoring up the Democratic nomination. Then you really have to have said everything you want to say by the time people start voting early. So we had a little more than 2 months to do bio, contrast on the economy, on healthcare, raising the stakes of Trump. So yes, when you have a race where you've got the current incumbent president with approval ratings of, let's say, 38 to 40, never in history have we had this before, at least since I guess Grover Cleveland. So once you have a former president running where 48 to 51% of the people approve of his first term, and people are dissatisfied with the direction of the country, you have to raise the stakes of what a second term would be like. So I think for us, we spent much more time trying to raise the stakes of the second term than re-arbitrating the first, because voters just weren't open to that. So that's why pointing out, his tariff and what that would mean in terms of a huge sales tax for the American people.
That's Chatter. I don't know how to respond to you, Chatter. That's so funny. Yeah, maybe they've missed a few social cues this election.
The fact that he's more unhinged, he wants unchecked power. Project 2025 ended up being about as popular as the Ebola virus. Question. So we did a lot of good work there. And now, of course, the son of a bitch lied about it, and he's hiring everybody who authored it. Project 2025 is going to be the Trump administration agenda, as we pointed out. So we had to do that. So if we had just run a race solely on Kamala Harris positives, though we did a lot of that, on what Kamala Harris wants to do on the economy, we did a lot of that. It's worth reminding your listeners who live in California, New York, or Alabama or Florida, you're not experiencing the presidential race as it's experienced in Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina. We spent a lot of time, she spent a lot of time driving a core economic message. But in our view, that was not enough. When you've got someone whose first term was judged favorably enough by enough people to give him the election, and people are dissatisfied about where you are now, and you're part of that administration, you have to basically raise the stakes. And for us, it was on the economy. It was on the fact that all the people who stood in his way last time were warning us about him. It was about Project 2025. It was about abortion. And, I think we did a good job of that based on our data, but we had to stay on that. So I think that is an incredibly faulty reading, that what we should have done is just lift up Kamala Harris. We clearly did. Her favorability rating increased by, I believe, 15 points. If you look at who do you trust more to look out for people like your family, who do you think is going to fight for the middle class? Huge progress for Kamala Harris. Even on crime and immigration, we were able to make double-digit progress. So we were very focused on lifting her up. But to win a race like this, given the political atmospherics, which were quite challenging, we had to raise the risk of a Trump second term.
Jen, you guys are obviously operating in a very, very tough political environment. Incumbent president, very low approval ratings. Liz Pluff mentioned wrong track, right track, approval of the economy, all very challenging. Also, in at least the public polling, huge desire for change, right? Frustration with the status quo. Not just that's here in the United States, we've seen that across the world since COVID. Challenging place to be if you were the vice president to the unpopular incumbent president. Felt like much of the convention, as Stephanie mentioned, was trying to make her a change candidate, talk about turning the page. So can you talk a little about how you tried to do that and whether you think she could or should have done more to distance herself from President Biden? Something that I think, as evidenced by the answer on The View, she was at least personally uncomfortable with.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, first of all, I think people, when they vote for president, want to vote about the future. And they saw in the vice president someone they didn't know a lot about a background. So, you know, who she was, what she stood for, what she did as vice president. So in every step of what we were trying to do, we had to tell a pretty robust story in one ad or one policy rollout or one event that you don't often have to do because of the time we were in. But I do think.
Yeah, and what they arrived at was, I'm a small business. My mother is a small business. I love small businesses because my mother was one. Also, I prosecuted transnational gangs. Joy. I have joy when I think about transnational gangs. My favorite thing to think about is transnational gangs and the joy I have prosecuting them. And also the joy I have when I think about small businesses in the opportunity economy. How could this have failed, guys? I don't understand. This was the greatest campaign message of all time. Yeah, I love the border wall. The border wall is great, actually. I've decided the border wall is great after calling everyone that defended the border wall a racist for 8 fucking years. I also want to drill. Drill, baby, drill. Every concession that the Democrats made read as just simple hypocrisy. That's it. Every concession that they made read as simple hypocrisy, that the Democrats were trying to just say, oops, we got caught lying. We actually like these things. These things were good. We were just lying when we said they're bad. So why the fuck does that matter?
I think that we really focused from the get-go on how she was different than everyone else, different than Joe Biden, different than Donald Trump. And at the end of the day, the choice was her versus Donald Trump. And at the same time, you know, she was very clear that she was a new generation of leadership, but it wasn't just like a statement. It was, here's what I need to focus on. Her first policy announcements were economic, talking about housing, talking about lowering costs, understanding that people really didn't feel like things were progressing in the way that they wanted to, a la the right track, wrong track data, but how she brought her own point of view to thinking about housing, sandwich generation. That was probably her biggest applause line, one of the best testing things that we did. That wasn't a poll tested, let's work on this poll, this data to tell us this is the right issue we should go talk about. That was about her life and also understanding what people in the country were really needing.
Oh, bro, these people are, I think these people just are bad. That's it. And it's not like the Republicans are good or have better people. They're just less bad, I guess. And only because like Trump reads as more authentic than Kamala Harris does. And these people will never understand why. Saying Kamala Harris is like, trying to make it seem like Kamala Harris was like a unique orator. Oh, she came up with a sandwich generation all on her own because that's her real experience. Like, that's dog shit, dude. She had to make up for her lack of charisma with good policies, and they're not going to talk about the policies anyway. So why are you acting like a thing that people genuinely did not see as though it was the reality? Like people saw her as a political, people saw her as this like charismatic political figure that was talking about her genuine experiences in a way that translated to broader acceptance.
So I think that in a 107-day race, it is very difficult to do all the things you would normally do in a year and a half, 2 years. But I think wherever we had an opportunity, the vice president did put her own stamp on this and did it in a deeper way than I think probably we got the kind of full breadth of coverage on it. Of course, you know, when you have an administration that a lot of progress has been made and you're part of that progress, it's complicated when you're asked questions.
For so many people that talk about how closely they're tracking the data or how closely they're tracking, you know, even messages. I wonder if they were closely tracking the messages around Gaza. Was that a consideration at all? I doubt it.
Questions in certain ways, but at the end of the day, I think she really, every time she turned, talked to a voter, every time she was out on the stump, she really leaned into her own vision. But the headwinds were tough. I will also, though, add, of course, we lost. So I'm not here to say that that didn't happen. We would much rather not have that happen. But where she campaigned, we did way better than the rest of the country. And Donald Trump did worse, to the point that you were just talking about with Pluff. That idea that people have just a well-constructed, already baked in idea about Trump and they don't need to learn anymore is just complete fallacy. I mean, his numbers are stronger today than they have ever been.
Yeah.
And that was critical for us. And we also believe this race was not just about Kamala Harris. It was Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. And we had to set that choice and that frame up. And I think that we were able to, anywhere we campaigned in all 7 of these states, where Donald Trump, by the way, campaigned too. He did worse and we did better. And we did make real progress against these national headwinds. If in every other state but the battlegrounds, there was a negative 8-point shift to the right. In the battlegrounds, there was only 3. So we needed it to be better than that. And perhaps if we had more time, we could have done that. But I think that's fundamental, that when people learn more about her, understood what she stood for, where she came from, and what her vision was, they responded well to that. And they responded in a favorable way, especially in contrast.
Wow. We lost by less in states where we campaigned, as opposed to losing even harder in states where we didn't campaign. Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, listen, we suck shit and we lost across the board and we're dog shit. We're awful. It's like, you see, we could have lost by 20, but we simply lost by 14. And that in and of itself is a victory. Got it.
To a point of view that Donald Trump will be worse. And I think that's playing out right now.
And Dan, on the Biden question, we of course got that everywhere we went. And we knew what the data was. We knew we had to show her as her own person and point to the future and not try to rehash the past. But she also felt that she was part of the administration. And unless we said something like, well, I would have handled the border completely differently, we were never going to satisfy anybody. So we did talk about things like she's a different generation. Most of her career is from outside of Washington, not inside Washington. So she knows a lot of the best ideas are from across the country. Her career has been about reaching across the aisle, finding common sense ways to get things done. It's not been based in ideological politics. All of these things, we were trying to tell a story.
Oh my God, they're so stupid, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. This is worse than I thought. I sometimes also fall into the same trappings that I urge chatters not to fall into, and assume that like a person in a position of power is at least knowledgeable or somewhat more knowledgeable than myself or more intelligent. I tell you guys all the time, like, you know, some of these congresspersons are dumb as fuck, right? But we tend to forget how fucking stupid the average person in DC might be because they're, you know, wearing suits and they're speaking in a professional cadence and yet I'm in awe at how resilient the stupidity is overall. She said, "Oh, look at all of our successes of showcasing Kamala Harris as like outside of the DC bubble." How did she present that? By fucking saying common sense solutions across the country. I mean, this is so unimaginably arrogant and so silly and so wrong. Wow. Americans love common sense solutions, sir. You don't understand. That's why she said it. It's like, yeah, they love bipartisanship. That's what we need to do. That's why that's why the candidate that has never actually even remotely broached bipartisanship defeated our bipartisanship candidate, because Americans love bipartisanship.
And give the impression that she was different without pointing to a specific issue.
Can I ask this, why not a specific issue? Is it something she was unwilling to do? You worried even feel disingenuous, or?
Because she felt like she was part of the administration. So why should she look back and cherry pick some things that she would have done differently when she was part of it? And she had tremendous loyalty to President Biden. And, you know, if we had said, just imagine this. You've been on plenty of campaigns. Imagine if we said, well, we would have taken this approach on the border. Imagine the round of stories coming out after that of people saying, well,
yeah, good. Yeah, that would have been good. That would have separated you in the eyes of the electorate from the unpopular guy that you were replacing. That's called good media, not bad media. Ooh, drama. Why is Kamala Harris separating herself from Joe Biden? That's a story that benefits the campaign. Wow. That kind of publicity would be good, you know?
Well, she never said that in a meeting, or what meeting when she said this, or I remember when she did that. And it wasn't going to give us what we needed because it wouldn't be a clean break. It would be, you know, days upon days in a limited time window that we had.
You know what's really fucking stupid about this? They did not in any type of way feel uncomfortable with Kamala Harris distancing herself from her very public declarations from 4 fucking years ago. But God forbid she distanced herself from the guy that made the situation so dire that you had to substitute yourself in his place to run for president. They have no issue distancing from progressive policies that she had, quote unquote, fake championed, her own fucking platform that made her look like a buffoon, a hypocritical phony to those who even pay close enough attention. But the only ways in which she was able to distance herself successfully from Biden was when she was hugging and kissing and fucking and sucking Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney. Ridiculous.
Of dealing of who, what, when, where. So the best we could do, and the most that she felt comfortable with, was saying, like, look, vice presidents never break with their presidents. The only time in recent memory is when Pence broke with Trump after Trump stormed the Capitol. So Biden's
they call that the murder exemption. If the president tries to murder you, you can break. Yes.
If you are, ripping up the Constitution, trying to overturn an election, people die, then you could break with your president. But absent that, vice presidents stick by their presidents. And she wasn't willing to, change that precedent for whoever the future president-vice presidential partnership would be, because it would mean a whole, different set of.
Yeah, we must not break norms. Excuse me. I love the rules and the norms. I am the norms abider. I am the rules and norms respecter. We must not break them. Okay, then why the fuck is Kamala Harris running for president? Why? Why is Kamala Harris president then? Running for president. She didn't become president. That was a violation of the norms. The fuck?
Problems, as if we don't have enough problems in our democracy right now. So unless we were willing to say, Biden said green and she said blue on any particular issue, we were never really going to satisfy that. So our focus was, let's look to the future. Let's describe her and her approach to things. Let's use policies, future-looking policies, to demonstrate that difference. But in the end, we've all seen the data. Too many people thought that you'd be a continuation, which on the economy was, the incumbent killer.
Quentin, in the post-election analysis, there's been a ton of focus on the very ubiquitous trans ad that the Trump campaign spent tens of millions of dollars on. There have been sort of two strains of all this. One, the sense that her position and the Democratic Party position on trans-related issues were one of the reasons.
There's nothing funnier than talking about the economy being the incumbent killer when, Mexico is right there, dude. Mexico is literally right there. AMLO was an old, doddering man, but he was very well liked. Part of the reason why he was very well liked, aside from his daily fucking live stream broadcast that completely defeated any kind of stranglehold that corporate-backed mainstream media in Mexico could have, was the welfare expansion policies that he implemented. AMLO, as the doddering old man who believes in fucking duendes, wood elves, was able to successfully transition power from his hands into Claudia Sheinbaum. Not just a woman, not just any woman, but he presented her as his successor, but a Jewish woman in a country that's 98% Catholic. How the fuck did that happen? I guess maybe the wood elves are real and they made it happen. It's right there. You can just point directly to what is going on as a successful strategy. Now, it would be very funny if someone were to say, Mexico is simply more woke than the United States of America, right? Between the U.S. and Mexico, I mean, they are more woke on women's rights, at least when it comes to abortion, unconditionally offering support for abortion. There are places in America that are worse than Mexico now on abortion. That part is real. Having said that, however, it has some of the highest fucking rates of femicide on the planet. What are we talking about? Perhaps there was some other reasons.
That's why we lost, but also real questions about why the campaign decided not to respond to the ad. Specifically, my understanding from reporting, at least, is that you guys tested a bunch of responses and they didn't work. Just tell me your thinking there and what role you think that ad and those issues actually played in the race.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's important to put everything into context. We've very well established the time frame. And it's honestly a lot shorter than 107 days, but we had 3 core objectives to the paid media. It was to define the vice president. It was to defend her on incoming attacks, and a lot of these attacks have been baked in for the past 3.5 years. While she was the vice president, they were attacking her. She was at -20 something on immigration. We got that down to -10. Trump had a positive 22-point advantage on the economy. We got that down to 7. And we had to respond to those things. And when you sort of looked at the core issues, aside from the attacks, like trans issues are just at the bottom for voters. The economy, inflation, crime, immigration are the top issues. They were also some of the issues that she was getting attacked on. And to the element of sort of defining her and doing it in a way that sort of fit within what you're trying to do, there's a direct approach that you can take to anything, and then there is an approach that you can take that accomplishes 2 of the 3 objectives. A lot of the stuff that we did, such as talking about her prosecutorial background, and then saying that she went after transnational gangs, cartels, it was to push back pseudoli on the immigration attacks that were coming at her, as well as credentialing her background on things that were absent and standalone of the.
Yeah, that shit really did numbers, man. You guys banged on that. Everybody loved when she kept saying she prosecuted transnational gangs.
The Biden administration, we did a lot of stuff about her record as AG, her record as a prosecutor, not as vice president, because it also allowed her to stand alone separate from the Biden administration. On the trans attack, obviously it was a very effective ad at the end. I ultimately don't believe that it was about the issue of trans. I think that it made her seem out of touch. And it was sort of a pseudo-economic ad underneath it, because he was saying you're going to pay for it with taxpayer money. And it was in her own words. And that's something. But we tested a ton of responses to this, direct responses. And none of them ever tested as well as basically her, talking about what she would do, to Jen's point, the future, the type of president that she would be. There were elements of it where we did try to say, and we put ads on television.
Dude, the only reason why that kind of shit is even remotely effective when it's not, like in the same breath, this dude literally openly admitted that trans issues are the bottom of people's priorities. That means they are also the bottom of transphobes' priorities as well. They don't give a fuck, okay? Which means all of this is a distraction, and it's only an effective distraction if you don't have any campaign messaging that the Republicans are more focused on dismantling. That's it. Say you are in support of Medicare for all, and then watch the Republicans try to land attacks against that. Be like, it's socialism. And then watch the Republicans try to land attacks against that. Be like, it's socialism. We focus tested it. There were no answers. It's like, yeah, because you're not fucking offering adequate answers to the they care about they, them, not you ad, which people still think is a fucking banger ad. It's so stupid. It only worked on the Democratic Party staffers and I guess the consulting class and those who are over at CNN and shit. That was not a good ad at all. Nobody gives a fuck about trans people. The most effective counter to that is to go, really? You think trans people are the reason why your egg prices are so high, you fucking idiot? That's all you gotta say. I didn't realize all landlords in America were trans, okay? I didn't realize that, like, your boss, every boss in America is trans. Every corporate executive is trans or an undocumented migrant. Problem is, they love the corporate executives. They love the bosses, and they love the landlords, so they can't fucking say anything about them. It's so dumb. You should have just said, this hyperfixation on trans people is weird as fuck. They're your neighbors. Nobody cares about this. They are not the reason why your rent is going up. They're not the reason why the price of a carton of milk is so goddamn high. But they didn't do that. And also, that alone doesn't work unless... That messaging alone doesn't work unless you also have, like, positive policies that you can point to that directly respond to people's material circumstances. That deflection is successful as long as you also have other policies. That deflection wouldn't even matter. You wouldn't even need to do that deflection if the Republicans were too busy running against the positions that you are pointing to, that you are going to do. Like they did with the price gouging shit, which was a demonstrable failure for the Republicans. And yet they stopped hammering that point. Kamala Harris could have gone up there and been like, dude, look, listen. Tens of millions of Americans turned around and were like, oh, we're going to deport 20 million people. As long as it lowers the price of eggs, I'm in. Okay? Some people didn't believe it. Some people believed it. Some people were hateful about it, and they definitely wanted it, and they voted for it. But most people were just like, it's the price of eggs. It's the price of bread. It's the price of milk. It's the price of my treats. Wages and wage growth did not outpace inflation. That's it. That's simply it. That's the point. That's the only point that matters. And Republicans were like, yeah, we're gonna lower the price of all of the goods by deporting 20 million migrants. And they were like, okay, I'm on board. Kamala Harris on the other side could have literally turned around and been like, oh, you want the price of eggs lowered? I'm jailing the Walton family. Which message would resonate better with voters? I'm not saying she should do this. I'm not even saying that would actually lower the price of eggs. It would probably lower the price of a lot of shit. But my point is, Americans didn't give a fuck at that point. Okay, they didn't give a shit about what Kamala Harris was going to do in an effort to lower the price of eggs. Okay, yeah. Mexico also recently just renewed price control measures as well as of November 11th. Claudia Sheinbaum said on Monday that she would renew an agreement with food producers and retailers to keep the price set of basic groceries affordable for consumers. The measure had been rolled out by her predecessor, former President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, in 2022, as inflation was as high as it has been in 2 decades. We want prices to come down for consumers, especially for those who don't have much. Sheinbaum, who took office at the beginning of October, said in her morning press conference. The new accord will be signed on Wednesday or Thursday. López Obrador, Sheinbaum's mentor, launched the price controls in collaboration with the private sector on a set of groceries including corn tortillas, rice, soap, tomatoes, and toilet paper. Lo and behold, especially the working poor in Mexico fucking treat AMLO like a goddamn deity, dude. They love him. I know that there's a lot of resistance libs and shit like that in Mexico, but, you know, the numbers on the boards. Look at his fucking approval rating. Look at her approval rating. Look at the numbers that she won by. People do not forget. There are fucking people who voted for Trump because they thought that they would get stimmy checks, okay? People don't forget the last time that the government actually did something right by them. I don't think you guys understand. Yeah, her approval rating is 74% right now. AMLO peak was 84%. Another example of this is fucking China. People always get mad, but like Harvard studied the Chinese attitudes towards the government, and we're shocked by the results. Like, these guys are not in the pocket of China. They're not invested in making a pro-China a pro-China fucking message at all. Chinese government approval ratings are consistently 90 plus. And it makes sense when you think about it. If you in your lifetime saw a relatively like an agrarian society go from that to having like tier 1 cities pop up left and right with like 20 million plus people, you're going to be like, this is the greatest. I love this. Oh my God, we've become a dominant force on the planet. Why the fuck wouldn't you be happy in that situation? Of course you would. It's like not that difficult of a concept to grasp unless you're a fucking dumbass American and you forgot what democracy is supposed to be about. Now, I'm not even saying that about China in general. I'm just simply saying that governance, good governance, and democracy is supposed to be about offering things to your constituents. Okay? The greatest example I can also point to that you're seeing cycle after cycle is the black vote. Why is it that the black voting bloc has consistently been more pro-Democrat the older they get, more liberal the older they get? Their voting patterns show that the black voting bloc is significantly more pro-Democratic Party the older they get. It's because they remember the last fucking time the Democrats actually expended political capital for them. That's it. And the further you move away from the Civil Rights Act, like the further you move away from that time, generationally speaking, the more people move away from the party. I think it's the same with queer people still being so in the pocket. We still remember 2014. Yeah. But that's like impossible to contend with for a lot of people. Americans are so cynical about the way they analyze politics that they literally think it's actually bad when a politician, quote unquote, buys votes. That's called politics, man. That's called doing right by your constituents. What do you mean fucking buying votes? I've said this for years. It's like we are so lost in the sauce, so overcome with the expectation that politicians are never supposed to do right by you, that when they actually are entertaining the notion of offering you something, people think, oh, it's cynical. They just want to buy votes. Oh, you mean be a democracy? That's what you mean. I can't believe that they're not simply in the pocket of corporations and their interests. There's something wrong here. It's like, yeah, there is. There's a lot wrong here. Let me tell you. Holy moly.
Of her saying, you've seen all the negative attacks against me, and try to bottle it up, because I also think you have to think about the entire sentiment when you're running a paid campaign. And the trans ad, I think because of the content, a lot of people felt like it was much bigger than what it was. But to put that into context, Team Red, meaning Trump and all the super PACs that were spending on Trump's behalf, that was 7% of their total ads was on that issue.
Was that specific? I think it was 2 ads, right?
Yeah.
There was the original, and then there was the one with Charlemagne. Yep.
And it was all Trump. So Trump spent, 37% of his, 200 million on that ad, but Trump wasn't the only spender. We were getting hit across the board. And so you have to take into account what all the super PACs are doing and play off of that. And I think that's what Trump was doing. His super PACs were hitting us on the economy, immigration, and crime. And Trump even started hitting us on immigration. And I think the veracity of which we came out of the gate and responded to that, they weren't expecting that from us. And then they backed off of that. And at that point, they started going into it. And so it is easy to say with the kind of resources that we raised, we should have been able to do everything. But that's not the case. You have to make decisions in the time frame that we were in this race. We had to choose. And we chose to focus more of our attention.
Bro, you had $1 billion that you raised in like a week. What part of this analysis is Liz Cheney? Where does she come in? I can't watch the rest of this, man. I can't even entertain this shit. It's so ass. Let's get to some real thinkers. Okay? That's right. It's time to be fucking value-tained. Patrick Bada!
Prime Minister Netanyahu faces potential arrest in UK following an international criminal court ICC warrant for alleged war crimes in Gaza, which
trans is weird. Democrats like myself are sick of it. The money spent to get the trans vote is actually hurting a majority of their base. Can you explain to me what dollars were spent to get the trans vote? Can you explain to me any like even remotely pro-trans message that took place from the campaign this time around? There was not a singular trans person that spoke at the DNC. The one time that Kamala Harris was directly asked about the trans question, she said, "We're going to follow the law." What happened there? Are you fantasizing about a future that didn't happen? Or are you fantasizing about a past that didn't exist? How am I supposed to deal with you? I think you're weird. Talking about how trans people are weird. You're weird, motherfucker. You're hallucinating. You got trans on the mind. Something broke.
which also includes former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Downing Street has confirmed the UK will uphold its legal obligations under ICC Act 2001, which mandates compliance with such warrants, while the government refrained from commenting on specific causes. A spokesperson emphasized that Netanyahu would not receive special treatment if he were to visit UK. The ICC actions have sparked political debate, which we'll talk about here in a minute. And at the same time, you got, what's his name, comes out. Justin Trudeau comes out, page 9 it is, and he says the following. Let me see, does it say?
These guys are so funny because like there's a lot of discontent in their audience towards Israel, but they still have to like try and frame it in a way where Israel is still the good guys. So he's just going to fucking point to like Justin Trudeau and libs to be like, oh, you know, this guy is just like Donald Trump, Netanyahu. He's just like Donald Trump, but of Israel. And also, Justin Trudeau, we know he's a bitch and he wants to arrest Netanyahu. That's why you should like Netanyahu. Not going to work.
It says page 9 here, but I don't have it. Where is page 9, Rob? It says Justin Trudeau, Canada's Trudeau. Do you see that story? I don't have it here. Is it on 10?
Right here.
Okay.
9.
Canada's Trudeau says he would arrest Netanyahu on ICC orders. He stated on Thursday that Canada would enforce the ICC warrant for Prime Minister Netanyahu, emphasizing we stand up for international law and we will abide by all the regulations and ruling of the international courts. This is just who we are as Canadians. Trudeau highlighted broader goals amid the Gaza conflict, such as aid flowing in, the release of hostages, and return to two-state solution, condemning Hamas while urging for a ceasefire to protect civilians. He acknowledged the domestic challenges for Canadian communities impacted by the conflict, stating, we have to remember who we are, be there for each other, pushing for peace and stability as hard as we can. Tom.
This whole thing is borderline ridiculous. You've got two countries that are basically at war, one against its will, right? Israel's been dragged into a war, and it is a war. It is it's not just a border skirmish and a battle, it's a war. And they have been dragged into it. And now you're going to say that
yeah, those babies shouldn't have been sleeping in their cribs if they didn't want to get fucking murdered by Israel. Israel saw brown children existing and was like, we have to kill them. What is this? Public school systems are littered with this initiative. I have 2 kids in elementary school that have to deal with this. I'm not hallucinating. Hopefully you understand what is pushing Democrats away from the party. I voted for Kamala. I'm just telling you what's happening. Public school systems are littered with this initiative? What are you talking about, dude? This dumb fuck saw like a Facebook meme. That's how stupid we are, by the way. As a society, the level of stupidity is basically, I saw a Facebook meme. What do you mean? Like public schools are littered with this? Like what? You mean like a trans teacher? You saw like a trans person who happens to be a teacher? Like what are we talking about?
all of the leaders that are doing things that are horrible, and the people from Hamas and Hezbollah and Iranian leaders that are responsible for things, funding them, encouraging them.
Oh, so you've been stealing your homework from Ben Stein? What?
Representatives in an effort to elite.
Oh.
And doing all this. The one guy that you say, we're going to pull him over for speeding because, you know, he's done some things and these are...
There's no way ICC should arrest you guys for charging $99 for a garbage hat. So the ICC is wrong because if we hold Netanyahu accountable, then we have to hold the U.S. president accountable. They forgot to add paid for by AIPAC in this video. Come on. See, I fucking told you. Independent thinkers, okay, that go to Patrick Bet David don't want to hear him fucking rehash like Republican Party positions. They want him to talk about the truth. Okay? Did he just call Lindsey Graham a voice of reason? This man is surely out of his mind. Tom and Adam also should be arrested for their hypocrisy. Really? So genocide is now accepted. Please update your info on this. Unacceptable. I forgot that this channel is super pro-Israel and everything. He is not targeted by the ICC. He's being held accountable. There's a huge difference. Netanyahu was more like Dick Cheney of Israel. No one should kiss the ring. This is an eye-opening segment. Makes me question the perspective of these guys. I'm telling you right now, man, for a lot of people, this is like completely unacceptable. It's not that impressive. I called it out before the fucking video started, chat. Why do you think I knew that that was going to be the comment section? Because no matter where you find yourself on the political spectrum, those are all Trump voters, by the way. Like, no matter where you find yourself on the political spectrum, a lot of people, especially like the I'm an independent thinker people, they see what the fuck's going on and they're like, this shit sucks. What do you mean? This kind of like rapacious, endless dick riding of Israel as it's conducting this ethnic cleansing campaign is fucking ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that it makes people frustrated. Like, people are like, what are you talking about? These are people who don't give a fuck about Muslims, by the way. There are a lot of people out there who do not give a fuck about Muslims. Like, they don't give a shit. If it was America melting Iraqi children, they're like on board. But they see what the fuck Israel's doing and they're like, okay, dude, like, what is this? Why are we giving like billions of dollars to these guys? And they're so fucking arrogant in the process. They come in to the United States of America. They speak in front of Congress. Congress fucking claps like seals. They do a standing ovation to this guy who is now has an arrest warrant for being a fucking war criminal by the ICC. Like, most normal people see that and go, what the fuck is happening? And I'll take it one step further. Beyond that, beyond the fact that most normal people see that, considering that there's already a lot of nascent, unexamined anti-Semitic tendencies amongst the American population and the Western world in general, they go, oh shit, maybe Jews do control the fucking media and the government. That's literally how they think. It's not an accident that there's so many chatters are like, yeah, dude, I don't know what the fuck to do. There's like so many people in my like immediate friend group have, I feel like, started pointing to like incredibly fucking anti-Semitic takes and shit. That's what's going on. That's what the fuck is happening. And people, it's just crazy because it's like people don't see the negative consequences, or even if they do, they're too nearsighted. Okay? They are so fucking short-sighted to not recognize that this endless defense of Israel is just genuinely making people go, yeah, I'm anti-Semitic. Who gives a fuck? Fuck you. Okay? And when you also dilute the severity of the term anti-Semitism, anti-Semite, to like even point to people like myself who are obviously anti-Israel, not anti-Semitic at all. As a matter of fact, I criticize Israel because it fucking constantly claims it's doing this shit for Jews. What the fuck do you think people are going to think? You might think in the long term, like, Israel will win this and it doesn't matter. And, you know, you just got to keep rehashing the same old dynamic over and over again. Like, oh, all criticizers of Israel are anti-Semitic. Why do you hyper focus on Israel? What about all these other war crimes? It's like, bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? We're giving billions of dollars, dude. Like, it's not a good deflection anymore. It's like fucking, it is literally like promoting ISIS and being like, ISIS is the most significant Islamic movement. And like, if you criticize ISIS for their acts of terror, you're a fucking Islamophobe. That's what it sounds like.
These are war crimes. Some civilians have died. These are war crimes. The one guy the ICC wants to pull over is Netanyahu. Shouldn't there be a long list of other people from Iran and Syria and some other locations? Really?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, countries that have been sanctioned into oblivion. Perhaps there's a difference between fucking Israel doing this with American weapons and like countries that are already outside of the sphere of American influence.
Really? The one guy you want to pull over? And then the UK says, we'll back it up, but you got to remember who's speaking and who the UK is. If you've been to London, you know why they call it right now Londonistan. You know why they call it that. That's not a bad nickname. That's what's going on.
Yeah. That's why the UK said, like, we would unwittingly abide by the Rome Statute, which we're a party to, because they literally had a fucking pogrom. Not an anti-Jewish pogrom, like an anti-Islam pogrom. An anti-immigrant pogrom recently, like a week after the fucking Tories lost. The fuck do you mean? Like a real one, not like the Amsterdam one. Jump on PBD and set the record straight, homie. I should. Patrick Bet-David is he's a little bit cowardly. I think he's letting this guy do it. This guy's like a crazy Christian fundamentalist, if I'm not mistaken. He's right about Iran, though. I just don't think it's the right policy window. Dude, what the fuck could the ICC do about Iran? You think the Ayatollah is going to fucking Europe? Iran as a nation state has been sanctioned into oblivion, dog. What do you mean? PBD is a part of the Persian diaspora who will die on this hill. That's the thing, right? It won't work, or else it theoretically is right. Yeah, like sanctioning Iran or saying that like the Ayatollah is a fucking war criminal is not like, it's not gonna do anything. You know what I mean? They already are. They've already gotten hit with the fucking greatest fatwa of all time, okay? American sanctions. He's not wrong about Iran, though. PBD is a part of the Persian diaspora who will die on the hill on making sure the fascist Islamist regime in Iran gets wiped out, and Israel to them is their best chance of getting their country back. Yeah, I mean, he's also a Shah writer. That is the Iranian diaspora part that is like, I'm Persian, not Iranian, and they like the Shah. Anyway, but regardless, there's nothing. It's like, dude, it's the same principle behind like fucking giving Putin the war criminal declaration, which actually is more meaningful because that does actually stop him from traveling to like BRICS nations or whatever. Like he couldn't go to South Africa, he couldn't go to Brazil. So that is more significant. The Ayatollah is not going to Brazil. You know what I mean? Like the Ayatollah's not traveling outside of the country, you know? So you're not even like limiting his travel. The Ayatollah goes to Brazil is funny. Yeah, it's a good movie.
On and the political climate, just like Minneapolis, just like we have with Omar and our own government, this is the things they say. And so you're not hearing the core of the UK. You're not hearing sensible, Western leaders saying, hang on a second, there's a war going on and there's people, should be a whole group of people that's pulled over for speeding here. Look.
I think it's pretty funny that like the only defenses people have against this metric ton of evil is to just hit the Islamophobia button and be like, you don't understand. All the naysayers are like disgusting Muslims, okay? They're bad guys. But because Israel's actions are so uniquely awful that even Islamophobic people are like, come on, dog. Yeah, I hate Muslims too, but like, Israel's kind of gotten a little out of hand, don't you think? Yeah. For so many people that want to defend Israel, like the most, the number one defense always is like, well, have you considered that Israel's killing Muslims and that's good? And at this point, it's like, it doesn't even matter. For most people, it's just like, dude, I just want to fix the fucking potholes. Like, why are we giving trillions? Another 20 billion to Israel, please, is not a policy prescription that anyone is on board with, okay? They don't even want to give Ukraine weapons. And at least Ukraine is defending itself, man. Like, Americans are like, why the fuck are we giving Ukraine weapons? And Ukrainians are like fucking dying, okay? And that's not mostly because they're pro-Russia, with the exception of like a couple dumbasses in a Telegram group that like got duped into thinking that, Russia is anti-trans and that's why, I like Russia or some shit, okay? With that exception, it's like, for most people, it's like, why the fuck are we giving Ukraine so much money? That's what Americans think, okay? So for a lot of Americans who don't even want to give fucking Ukraine money or weapons when they are defending themselves against a nation state that America has historically considered the enemy from the USSR times all the way to now, why the fuck do you think they would be fine? With the exception of the right-wing, rabid, evangelical Christian weirdos, most Americans look at this and go, why the fuck are we giving so much money? Why are we giving so much money to Israel? This doesn't make sense.
Look at this. And then you've got Trudeau. Don't look at Trudeau as a Western Canadian. He's a socialist Marxist that was elected by his last name and is doing his best to ensure he's unelected at the first opportunity, which will happen. That's what's going on here. It's ridiculous. This is the liberal side of media that's pulling these things.
Dude, Israel dick riders are so funny.
Horrible. But this is
Adam,
really
thoughts?
ridiculous. Liberal side of media that's pulling these things.
Dude, Israel dick riders are so funny.
Horrible. But this is
Adam,
really
thoughts?
ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick list of. Do you understand how the ICC works? So, there's the United Nations Security Council. I think there's 5 permanent members on the UN Security Council. So there's 3 that are kind of on our team, and there are 2 on the other team. So you have the US, you have the UK, and you have France. And then number 4 and 5 are China and Russia. And at any point, anyone can veto or suggest that someone goes to the criminal court of the ICC.
Well, seems to me like 2 members of the fucking UN Security Council that are supposed to be on our team are now saying that they will follow through on the arrests of Benjamin Netanyahu. Will this cause me to reflect and reconsider my position? No, it won't. Also, the ICC, it doesn't matter what the UN is in terms of the ICC. It's a separate institution.
The International Criminal Court. So here's who's been recommended to go to the criminal court, but it's been blocked by China and Russia. Do you remember what Bashar al-Assad did to his people in Syria? Hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million people dead in a Syrian civil war. This good-looking gentleman right here, Bashar al-Assad, 1 million people dead. No arrest, no nothing.
And he probably used biochemical.
What's the argument? He gets to do it so we can do it too? Like, I don't understand. Also, it's not even a we. You live in Miami, dog. What the fuck? At least one of them is Jewish. So he actually fucking got propaganda from, an early age. The other guy is the rabid Christian evangelical.
Well, he did. Okay. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, what they're doing to basically subjugate their people. The thug-like regime in Iran, no ramifications.
What about Erdogan? Yeah, he'll say that too in a second. Erdogan just shut off water access to 1 million Kurds in northern Syria. He's going to say that. Yeah, guess what, dude? You want to know why he gets to do that? Because he's fucking NATO. That's it. Okay? That's it. If you are in America's orbit and you are a part of the American imperial apparatus, they will let you do that shit. What? The FBI posted its file on Black Lives Matter today. It's small, only 77 pages and mostly news clippings. But it looks like at some point during 2017, they were monitoring protesters showing up to Ben Shapiro lectures. That's amazing. I'm so glad that the federal agencies are working round the clock to, make sure that these real criminals are prosecuted and apprehended. Fuck, man. God, this country is so ass, dude. It's so fucking ass. It is so goddamn ass. In the past, I have had my dealings, and it's so funny when they're like, we're very well aware of who you are. That's what they said to me back in the day. Ben with the UCLA and 100 cops came with him recently. Yeah, I saw that. Why does all of FaZe's chat hates you? Jason, not as much, but Ron was looking at Complex Best Streamers and spammed L's when he came up. They're kids because they're 12. Yeah. There are a lot of them are kids. They don't really think about any of this stuff. They think I'm like, I haven't really interacted with Ron and Lacey's communities as much. That's probably what it is. Some of them are like former XQC fans and shit. Yeah, they think I'm a boomer. Do you get some satisfaction in knowing an FBI agent has to enjoy your thirst traps? No. Also, a lot of Aiden Ross crossover. Actually, I forgot. That's the major role.
No, nothing. By the way,
I can't watch the rest of this. This shit
To the
sucks.
late-
All right, let's get to the fucking tariffs, dude.
On President-elect Trump, he is blasting Mexico and Canada over their handling of the border and promising to punish them with high tariffs on day one of his administration. He's also vowing to raise tariffs on China. Our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, is at Mar-a-Lago with the latest. Good morning, Selena.
Good morning, Michael. President-elect Trump is threatening.
Do you think your FBI agent is your fan? You would be shocked with the places in which there are HasanAbi heads. Every day, someone reaches out and tells me something that I truly find to be insane. Okay? It is some real, I'm not even kidding. This is some real Tyler Durden Fight Club shit. It is wild. I'm talking like Department of Homeland Security. How the fuck did that happen? I'm talking, I mean, look at the yeah, someone said, I know a Department of Homeland Security guy who loves you. Yeah. There are people in, there are obviously people that were prominently inside of the DNC that we found out. I was shocked by that. I think post DNC, I'm no longer shocked as much. But sometimes someone will tell me something and I'm like, that's insane. Like a person that I shit on quite frequently that, you know, I don't want to reveal anything, but there are a lot of people who I regularly shit on and their staffers or people that work under them are, you know, constantly watching me.
To impose tariffs on America's top 3 trading partners. This would massively disrupt businesses and supply chains. It could also dramatically increase the costs of everything from cars, clothes to oil.
Kamala is a HasanAbi head? No, but I mean, Kamala's campaign was, yeah. They were the ones who wanted me to go to the DNC against the DNC's wishes. Let me tell you, it wasn't fucking Jamie Harrison's side of the DNC that wanted me there.
This morning, Donald Trump is warning America's neighbors, threatening to implement 25% of...
I got my whole team at NASA to love you. Get my brother a job, please. I want him to work there, you know, before they fucking wipe it out entirely. NASA doesn't pay much? Brother, what the fuck do you mean? You think Marat gives a fuck about the money? Are you kidding me? First of all, let me tell you something, okay? Aerospace engineers don't make as much as you think they would be making. I promise you. It is actually shocking how bad that shit is. And there are plenty of people who probably work in the defense sector and also is specifically as like aerospace and mechanical engineers in this chat that will tell you, yes. Like shit that you would assume is like $300K. Like you'd probably be like, oh yeah, this is like a top of the line experienced engineer. They should be making like 300,000, you know? Like think about that. That is like one of the, like you have to get a higher degree. You have to, yeah, no, they get paid like, if they're lucky, they get paid like 100 grand mid-career. Yeah, their starting salaries, depending on where they are, they usually are relegated to low-cost facilities too. So they have to live in like some dog shit state in some dog shit fucking area because the states like have, you know, either favorable tax credits that they've given, favorable tax benefits they've given to the company, or they also have like no workers protection whatsoever. And it's very hard to unionize there. So they set up these like low cost facilities. Land is cheaper too. And then they're like, yeah, you're at a low cost facility. You're in a state that is like, nobody wants to live in. So yeah, of course, we're going to pay you 60 grand. Shut the fuck up as a starting salary. Yeah. See, I got 55K out of college in Arkansas with an engineering degree. Yeah. Engineers, 100K is a low salary. Are you out of your mind? Brother, for someone who's like, you know, half a decade into their career, almost a decade into their career, as a fucking rocket scientist, are you stupid? What are you talking about? Like, you know how people say, it's not, watch your manners? Shut the fuck up, bitch. What do you mean, watch your manners? Oh, fuck? God damn. Where the fuck do you think you're at? Anyway, you know how people say, it's not rocket science? The reason why people say that is because rocket science is hard, okay? And the expectation from normal people is that, you know, when someone is doing rocket science, that they're probably going to be paid a lot more than the average person. Anyway.
Across the board tariffs on...
Let's get to fucking tariffs, dude. I'm done talking about this shit.
To the latest on President-elect Trump. He is blasting Mexico and Canada over their handling of the border and promising to punish them with high tariffs on day one of his administration. He's also vowing to raise tariffs on China. Our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, is at Mar-a-Lago with the latest. Good morning, Selena.
Good morning, Michael. President-elect Trump is threatening to impose tariffs on America's top 3 trading partners. This would massively disrupt businesses and supply chains. It could also dramatically increase the costs of everything from cars, clothes to oil. This morning, Donald Trump is warning America's neighbors, threatening to implement 25% across-the-board tariffs on Mexico and Canada on day one if both countries, he says, don't crack down on their borders with the U.S. Trump cites a new caravan coming from Mexico with a group of hundreds of migrants, mostly from South and Central America, leaving southern Mexico last week. This Ecuadorian migrant says, "We want to be on the other side before the new president of the United States takes office, as he seems quite harsh on immigrants." The president-elect blames Mexico and Canada, saying his tariffs will remain in effect until such times as drugs, in particular fentanyl, and all illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country. Mexico in particular is America's largest trading partner, with the U.S. buying near $500 billion of Mexican goods.
I love this story so much because it is JD Pond Don, baby. It's called JD Don. JD Pond, permanent first world genocide. Okay, he's bringing it in. He's saying no more treats for you Amerifats. Every Ameroid, billions must be removed from the treacherous nature of treats. Okay, it's true. Is JD Pond Don? Is JD Pond Don? Okay, he's saying permanent first world genocide. He's saying it's over. It's done. No more fucking treats. And I respect him for it, okay? No more treats for you, Amerifat. The directorate is clear. The dictatorship of the proletariat will rise. No more treats. Americans must suffer. You like Cheez-Its? You're gonna fucking die, okay? No more Cheez-Its.
Goods like computers, cars, and electrical equipment. Tariffs could greatly impact U.S. industries, with some experts warning that Americans could face higher prices on gas, cars, and food, just as inflation has been.
He said it's done. Okay. He said Americans are no longer going to get treats. I don't want them to get treats. And also on top of that, that the most important industry for Trump supporters is what? Drop shipping and Trump merchandise. He wants to gut this industry, okay? He wants to destroy these two key sectors. He despises his fan base, okay? He's saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have a Trump store? It's over. I'm going to explode it." He said, "No more drop shipping and no more Trump merchandise."
Proceeding. Mexican authorities have broken up past caravans, with many more disbanding on their own. But Trump's incoming.
Oh yeah, by the way, this is the other thing I called. A lot of people were wondering, like, Hasan, why the fuck is Trump doing this trade tariff shit? And I told you it's gonna be to win favors. That's it. It's that, and also to maybe in the future gut what remains of the income tax.
Border czar Tom Homan is now warning those migrants they will soon face harsher policies like family separation.
We got to enforce immigration law, or we're never going to fix the border, and it leads to a big national security vulnerability to this nation.
Later today, Homan will meet with Texas's Republican Governor Greg Abbott as he prepares for his sweeping crackdown. If enacted, these tariffs could violate the terms of the trade agreement between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada.
That he signed, by the way. He didn't have to too, and then now is saying, fuck that.
Canada, which Trump signed into law during his first term. Trump also accused China of sending drugs pouring into our country, threatening an additional 10% tariff on all Chinese products, too. Tariffs are a favorite tool of Trump's.
To me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff. And it's my favorite word.
Trump's comments drawing responses from trade partners. The Chinese embassy saying economic and trade cooperation is essentially mutually beneficial. No one will win in a trade war or a tariff war. And Canada responding, saying they'll continue to discuss these issues with the incoming administration. Trump used tariffs as a negotiating tactic during his first term, so he's reusing that playbook again. But if he actually follows through on his campaign vow for higher tariffs, some economists estimate that could cost the average U.S. household more than $2,600 a year. George?
It could really drive inflation. Okay, Selena, thanks very much.
CNN's Rosa Flores is in Houston for us now. Rosa, how is Mexico responding to what we're hearing from the incoming Trump administration about how they plan to crack down on the border and carry out these mass deportations?
Well, very sternly. As a matter of fact, Mexico's president held a press conference this morning in response to President-elect Donald Trump's threat to impose tariffs on Mexico, actually. But Jim, as you know, all of these things are intermingled. Mexico's president was very firm. She called out President-elect Donald Trump, saying that both Mexico and the United States collaborate on a lot of different levels, including economically. And in other words, she said that she's ready to respond in kind. Let me read to you a portion of that letter that she sent to President-elect Donald Trump. She said, quote, President Trump, neither threats nor tariffs will solve the issue of migration or drug consumption in the United States. Cooperation and shared understandings are required to face these important challenges. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response. I'm going to read that one more time because these are very important words from Mexico's president. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response, continuing like this until we put shared companies at risk. Now, the tone of this letter is very important because Mexico's president is not just talking about
my goat, Claudia. Conservative Reddit claims this is a Trump negotiation tactic that is in the Art of the Deal book, and that he's hitting with the highest possible deal for them to squirm and take action, and he will lower the tariffs once they do. Who's gonna take action? Tariffs are not a cost that the Chinese government has to pay. And there are certain raw materials, for example, that companies need. There is a lot of shit that is not either refined here, or there's a lot of shit that isn't just here. So, like, what are you going to do? You can't materialize things that don't exist within the boundaries of the United States of America. If the streamlined process for a lot of these raw materials are already within the supply chain coming from these countries that you're hitting them with tariffs, and we have no competitive manufacturing industry, then what are you supposed to do? Sometimes we do have like tomatoes, avocados, things like that, bananas, you know what I mean? Well, with bananas, there's not really a substitute, but like tomatoes and avocados, you can make it here, right? You do make it here, right? You grow them here, but not by the numbers necessary. So what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? We get it from Mexico. What are you supposed to do? Trump is doing degrowth, dude. That's what he's doing. Like, people are still, what's going to end up happening is people are still going to keep, importing this stuff, and then they're going to pay the tariffs, and then they're going to carry on the cost of the consumer. That's it. So the prices are going to go up because now the production costs have gone up. It's that simple. Like, people understand this when they talk about labor. Oh, when the wages go up, well, then the cost of the cost of production is going to go up. No company is going to eat the fucking profit margins, okay? They're just not going to do that. This is a way for Donald Trump to, I don't think he's going to do like full-blown tariffs. I think he's just going to tariff key sectors and then, and then use that as a mechanism to bring in more alliances from industry leaders to be like, I will tariff your business into the fucking ground unless you play ball. Companies need to be able to eat the upfront cost, though. Okay, if companies were going to eat the upfront cost, why don't they do that for fucking wage increases rather than fucking putting tariffs on random shit that then goes in the pockets of the American government so they can fucking not, fix the potholes and instead give it to Israel? The fuck? Force the companies to eat the profits, eat into their profit margins, and increase wages then.
Tariffs about the economic relationship with the United States, but also the border relationship with the United States, because Mexico has done a lot to help the Biden administration control the migration that is coming into the U.S. southern border, which begs the question about what is happening on the U.S. southern border, given that Governor Greg Abbott and the incoming U.S. border czar, Tom Homan, are on the border today. Here's the reality. The migrant apprehension numbers are extremely low. I talked to a law enforcement source, Jim, who says that on Sunday, migrant apprehensions were about 1,500. If you compare that to December of 2023, when 10,000 people were crossing the border per day, that just gives you a sense of the dramatic change. The reality is, and I've talked to both people on the ground, agents, and also advocates who work on the border, they say it is very quiet right now, very low, despite what you're hearing from Governor Greg Abbott and the incoming border czar, Tom Homan. Back to you.
All right, Rosa Flores, important context. Thank you very much.
What do Americans want in terms of what were their top priorities for Trump? This is according to CBS News YouGov poll that came out. Their highest priority is lower prices. 79% of Americans want lower prices. Just 26% say put tariffs on imports. So his strategy here can undercut what voters want him to do.
Sure, but this, threatening tariffs.
Dear President-elect Donald Trump, I'm writing to you regarding your statement on Monday, November 25th, concerning migration, fentanyl trafficking, and tariffs. You may not be aware that Mexico has developed a comprehensive policy to assist migrants from different parts of the world who would cross our territory en route to the southern border of the United States. As a result, and according to data from your country's Customs and Border Protection, encounters at the Mexico-United States borders have decreased 75% between December 2023 and November 2024. Moreover, half of those who arrive do so through a legally scheduled appointment under the United States CBP-1 program. For these reasons, migrant caravans no longer arrive at the border. Even so, it is clear that we must work together to create a new labor mobility model that is necessary for your country, as well as address the root causes that compel families to leave their homes out of necessity. If even a small percentage of what the United States allocates to war were instead dedicated to building peace and fostering development, it would address the underlying causes of human mobility. On another note, and for humanitarian reasons, Mexico has consistently expressed its willingness to help prevent the fentanyl epidemic in the United States from continuing. This is, after all, a public health consumption problem within your society. Yeah, she's saying, you Americans are fat fentanyl addicts, and it's not our fault. You have created the market for fentanyl. So far this year, Mexican armed forces and prosecutors have seized tons of various types of drugs, 10,000 firearms, and detained 15,000 individuals for violence related to drug trafficking. Furthermore, the Mexican Congress is in the process of approving a constitutional reform to classify the production, distribution, and commercialization of fentanyl and other synthetic drugs as a serious crime without bail. However, it is publicly known that the chemical precursors used to produce this and other synthetic drugs are illegally entering Canada, the United States, and Mexico from Asian countries. This underscores the urgent need for international collaboration. You must also be aware of the illegal trafficking of firearms into my country from the United States. Again, also correct. It's also, ironically enough, Americans that traffic the fentanyl and chemical compounds necessary for fentanyl through regular points of entry for an American market. And then Americans also trade guns for said fentanyl and chemical compounds. So the drug trade is directly vibrant as a consequence of ridiculous American policies. America is so gun crazy that they also have similar problems with Canada too. 70% of the illegal weapons seized from criminals in Mexico come from your country. We do not produce these weapons, nor do we consume synthetic drugs. Tragically, it is in our country that lives are lost to the violence resulting from meeting the drug demand in yours. Am I on CNN now? Are they finally covering my story on CNN? Let's watch. Not yet. It's out front. I just saw you on CNN. Oh, wait. I guess we missed it then. Because it's Aaron Burnett out front right now. I'm up next. Okay. Hopefully I'll be able to finish this in time. President Trump, migration and drug consumption in the United States cannot be addressed through threats or tariffs. What is needed is cooperation and mutual understanding to tackle these significant challenges. For every tariff, there will be a response in kind until we put at risk our shared enterprises. Yes, shared. For instance, among Mexico's main exporters of the United States are General Motors, Stellantis, and Ford Motor Company, which arrived in Mexico 80 years ago. Why impose a tariff that would jeopardize them? Such a measure would be unacceptable and would lead to inflation and job losses in both the United States and Mexico. I am convinced that North America's economic strength lies in maintaining our trade partnership. This allows us to remain competitive amongst other economic blocs. For this reason, I believe that the dialogue is the best path to understanding, peace, and prosperity for our nations. I hope our teams can meet soon to continue building joint resolutions. So that part is also correct. And not only is that part correct, but also one of the funniest things that happened in this process was Canada also was like, what the hell's going on? except their response was, why the fuck would you ever say we're Mexican? To compare the U.S. to Mexico is the most insulting thing I've ever heard from Canada's closest ally. Premier Ford tells reporters at Queen's Park. Says Canada will have to retaliate if tariffs go through. We have to tighten up our borders on both sides, Ford says, adding there are illegals entering Canada from the U.S. too. There's no way to treat this is no way to treat your closest ally, but says there's a problem at the border that needs to be addressed. Ford says Ontario is preparing a strong commercial in the U.S. that promotes Canada's relationship with the U.S., calls tariffs a shock, but says problems need to be addressed. USA, we're going to crush your economy. Canada, did you just call me a Mexican? That's amazing. Also, last but not least, okay, here's the average American and their understanding of tariffs.
Do these liberals not understand that this is the point? Like, this is the goal. Walmart CFO signals that price hikes may be coming because of Donald Trump's tariffs. Yeah, we fully expect price hikes on foreign products.
You fucking idiot. 45% of all trade is conducted with China, Mexico, and Canada. Okay, 45. That touches every product. Okay, that touches every fucking product. You absolute dumbass. People think, I guess no more Chinese food or whatever the fuck, but like they don't understand that there are raw materials that are necessary for American production that are being manufactured or are coming in from these countries. Lumber, for example. Oh my God.
Because we will only be applying tariffs to foreign products. Look, Aaron, I recognize you probably have no fucking idea how tariffs work. So let me tell you how this is going to happen. We're going to put tariffs on the foreign products that Walmart brings in, which will raise the cost of the foreign products and allow the American companies to compete with them to actually be able to compete on price, thereby incentivizing people to buy American, which would lead to that American company being able to lower their prices because they're finally getting volume. Therefore, what you have is foreign products, which are...
Oh, that's how it's going to work. Oh, American manufacturing is going to become cheaper. I didn't realize that that's how it was going to work. Famously, when there is a stable amount of demand, but the supply all of a sudden is wiped out in half, what ends up happening is, famously, companies actually lower their prices and not increase their prices. They only increase their prices when Joe Biden is president. Thank you. No, that's how it works.
Because they're finally getting volume. Therefore, what you have is foreign products, which are going to be significantly more expensive.
Still
and you
not
have
live on
American
CNN.
products where the company is able to lower their price because they're able to sell in volume. But yeah, if you want to continue to buy...
I think I'm up next on CNN, maybe?
That may be in the works. Let's see. That's going to blow up some heads. So, we'll see.
All right, this comes as Democrats right now are pinning their hopes tonight on this man, Hasan Piker, the left's biggest influencer. In fact, 7.5 million people tuned into his live stream on election night. 7.5 million. So who is he? And is he getting young men to swing left? Tony O'Sullivan went and talked to him, and he is out front.
Tony O'Sullivan.
This is Hasan Piker.
This is my dog, Kaya. I thought you legitimately were going to work out.
I could do some weights. He's a social media superstar with almost 3 You're on million TV. followers on the video streaming platform Twitch.
They're eating the pets.
So this is that whole masculinity thing people are talking about, huh? And he's part of a growing group of streamers and podcasters reaching young men online, a space Trump tapped into to reach young male voters.
Punch in, then you won't be able to see that he's not doing any weights.
But Hasan is not a Trump supporter. He's a progressive, a fan of Bernie and AOC. The Democratic Party even invited him to the DNC in August.
One thing we've been hearing for weeks now is that the left needs a Joe Rogan.
Yeah. I don't think that the Democratic Party can podcast itself out of this issue. Joe Rogan, he endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2020. Maybe they should do an autopsy on why he left the party.
Yeah, I've heard you say when it comes to stuff that guys like, you seek that stuff out online, whether it's watching a streamer, whether it's watching guys talking about working out and fitness. You say that the right wing just dominates.
Look how
that
tall
space.
she is. Yeah.
Why?
On TV. Well, I think that's why I started on Twitch, right? I know for a fact that the video game space is like people who consume this culture, people who are a part of this culture are not all right wing. I wanted to showcase to people that, like, no, you can be a progressive person, you can be a leftist, and like have fun at the same time.
How many people were watching your live stream on election night?
The total unique number was 7.5 million.
There's a general sense that when it comes to the world of podcasts, alternative media, I don't even know what you want to call it, that Trump did a much better job with that than Democrats and Harris.
Absolutely. I think that's true. When I saw the Aiden Ross collab, I thought, this doesn't have emotion. It was awkward, it was weird. But then I saw Trump on Theo Vaughn, and he started talking about cocaine. And I was like, uh-oh, this humanizes him.
So you're way up with cocaine more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Harris did consider going on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But she didn't. What is it that the Democrat Party has to do differently?
Well, I think that they need to change their policies.
It's a policy thing.
Yes, it's 100% a policy thing. Which is the boring answer. Although it would be very self-serving for me to say, I'm the left's Joe Rogan, the Democratic Party should give me millions of dollars. That's not going to solve this problem. What will solve this problem is if the Democratic Party actually adopts real left-wing economic populist messaging instead of purposefully avoiding that stuff because they're terrified of upsetting their corporate donors. I think Trump speaks to mail insecurities better, and I think Trump speaks to the anger that people have, whereas the other side of the political spectrum does not speak to that anger at all.
There's been a lot of controversy around you.
Yes.
The way you talk about Israel is viewed by some as anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Are you anti-Semitic?
Of course not. The real problem here is that I'm an anti-Zionist. The real problem here is that I'm extremely critical of Israel and all of the information that's readily available, especially on social media for so many people that don't necessarily rely on mainstream media any longer to get their information. And that's why you see this generational gap. If you're over the age of 35, you're still operating on the old boundaries. You're like, no, Israel's the most moral democracy in the Middle East, maybe in the world, right? Like, and I think that the major generational divide that is, I think, in a very damaging way, feeding into the mistrust overall that people have with mainstream news in general, is coming from that.
Joni O'Sullivan, CNN, Los Angeles.
Yeah, it was just so thoughtful and important to hear that. Ken Martin is out front. He is running to be the next chair of the DNC. He's the current chairman of the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party. And I really appreciate your time, Ken. So, you hear Hasan Piker. 7.5 million people watched him on an election night. He's all in as a Democrat. But then he's talking to Joni about how the video game and fitness space online is dominated by right-wing people talking about it, right? Not necessarily everyone into fitness, right? That there's that gap. And he says that Trump speaks to male insecurities better. He speaks to the anger that people have, and that Democrats don't speak to that anger at all. I'm quoting Hasan here. He's very direct about the problem. Do you agree with him?
Well, first off, Aaron, thanks for having me on tonight. And actually, I think Hasan's right in most of what he says there, and particularly as it relates to the fact that the Republicans have been, since the 2020 election, a constant drumbeat of misinformation, disinformation, and lies on platforms that the Democratic Party really wasn't competing in. We live in a 24/7, 365-day information environment now that we have to be competing in a much better way. Podcasts, streaming services, TikTok, social media, of course. My two boys, 22 and 20, they get their information from TikTok, right? And so we have to start realizing that we have to be where the voters are. That's half the battle, of course.
Okay,
and
no, he's missing the point. I didn't say just be at the podcast.
Others who are already trusted validators and messengers in these spaces to help push these messages out and to have conversations with voters and people who are feeling frustrated and angry and left behind.
That's not what I said.
When we send people into these spaces, it tends to be politicians.
It's the opposite of what I said.
Heads. People like Hasan have deep influence and certainly have a voice and a following.
So, there has been a lot of focus, and he sort of touches on that because he's talking about the dominance of right-wing voices in very male spaces like video games or fitness. And there has been, though, broadly speaking, Ken, so much focus right now, and as you're looking to run the DNC, this is at the center of it.
I said you're not going to podcast your way out of this problem.
Aggressively away from certain social positions like DEI, right? Or
from issues where Democrats certainly seem to be in this election and certainly were successfully branded as much to the left of American voters. For example, Kamala Harris's support of taxpayer-funded surgeries, transgender surgeries for illegal migrants. The heads of the Trump and Harris campaigns see the impact of that issue, of that now famous ad, very differently.
That's crazy.
I wanted to play each of them for you.
Oh, my God.
We targeted black men, Hispanic families.
Oh, my God, I'm dying.
White families, suburban women. We ran that ad everywhere because
they
it also
just-
got
they
to the
did
point
not.
about boys and girls locker rooms.
They're like,
which
no,
suburban
we
moms
have to
don't like.
we have to find a Joe Rogan to the left and give him $1 million. That's the point. That's what we got to do.
Most ruthlessly effective.
I don't know how else I can communicate this point like openly.
This trans ad was not driving vote. There's a belief that if only we had responded to this trans ad with national and huge battleground state ads, we would have won. I don't think that's true.
So, Ken, how do you see it? One of the most ruthlessly effective negative ads in all of history, or this trans ad was not driving the vote, even if they'd responded to it more effectively, they wouldn't have won. Which point of view is right?
Well, I don't know which point of view is right. What I do know is we don't have to abandon our values here. We can stand up for the oppressed and marginalized and people who are being pushed out of this conversation, while also at the same time centering this conversation around people's economic pain and their frustrations with what was happening in this country these last several years. It's not about left or right to me. It's about making sure we focus squarely on a working class agenda that centers the struggles of this multiracial, multi-generational working class that is feeling left behind, that's working harder than they ever have before, that's struggling to get ahead and feeling like no one gives a damn about their lives. At the end of the day, that's the thing that unites all parts of our broad coalition in the Democratic Party, and we need to focus back on basics here, right? But at the same time, we do not need to abandon our values. We will stand up and protect and fight for people who are being pushed out of this conversation in this country and bullied and attacked like we see in Congress right now.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. Ken Martin, as I said, chairman of the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party. And I know, sir, you are running to run the DNC. And that decision for the Democratic Party is going to be crucial. So much is at stake. So thank you for your time. And you mentioned what's going on in Congress. Well, that comes down to this. The Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace now leading the charge when it comes to attacking transgender women. But wait until you see what she used to say about the trans community. This gives About Face a whole new name. K-File has the tapes. Plus, Harry Enton with...
Okay. CNN watches you on mute just like chat. Yeah, I mean, the recovery was better from the guy. The recovery was better. Yeah, Aaron Burnett posted me on CNN. It's crazy.
Here.
There are some Minnesotans that say they don't like Ken Martin in the chat immediately.
The Democratic Party is to focus on, again, getting back to a working class agenda that centers the struggles of everyday Americans who, to your point about inflation, were clearly worried about not getting ahead, that they were just getting by and no one was their champion. No one seemed to care about them. The path forward here for the Democratic...
I think that was good overall. I think that the message... You know, the fact that I'm able to even say this message on CNN is a shift in the attitude, is a market shift, I think. At least they weren't outright attacking you. No, like, I think that, I don't know, dude. You've probably been asked a million times, but what's your thoughts on the DSA? It's great. You gave him a layup and still fumbled, though. Donnie O'Sullivan didn't work out. No, he did. He actually did work out. They really diluted your Israel critique. Don't know what you said, but it seemed clipped. Yeah, they cut it short for time constraints. It's not. I don't think they were like silencing me or anything like that. FM Masochist, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. The thing is, like, that interview was like an hour and a half long, but what is this? From the river to the sea is a chant used by extremists to support the destruction of Israel is appalling to embrace. Yeah, it's fine, dude. It's every Democrat is this way. They shouldn't be, but so glad they didn't clip anything out of context. No, they wouldn't do that. They like Donnie would not do that, chat. Come on. Overall, I think like talking about the trans stuff this much is so silly. I don't know. I just think it's so counterproductive. Like the media is not, liberal media in general is not as much in the tank for the Democratic Party as everyone thinks they are. they do oftentimes have a tendency to push on reactionary buttons. But having said that, I think that the Democratic Party should be messaging on the trans issue a lot better by just being like, this is a deflection, this is a distraction, this is not actually going to help. This is not actually going to help people fix the prices, you know? It's very stupid. Anyway, the primary people who will benefit from the tariffs are real estate investors, which is Trump's primary thing. So, no. The people that will benefit from Trump's tariffs regime is going to be people that are... What? Kamala Harris has a message for you?
I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power
What the fuck is this?
that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did.
Bro, this is a wild clip. Is she drunk? What's happening? Mamala's off the perk, dude. Goddamn.
And you have the same ability to engage and inspire. So don't ever let anybody or any circumstance take your power from you.
Democratic Party be like, we need $30 extra million right now. Here's an inspiring message from Mamala. You need to make videos like this, bro. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think I think tariffs are not going to be as universal as the way people think they are, and I think they're simply going to be a way for Donald Trump to win favors with key industry leaders to just like bring them to his side. So here's the thing. This is something that Erdogan did as well. Like, this is something that happens in other countries. Not so much in America, because like America is so capitalist that there's not like a need to rock the boat too much and like offer too much power to like to an administration. But like in Turkey, the incoming administration brings their own wealthy class with them. And it's a line of defense. That's what Erdogan did. He brought forth directly his family members and also people that were invested in his continued leadership, and he made them incredibly wealthy. This is a part of how kleptocracies work. Vladimir Putin did this in Russia, and Erdogan did this in Turkey. Okay, Turkey. I think that this is what Donald Trump is trying to do.
Before we get into tariffs,
not to get all libbed up on this, but like I think this is basically what Trump is going to try to do. He's going to be like, listen, you're a billionaire. You own a newspaper, right? Yeltsin did it, not Putin. Okay, I'm just saying like Putin utilized the existing structure of the oligarchs to his advantage in the same way. And I think that is what Trump is going to try and do. And it's actually a little bit unique to the regular order of business in America, because corporations run the country rather than the country runs the government runs the corporations. And I think Trump will basically implement a tariffs regime on those he has declared enemies of his administration in an effort to centralize power even further. And you know, this is a fantastic approach to moving towards more and more authoritarian mechanisms of control.
The heart of the Donald Trump economic plan.
we should talk about the chicken war.
The chicken war is a clucking good story.
In post-World War II West Germany, people started eating a lot of chicken, specifically American chicken. Midway through 1962, U.S. farmers were on track to sell more than $50 million worth, $500 million in today's money. This made European farmers mad, so the organization that later became the European Union put a tariff on chicken. A 5-pound chicken that started as $1.60 became $2.25. Imports quickly dropped. U.S. chicken farmers and politicians were furious.
And we thought Germany's our big market for chicken, and so if we hurt the Germans, maybe we'll get them to change their mind on chicken.
So the U.S. put a 25% tariff on trucks, like Germany's Volkswagen. And it worked. Their truck sales in the U.S.
It's interesting that Wall Street Journal, a right-wing publisher, goes ahead shitting on tariffs. Brother, tariffs were the first reason why, Carl Icahn left the Trump administration last time when he implemented tariffs on steel. Carl Icahn was like, what the fuck are you doing? You're like ruining key sectors of the economy. And he did. He truly disrupted a lot of different parts of the American economy this way. So yeah, there's a reason why Wall Street Journal and damn near every economist is going to fucking be aggro on this shit. The only problem is, in this process, Like I'm not even anti-tariff in general. I am simply anti-tariff when it comes to just unconditional across the board tariffs with no acceptable domestic manufacturing substitute. That's why you're not going to get liberal institutions that are still, right-wing conservative but like pro-capitalist to be on board with tariffs in general.
Fell by half, and they never really recovered. Meanwhile, Germans paid more for their chicken, and Americans had fewer truck options.
Like one of the things that I'm incredibly annoyed by with like Toyota Hilux tariffs, for example, like the Japanese competitive car manufacturing industry, is that I hate that there is no acceptable small substitute, like small truck with the same cab size substitute in America. Then it's a lose-lose for everybody, right? Like, I understand the importance of American manufacturing. I really do, especially when it comes to vehicle manufacturing. The issue, on the other hand, is that due to CAFE standards, like all of our domestic car manufacturers have realized that, you can have these behemoth vehicles that are larger and larger, that are basically child mutilators, and there is no end in sight for, there's no change in that. Not to change the subject, but people are very upset for you not getting in the tub of your goal weight of 225. I don't know what you're talking about. No one is upset.
It's kind of a perfect example of what tariffs do. Hurt consumers while protecting very specific industries, or attempt to get countries to change their behavior. While they haven't been a large part of trade policy in decades, former President Donald Trump wants to change that.
Some might say it's economic nationalism. I call it common sense. I call it America first.
President Trump has really sort of brought a lot of people out to think that tariffs might be something that's useful in America's economic arsenal in a way that hasn't been used in the past.
Here's how tariffs work and what Trump's proposals would do. Let's start in 2018, when President Trump put tariffs on
washing machines. We're going to benefit our consumers, and we're going to create a lot of jobs.
Since then, whenever a washing machine is imported to the U.S., the company on the U.S. side doing the importing pays a tariff to the U.S. government.
Their margins are pretty low. They've got to pass that price on to consumers who ultimately pay it. That's the whole point, in some sense, to reduce demand for those goods and create space for domestic producers.
After the tariffs, not only did the price of imported washing machines go up, so did the ones made in the U.S.
There's this myth out there that if we...
Wait a minute, but this guy said, hold on, but this dumbass said that it wouldn't happen, that it would be cheaper. So I'm confused. Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. What are you saying?
Tax imports, domestic producers won't change their prices. And that's not the case. You're creating more demand for them.
So naturally, the price goes up. And it wasn't just washers. Dryers went up in price too, even though they weren't part of the tariffs.
Usually it's the case, if you buy a washer, you buy a dryer. So even though dryers weren't directly affected by the tariff.
What? It seems like corporations, no matter whatever the restrictions are, will always increase prices. I'm so... Man, what? Murat? Ne yapıyorsun? Niye kapıyı açık bıraktın?
They're indirectly affected by the shift in demand.
Now, it wasn't all bad. These tariffs did
create a lot of jobs.
About 1,800, mostly from those foreign companies like Samsung and LG opening plants in the U.S. And a study found the U.S. collected $82 million annually. But because of those price increases, it cost consumers $1.5 billion more. So they basically paid $815,000 per job.
This is
Nah, that sounds sick. Aren't you a socialist? This should be good. Oh my God. Brother, there's problems here with this argument that even Wall Street Journal recognizes, and I'm shocked that you don't, which is there needs to be, one, a competitive domestic manufacturing capability, and two, a restriction on increasing prices in order to make up for the additional costs that now importers are carrying on to the consumer. If those two things don't happen, then you're fucked. Tariffs just operate as a regressive tax, a sales tax, a flat sales tax. Tariffs equals socialism. Trump isn't doing economic protectionism. So nationalization is the best thing to do. I mean, I didn't even say that, but I do believe that. Yes, I think that nationalization would be significantly better for a lot of sectors. Yes.
Very expensive.
Starting with our energy extraction industry, for sure.
Expensive job creation program. And so that's another reason why economists don't like tariffs. They're much more cost-effective, more efficient ways of increasing employment in those industries.
These weren't the only tariffs Trump created in 2018. The big ones were on
steel and aluminum.
Those are really designed to...
Costs will always be passed on. Prices will not be reduced when import competitors are figuratively eliminated from the marketplace. Why would a company offer a cheaper price when they own the market? Yeah, no, I know that. That's why I'm saying without actual price restrictions implemented by the federal government in any capacity, all this will do is raise prices regardless. Especially if you're doing broad sweeping tariffs. Like this is just one good being imported. Okay, it's one good being imported, and even then it still has this kind of impact.
Punish China for its transgressions of international trade rules.
Also for national security. They're used to make a lot of military equipment, but also everyday things like cars.
All the industries that use steel have to pay the higher price. That squeezes their profit margins, and it also puts them at a competitive disadvantage against foreign producers of those same goods who don't have to pay those inflated costs for their inputs. And so a lot of studies have shown that you lose jobs, as many, if not more jobs, in those downstream industries as you gain in the upstream industries that are being protected by the tariffs.
Many studies on the 2018 tariffs found some pros, some cons. Manufacturing jobs, which were on the decline, didn't increase, but they did level out. The overall economy lost jobs, mostly in those downstream industries, and the costs of the tariffs were passed on to U.S. companies and consumers. So, not great for the economy, but it did motivate U.S.
I imagine you'll still live comfortably even if the prices come up. Yeah, except it doesn't matter because I'm not a selfish fucking asshole. Do you not understand? Literally every single thing that I advocate for does not impact me. I'm not a trans person, but I advocate for trans rights. Okay? I'm not an undocumented immigrant, but I believe that we have to have a more just and equitable process for people that are migrating into the country. What the fuck? I have the capacity to not only have empathy, but beyond that, even in a self-serving manner, understand that if we actually fix some of these underlying material inequalities, then America will thrive, okay? Then America can lead, America can match its potential as the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. That's it. That's it. That's the whole point.
U.S. companies to move out of China and made supply chains more resilient. But it didn't change much of China's behavior, and in many ways they became more aggressive. But here's the thing. Even with all the economic downsides, a review by the Biden administration suggested Trump's tariffs should remain, and the administration should add or increase them, which they did.
Once tariffs get in place, there are two factors that sort of keep them in place for some time. First of all, there are going to be domestic interest groups that have a stake in seeing those tariffs maintained because they like the extra market share that they've gained as a result of those tariffs. And second of all, tariffs are a bargaining chip. So why would we sort of unilaterally get rid of these, even if there's some economic benefits, when we might use it in some negotiations down the road?
Tariffs are really hard to remove. It's why, 60 years later, there's still a 25% tariff on trucks, even though U.S. chicken farmers no longer care about selling in Europe.
So we're still living with the legacy of the chicken war. So that's sort of another lesson of history, is you have to be careful about imposing these tariffs because you think you're doing it for short-term strategic reasons or you're just helping out this industry temporarily, but they can last for decade upon decade upon decade.
Tariff policy is kind of old. Even by the chicken war, they were only imposed on around 7% of U.S. imports. Trump's plan for a second term is to bring them back dramatically.
This is the policy that built this country, and this is the...
Yeah, also, there's no point. There's never been a point in American history, as far as I know, and maybe I'm wrong, someone can correct me on this, where tariffs have been implemented across the board on 40% of all trade. 45, to be exact. China, Canada, and Mexico make up 45% of all trade in the United States. But can't tariffs also weaken international rivals if America trades with its allies instead of the same stuff, even without domestic manufacturing? Dude, this is literally to fucking cut off your nose to spite your face, okay? You're just describing that as a successful policy. you're also talking about Canada and Mexico as international rivals. These are two of America's most important trade partners. What are you saying? Do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Do you just type shit into the abyss and hit enter without thinking?
The policy that will save our country.
He's proposing a 60% tariff on everything from China and a 10 or even 20% on every import from every other country.
Countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world.
Multiple independent studies looked at the possible.
Yeah, he means like, dude, I'm only listening to JD Pondon. When he says this, I'm thinking about it as like retaliatory. He's saying that the countries will finally pay us back for all the war and the death and the destruction and the unequal exchange that we have implemented as we have relegated the global south into servile status. As we have routinely kept them down, they are coming back and they will fight back hard and they will destroy our treats economy. That's what he's saying. I swear, he's like, they're going to pay us all back. Do you think this is just a way of disingenuously introducing a massively regressive tax? Yes, I do think that. And I also think that he will utilize this. I don't think he will do it across the board. I don't think he's doing this across the board anyway. He's claiming to do it across the board. I'd be shocked if he did it. I think he's doing it to bring American corporate owners, like industry leaders, to heel, to come and kiss the ring, I think.
Effects. One found it would cost the average American household $1,700 from higher prices. Another found it could cost more than 684,000 jobs. And they don't factor in how domestic goods might get more expensive, or retaliatory tariffs from other countries.
They're not going to take this lying down. They're not going to change their behavior in some way to appease the administration that imposes such tariffs.
The dutiable tariff rate peak of 1932 was 59.1%, second only to the 61.7% rate of 1830. Okay, so the last time was 100 years ago, where we did not have the same logistical international supply chains that we had created that we now desperately rely on. That's crazy. Yeah. Another key problem there, of course, is this is pre-globalization and during the Great Depression. This is totally nutty.
They're going to retaliate. So not only will U.S. imports shrink, but U.S. exports will shrink as well.
Trump wants to use these tariffs as a revenue stream for the U.S. to pay for tax cuts.
As tariffs on foreign countries go up, taxes on American workers and families come down.
Studies found his proposal would likely bring in around $250 billion per year, about 5% of what the federal government currently brings in with taxes. So if tariffs are harmful, always harmful even to the economy, why is Trump so focused on them? In the last 20 years, China
The answer is because he's a fucking psycho. Okay, let's
has
see.
gotten aggressive, investing in manufacturing to become the world's largest exporter. Even today, they invest more than any other country. It has let them export things like steel and aluminum at below market values. That, coupled with numerous trade rule violations.
It's funny to say this as like in an ominous way. China's become the industrial powerhouse of the world, but it's bad. It's unfair and bad. Wow, it turns out centralized planning is impossible to compete against, and the American centralized planning that has no long-term goals in mind and is basically just a money faucet for corporations that will give nothing back to the American public in return is probably not a very good idea. You cannot compete with a nation state that has 10-year, 20-year, 30-year plans set in motion and has the power to execute them because, and I repeat this all the time, America, the American government, works at the behest of corporations. In China, the corporations work at the behest of the government.
Allowed President Trump to really restart the whole discussion about using tariffs to achieve certain objectives, such as punishing other countries, and the Biden administration has just continued that. So the whole environment has...
Like, we have always tried to positively incentivize our producers by utilizing subsidies, okay, to keep prices in order. That is the maximum amount of centralization that happens in America. Corporations, on the other hand, can just take those subsidies and reframe it in a way that it still benefits shareholder value rather than the actual stakeholders, such as the workers that work at these corporations. And we demand nothing in return. Like, the American government demands nothing in return. They can do buybacks. They can do whatever the fuck they want. We've deregulated every aspect of the American economy. And then we're just like, oh, this is shocking. How the fuck? Why aren't things working in the way that we want them to? China doesn't operate that way. This is how complex manufacturing even a bottle of root beer is. Ingredients: molasses from the United States, anise from Spain, licorice from France, vanilla bourbon from Madagascar, cinnamon from Sri Lanka, cloves from Indonesia, wintergreen from China, pimento berry oil from Jamaican balsam oil from Peru. Now imagine a computer or a F-150 pickup truck. Yep. Most parts of it are also... The raw materials are coming from all around the planet. Most parts are assembled in Mexico and then assembled once again in the United States of America. But like, so many of the key components are coming from China. What do?
Has really changed from...
Yeah. If you want, you act as China is a good example to follow. Actually, true though, China steals our military equipment, bro. First of all, I'm not saying that. You know who's saying that? This graph. You know who's saying that? The Wall Street Journal. Okay? It's not me saying it. Like, I'm just simply repeating facts. Okay? Now, they might not favor your understanding of the world. They might not favor what you want the world to be. Okay? Why did I just open Insta to your balls? First of all, it wasn't my balls. It was my shaft. Okay? And secondly, that wasn't supposed to be the main part of the photo. The photo was to show gains, not the meat gains that I've made over the years, but instead the gains I've made over the years on my body fat percentage and musculature. Nice shaft, dude. Thanks. This is skewed, though. The main reason is that they lump all potential companies as state-owned in China. This is quite expansive as a definition. This is used all the time to say China isn't being fair. I'm an economist studying China for what it's worth. Yeah, of course it's not fair. It's not fair because centralized planning is more effective than the decentralized, subsidy-backed way that we do economic planning in this country. That's why it's not fair. That's why the European Union will come out and be like, the Chinese electric vehicles are going to wipe out our entire automotive industry unless we literally fucking add tariffs to the Chinese-made EVs, because they're literally a fraction of the cost of all of the European cars that we are manufacturing, and they're competitive. It's not fair. Their products are too good and their price points are too low. Every instance of trade war and foreign policy revolving around China from the Western world is literally, how did we let it get this way? How do we allow China to become the bad bitch? This is fucked up. We must do something about it. You understand? That's literally all of the conversation. Everyone constantly goes, dude, what the fuck? We thought we could use them as slave labor in perpetuity. We didn't realize that our capital owners moving manufacturing to China was going to end up devastating our countries. That's what it is. We didn't realize that they wouldn't operate like India, for example. That we didn't realize that they would actually have a longer term plan in mind with the way that they used foreign capital to engage in even development. This was unacceptable. We thought this entire time that we could just keep using and abusing the Chinese labor force. What the fuck? People always talk about how, the Chinese manufacturing is stealing our IP. It's like, brother, you think that the companies didn't know that? It's a part of the process. They were like, yeah, you stupid Chinese will never be able to actually fucking steal our ingenious IP. You will never be able to make competitive products. That was the idea. Once they actually started making competitive products and even better products, actually, they went, oh my God, what the fuck's going on? Oh shit, we can't do anything about it because we're too reliant on Chinese manufacturing. 1 second, you're talking about Chinese industrial central planning policy. And the next, you're talking about your cock and balls. I love this stream. Yeah. Joint venture tech transfer, 100% voluntary. The only involuntary part of that is that, like, China is now a superpower and America and the Western world fucking hates that. That's the problem. Thanks. You want the Yeah, I know. I wonder why people don't use this as an example of central planning beating free markets. What do you mean? They don't want to use that because they're capitalists. No one would want this. None of the powerful entities that control the Western governments would ever allow this to happen. This would mean we have to just, we have to change. We have to turn into a non-capitalist country, or at least one that is dictated by governments instead. According to a study by the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, China has taken a leading position in 37 out of the 44 critical and emerging technology areas. These areas include defense, space, robotics, energy, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, advanced materials, and quantum technology.
Values. That, coupled with numerous trade rule violations,
allowed President Trump to really restart the whole discussion about using tariffs to achieve certain objectives, such as punishing other countries, and the Biden administration has just continued that. So the whole environment has really changed from 20 years ago, when trade policy was pretty quiet business, and now we're talking about industrial policy, tariffs, subsidies, and all these different
What do you think capitals will do if China's only going to continue to dominate? They're doing it already. It's called fascism. Okay, that's what they're going to do. That's it.
interventions because the whole global and geopolitical environment has changed quite dramatically.
And it would change even more dramatically with Trump's proposed tariff plan. In the short run, we know the economy will suffer. In the long,
I think one of the best examples you can use in your immediate life is TikTok. China fucking comes in and makes this insane product that is insanely addictive, okay? Insanely addictive. But once it reaches mass consumption and everybody loves it and everyone's addicted to it, it becomes more politically consequential to ban it, okay? America's like, oh, I like this product. You should be forced to divest from this product that is very successful. You should sell this to an American capitalist instead. Okay? That's it. And China's like, no, I'm not going to do that. America's a tiny part of the, TikTok marketplace. It's fine. We're not going to do that. Instead, we're just going to lobby the American government in the same way that any other corporation does. And we're going to activate all the fucking people that love TikTok to go and call their congresspersons. Once you got a sweet taste of that liquid crack cocaine, of that internet crack, it's too hard. It's too hard to take it away.
Run, no one really knows. Will it be a war between the US and the rest of the world, or the Western world against China? Trump wants to play a game of chicken to find out.
No, Hasan, stop spreading fake propaganda. China's dirt poor, I swear. We're a third world country. We're all eating rats like North Koreans, I promise. Yeah. EU wants technology transfer from China, EV tech. EU to demand technology transfers from Chinese companies. Huawei's Mate 70 now doesn't use American technology and is as good, if not better, than Apple. This didn't have to happen. Trump and Biden gave up America's technology power and led by stupidly sanctioning Huawei in China. What did they expect? That China would roll over like Japan did in the 80s? We've had generations of arrogant, myopic, and stupid people running DC. Trump and Biden for shot into own goal. China for 3 from half court. This is why, God forbid, you say anything like even remotely normal about China. Okay? People get very mad. Oh, speaking of which, by the way, BDS works. Puma no longer sponsors the Israel Football Association. In a highly unusual move in December 2023, Puma leaked news to the Financial Times that it would not be renewing its contract with the IFA, set to expire at the end of December 2024. Kit providers don't announce that they won't be renewing a contract, let alone a year in advance. Puma was no longer able to sustain the growing pressure and wanted out, clearly illustrating the impact of the campaign to boycott Puma. We thank the many groups around the world that work tirelessly and relentlessly to force Puma to end its complicity with Israel's apartheid regime and its Gaza genocide. Yeah. I'm headed to Huawei Mate's 70 launch event in Shenzhen. Yes, Shenzhen Metro has business class. This phone chip, this OS event is a really big deal for Chinese tech and has big implications for U.S.-China relations. In May 2019, the U.S. Department of Commerce added Huawei and its affiliates to the Entity List, which restricts U.S. companies and allies from exporting tech to Huawei. They expected this to cripple Huawei because it wouldn't be able to acquire any semiconductors made with U.S. tech. The U.S. government assumed that by restricting Huawei's access to cutting-edge semiconductor manufacturing equipment, particularly extreme ultraviolet lithography machines from ASML, the company would be unable to produce cutting-edge chips at the process nodes smaller than 10 nm. EUV lithography is crucial for efficiently manufacturing chips at 7 nm and below, utilizing light with a wavelength of 13. I don't know what the fuck any of this shit means. It's nanometers, right? They're saying that you can't just like make these tiny-ass chips. Then on the morning of August 30th, Huawei quietly dropped the new flagship phone, the Mate 60 Pro. No product release event, no specs, nothing. At first, No one even knew if the phone had 5G because of all the U.S. sanctions that cut Huawei off from advanced tech. A friend of that morning showed up in the lobby of my office with a new phone. We call it 4.99G, he said with a wink. We speed tested it at the 5G phones in our office, and it beat all of them. Huawei wasn't supposed to have a 5G chip. The timing of the drop was significant. U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo was in China that morning. The tech world waited a few days for the first teardowns to see what was inside. It caught everyone off guard, especially the U.S., because they thought Huawei couldn't even get close to this without the EUV tech. It turned out that Huawei had secretly been pouring tons of R&D for years into designing domestic chips. The chips performance showed that Huawei and SMIC had overcome the technical limitations previously thought insurmountable with older DUV tech. The only remaining thread tying Huawei's phone to Western technology was that it ran on Android. That changes today. I don't know why Americans just like close their eyes and plug their ears to what is happening. Huawei's based their 5G tech on a scientific paper by a Turkish scientist, Erdal Atakan. Nice. This is the same principle behind the sanctions regime. Okay? If you sanction half the fucking planet, 60% of the poorest nations on the planet, then you are inevitably pushing people into creating a secondary market outside of those sanctions. The more people you sanction, the more allies the previously sanctioned countries have. If you sanction every country, for example, then you're not sanctioning anybody else. You're just sanctioning yourself. America has consistently, in their endless hubris, sanctioning anybody else. You're just sanctioning yourself. America has consistently, in their endless hubris, dominated the entire planet, thinking that the rest of the world would never catch up, that they would be consistently servile to the interests and the needs of the American marketplace. The reality of the matter is, this is why the One Belt, One Road initiative was so devastating. China wanted to develop Africa not exclusively because they wanted to extract raw minerals and rare earth metals and whatnot in a more efficient capacity. They also wanted to create a second market that would consume the products that they're developing, knowing full well that inevitably America will close off the consumption faucet, even if it hurts themselves in the process. It's not because like China wants to uplift the global south or whatever, and they're socialist or anything like that. They just wanted new customers. And that's what's going on. These are the types of moves that you can initiate if you have complete control over your economy and have the nice save. They don't want manufacturing to happen in Africa. No, they want Africa to be a second market of consumption. These are the types of things you can do if you control the entire economy, and that you are able to do whatever the fuck you want. Trump is facing a losing tariff war with China
It's
2 weeks
official.
ago.
Donald Trump has been elected president of the United States.
Donald Trump's first presidency gave...
And also have no respect for human rights, so no limitations. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit, okay? The idea that, like, it's an exclusively Chinese thing to not have any respect for human rights is hilarious when we are living in the United States of America, and our Supreme Court recently ruled that American manufacturers on the global stage could utilize child slave labor, okay, as long as it's relegated to third-party subcontractors. It's ridiculous. No, everybody fucking has no respect for human rights, China included, okay? And in terms of numbers on the board, America is, historically speaking, far worse. So, and still continues to do insanely awful shit. We love talking. I mean, this is the same dynamic. We love talking about like mismanagement and famine due to genuinely devastating consequences that people in positions of power have implemented in like transitional socialist states. Okay, and we're like, oh, communism killed 7 quintillion, okay, 20 gorillion, omega billion people. And then we just look at the global capitalist marketplace where there is an abundance of food. There's a surplus of food. We throw food out, and that curing famine at the global level is simply a logistical problem. It's simply a problem born out of capitalism, and yet we do not contend with those deaths as deaths caused by capitalism. 14 million a year due to famine every year. But that's because people have not picked themselves up by their fucking bootstraps. Prior transitional socialist states have implemented methods and have failed and have caused widespread famine and massive amounts of deaths. This is true. But in this day and age, That is no longer a problem. And yet, while we have the capacity to feed everyone, the profit motive makes it so that we do not do that. I say one is more evil on its face than the other, if you want to use good-bad dynamics.
Washington a playbook of hardline tactics for preventing China from overtaking the U.S. as the world's dominant economic and technological power.
Trump introduced punitive tariffs on China, as well as trying to rebalance the trade deficit to try and contain China's economic rise, as well as trying to contain its military might.
To me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff.
Trump is focused on raising tariffs to prevent China from shipping many of their goods into the United States that perhaps are subsidized by the government.
And his campaign for re-election left no doubt that his ambition for American supremacy was still his North Star.
We will hire American, buy American, build American, grow American, and show the whole world that the American dream is back.
But after 4 years out of the Oval Office, Trump is returning to face an emboldened, savvier China, and one the U.S. may already be losing its battle to contain. Tackling that is likely to be one of Trump's primary plot lines in the sequel to his first 4-year showdown with China. Let's rewind for a second. When China joined the World Trade Organization in 2001, it marked a new era in global economics. Lower trade barriers allowed China to ship cheap toys, t-shirts, and TVs around the globe, and an export bonanza that helped lift hundreds of millions of Chinese into the middle class. Then around here, 2 pivotal events occurred.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
And that same year, China officially revealed a 10-year plan to upgrade its thriving export economy with cutting-edge innovations.
Made in China 2025 is essentially President Xi Jinping's vision to secure China's place in the world as a preeminent global technological leader. At its heart, it's really about ensuring that China's national security goals are at the heart of its policymaking.
It's the kind of grand ambition that would galvanize successive U.S. presidents into taking action.
This is number one, but this is the first of many.
The U.S. efforts to contain China's growth began with tariffs and some of the trade policies in the Trump administration.
Basically, they sought to make it more expensive for Chinese companies to sell to the U.S. and consequently redress a massive trade deficit, the imbalance that occurs when a nation imports more from a country than it exports to it.
President Biden is holding back on a decision to scrap any Trump-era tariffs on China imports.
You could see this has had an impact. In 2023, the deficit shrank to the smallest total since 2010, reflecting a decline in imports shipped from China. But globally, China's productive prowess is at historic heights. Its manufactured goods trade surplus is the largest relative to global GDP of any country since the US right after World War II. Trump also introduced policies to control high-tech exports from U.S. manufacturers, as well as those of some allied economies, which were tightened by the Biden administration.
So that essentially makes it impossible or much harder to transfer US goods or US technologies into China.
The U.S. government stopped Huawei from being able to sell much of its telecom equipment into the United States. And then it went even a step further. It went to many of its allies around the world and tried to persuade them also to not let Huawei sell its equipment into their countries. That caused all sorts of problems for them. In 2022, they constrained China's ability to get the most advanced semiconductors out there, including AI chips that would be used to train models like ChatGPT. They also constrained the country's ability to get chip-making equipment, including the machines that make the most advanced.
Yeah, they literally went to the Netherlands, were like, you cannot work with fucking China.
Advanced chips that drive smartphones and also AI and quantum computing.
Massive appliances like these extreme ultraviolet lithography machines developed by Dutch company ASML. The constraints are also intended to hinder China's tech giants from developing anything that could threaten America's military superiority, a concern long intertwined with Washington's economic strategy.
In terms of semiconductors and these really sensitive technologies, China is still lagging behind the US. So we have seen some efficacy there.
But the data shows US-led export controls had an unintended side effect. They forced China to become more self-reliant and invest in its own science.
Yeah, unintended side effect? No shit, dude. Wait a minute. Why won't these guys just stop developing? What? Why won't they stop developing? I don't understand. Please stop. Please stop. Please. Stop, please. Excuse me. It would be nice if you stopped developing, please. Self-reliance, the best policy against American imperialism. That's right, baby. That's right. You know what I'm saying? Self-reliance is the best fucking policy. That's right. That's why Jusha will thrive one day, okay? Terrorism propaganda, I know. Guys, don't worry. Don't worry. In the upcoming administration, Trump will make it illegal to even think about repairing your John Deere tractors, okay? They will come to your house and kill you with autonomous robots if you even dare to think about fixing your own fucking hardware. That right there is true liberation, everyone. That right there is innovation, okay? If you even say, hey man, why are we giving 20 quintillion dollars to Israel this cycle? Can I please get some health care? They will come to your house and they will kill you. Okay? They will put you in the work camp that Thomas Homan, the human thumb, is the administrator of. That's real freedom, baby. Dare to dream. America first. We will make sure that you all say you love Israel and that they can do whatever they want, and you love America, and that we should bomb Mexico. It will be illegal to not say these things. It will be illegal to basically turn around and say, like, maybe we shouldn't bomb Mexico. They're a valuable trade partner. No, you're going to prison. Hey. Something funny about consumer rights versus corporations in China compared to the U.S. is, by the way, this is North Korea. This is not China. This is a DPRK song. But something funny about consumer rights and corporations in China compared to the U.S. is that when consumers have complaints in China, it's taken extremely seriously, like with Tesla. And in America, the companies lobby the FTC to make sure you can't click one button to cancel the predatory monthly subscription draining from your bank account. They will come to your house and kill you if you even say that that's bad, that you shouldn't be able to, that you should be able to click to cancel your subscriptions. You will go to jail. Or better yet, here, we have a solution to that problem. It's called Another App. Here, purchase with a $10 a month subscription. We will have this new surveillance technology that has access to all your passwords. Go in and cancel these subscriptions for you. How about that? That's called innovation, baby. That's called freedom. With a $500 per year subscription, you can give us your information and we will remove the virus we put on your computer. Yeah. It's cool, man. I don't know what you guys are complaining about. It's the best. America number 1, okay? China not even number 2, okay? China maybe like number 5. Oh, that's amazing. Can we please talk about the conservatime mind for a second? What? This kid disappeared off the face of the planet after shooting Donald Trump? That's what happens when people die. Anyway. Made in China 2025, an industrial policy plan announced by Xi Jinping in 2015 has largely been a success. China has achieved global leadership position in 5 key technology categories and is catching fast in many others. It's also really annoying because it's like while they're doing that shit, okay, we're doing this shit, okay? They're doing that shit over there. This is what we're fucking predisposed with.
We'll do it for them. But you can stay, you can not help, but don't impede us. And do not knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from ICE, because that is a felony. And we got one hell of an attorney general coming in, Pam Bondi. I think she'll read that statute the same way I do it. I'm not a lawyer, but I can read. And we're going to have consequences for people who violate the law and try to prevent us from doing our job.
I do love Tom Homan because, like, he is melting in real time. Okay, he is the perfect definition of like a non-human. Like, he is straightforwardly fucking melting in front of our eyes. He's like slurs. I can read, I promise you, Laura. A homunculus, yes. It's amazing. Yeah, he did this live. Yeah. He said, if you knowingly shelter an undocumented immigrant, we got our best noses, okay? We got our best guys for the job. They will find them. They will find the undocumented migrants, and they will make you suffer the consequences too. Yeah, we'll sniff them out. I'm going to tweet that. This is a good tweet. Let me tweet. Do people get the reference? What, from an incredibly famous movie? I think people will understand the reference. That's a bingo. Yeah. Anyway, this is I get the reference just by what he's wearing. Yeah, you can pretty much figure out what's going on here, you know? Oh no, that's anti-Semitic, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, making a direct comparison to a famous representation of a fucking Nazi who hunted Jewish people is actually really anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's only after the 6 millionth migrant that is killed in one of the concentration work camps because the American government decided it's actually infinitely cheaper to just start melting the undocumented migrants that are not completely enslaved at gunpoint. Only then can you make this comparison. There's no other reason to make this comparison. There's no reason to learn about history, as a matter of fact, because why could you learn? If you learn about history, then you start noticing the very clear similarities between, you know, former bad countries and this current country that I am conditioned into thinking is a good country. Anyway, let's get back to China.
Scientists and researchers.
They've been very aggressive in applying for patents that they think are going to help them develop domestic industries that are critical to their future.
When President Xi Jinping makes something a priority in China, he can point to banks to provide cheap financing. He can point to state-owned enterprises to throw their full weight behind backing.
Like, what do people think? Dude. What the fuck do people think, like, Nazi Germany's argument was? Did they think that Nazi Germany didn't also do a steady bit of dehumanizing propaganda to make Jewish people, to make the Volkish Germans think that all Jews were terrorists? They did. Like, we're running the same cycle. It wasn't like they woke up one day and were like, yes, we are evil. Yeah, we love doing evil. We know we are evil and we love doing it. It's our favorite thing is to be evil. That is why we're doing it. Like, no, people were fed a healthy diet of propaganda leading up to this moment. Okay, my suitcase. That's what the Germans said. Mein lolly. Which is why whenever I show like translated Hitler speeches is like identical to like current American and current Israeli speeches from key figures in both of these governments, you know?
That certain sector or industry.
For instance, backers of companies like Shanghai Microelectronics Equipment considered China's best bet for competing with ASML's advanced lithography machines.
At this point, I think everybody believes that they're many years away from being able to match ASML at the pinnacle of the industry, but they're pouring billions and billions of dollars into this effort, and they're very determined to be able to close the gap as much as they possibly can.
Evidence that China's semiconductor ecosystem was expanding emerged in 2023 when Huawei released the Mate 60, or more precisely, when Bloomberg News commissioned a research firm to take one apart.
Inside that phone was a semiconductor that was much more powerful than anybody thought China could make on its own.
It suggested instead of being 8 or 10 years behind the US, actually China was 4 to 5 a lead.
Take a look at this chart. You can see China's market share of many high-tech exports growing, particularly EVs, despite US tariffs and restrictions on access to technology.
Ultimately, there is this idea that trade always gets through. And that's sort of what we see when we think about the EV industry in China. So, for example, a big EV automaker like BYD is already getting around some of these potential restrictions by building factories in places like Thailand, in Hungary, and in Brazil.
Trump wants to further limit imports of Chinese EVs and batteries, and in his second term may try to fulfill a popular campaign pledge to protect U.S. car makers.
I will impose whatever tariffs are required, 100%, 200%.
You ain't never getting a BYD car. The only time you get a BYD car is if you go to Mexico or if you go to Canada and ride the bus, okay? That's it. If you are living in the United States of America, you are not getting a BYD car anytime soon. Not today, not tomorrow, not yesterday. I'm sorry. Sucks to suck. It ain't happening, okay?
100%, 1,000%. They're not going to sell one car into
I mean, I wanted to, but like
the United States.
The concern in
No, Canada doesn't have BYD either. No, they do. They have it for bus fleets, I'm pretty sure. That's why I said they only have it. Yeah, unless you're fucking Ford CEO Jim Farley, which I think some of that is fake. I don't think he like only drives a BYD car exclusively, but I think he did go to China and saw BYD and was like, holy fuck, we're cooked.
in Washington is that the electric
soon BYD also coming to Turkey as well, by the way.
Vehicles and some of the
And yeah, it's not BYD. He owns a Xiaomi car, the Ford CEO.
The software behind them would be.
And no, you can't get a BYD car. You can't. It's not just the tariffs. They're not street legal, I'm pretty sure, in America. You can buy them in Mexico, though.
Be able to collect personal information and perhaps share it with the Chinese government, or at least with the companies that are involved in making those vehicles.
It's the kind of rhetoric Beijing has vehemently rejected.
China
will continue to firmly safeguard legitimate rights and interests of its enterprises. And we resolutely support the Chinese companies in maintaining their rights in accordance with the law.
So, have two U.S. administrations hindered China in ways Trump initially intended? It doesn't appear so.
The vast majority of Made in China 2025 targets that Bloomberg tracks actually have been achieved or are on track to be achieved.
Tariffs have helped cut America's trade deficit with its rival. But, as we saw earlier, they haven't prevented China from boosting exports elsewhere. And while the U.S. may have slowed Beijing's progress in some areas, like advanced chip making, overall, Xi Jinping's industrial policies are successfully advancing China's tech.
I don't understand. When I look at like economy broadcasters, they have a very different take on what's going on in China and the Chinese economy than all of my favorite YouTube channels. They keep telling me that China is on the verge of collapse yesterday. Why is it that Foreign Policy magazine or Bloomberg or Wall Street Journal has a noticeably different approach to what is happening with the Chinese economy and Chinese global dominance, as a matter of fact, than every one of my favorite fucking YouTubers that have millions and millions of views? I don't get it.
Technological capabilities. But even if the U.S. hasn't managed to trip China yet, nobody expects a second Trump administration to stop trying.
If you look at the geopolitical...
Doesn't not letting Chinese EVs into the U.S. harm consumers? Yes, but it doesn't even fucking matter. As long as we have a competitive EV industry, I don't even care, okay? Yes, I like Chinese EVs. I wish I could get one. But the reality of the matter is, as long as we had like good competitive domestic manufacturing, I would be happy, especially if the fucking laborers were paid well. The problem is we don't get that, and we don't get the Chinese EVs. It sucks. We have fucking Tesla. It sucks dick. As far as I understand, people didn't even express interest in the Ford F-150, which I'm thinking about getting, the Lightning. Marat really, really wants me to get the F-150 Lightning. I want the F-100 Illuminator, and I am willing to suck off Jim Farley to do it, okay? I want it. I want it bad. I want the Illuminator. I want the fucking F-100 Concept, the EV one, and I will give Jim Farley the good suck. Please don't buy the huge kid killer. It's cool. Some kids have bad vibes. You know what I'm talking about. The F-100, I've shown you this before many times over. The problem is it's a concept. They only sell the battery package, which is like fucking $400,000 or some shit. Look at how beautiful this is. It is everything that I want. The only problem is it's a 2-seater. Sorry, a 3-seater. Find a good custom shop. You'll pay dearly for it, but they'll build it. If I was going to get a fucking custom EV, I would probably get a Bronco. They have Bronco Resto with EV packages already. It's not even a problem. And they're probably a little bit more reliable. What? Respectfully, that's one of the ugliest vehicles I've ever seen. You guys are so insane. Have you... They're saying... Okay, chat is conflicted on this. Okay, look at this.
Enjoying a rainy day with an inflatable blow-up bed in your car.
I will say that the Chinese EVs and Chinese cars in general do have a lot of bloat. Like, I don't really give a fuck about a lot of the amenities. They max out some of the craziest shit.
In a random forest or someone's garden by the look of it. Oh, it's nice, though. Open all sunshades. 2 of them? Take my money.
No, I'm not doing car content.
So you can take the headrest off. Well, I think a lot of cars can do that. Oh, hold up. Oh, well, this just got a little bit saucy. What are we doing that for then? That looks like a very convenient angle. A little T. Oh, haha. What are we laughing at? I'm just... So that inflatable bed, does that come with the car? And then you can blind all the window. Oh my God, I'd have the best nap of my life. Little bit of Netflix on if you've got a screen in the car. Oh, I can see one. Tesla, eat your heart out. I'd love a Tesla, I'll be honest. Open the rear entertainment for... There's another screen. Take my money. And what they watch anime.
Imagine the back shots. Jesus Christ.
Well, but you know what? This is... If I'm gonna leave this world, I wouldn't mind it being in this position with a dog.
Yeah, I know. It's stupid. I'm not like a... I'm not crazy for all the extra shit that the Chinese cars have.
Landscape, I think it's clear that the United States will continue to apply pressure on their ally for more restriction.
How this sequel to Trump's first confrontation with China will play out is yet to be written. But if you listen to Trump, it's clear that keeping America on top is his ultimate goal.
We can do things that nobody else can do. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have.
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, but this guy knows what's up.
Is foreign products, which are going to be significantly more expensive. And you have American products where the company is able to lower their price because they're able to sell in volume. But yeah, if you want to continue to buy foreign, shit's going to be more expensive. But if you're willing to buy the American product.
How are you going to buy domestic bananas? How are you going to buy domestic coffee? What are you going to do when there's not enough like lumber? Okay. What do you do then? It's just like, what are you going to do? Are you going to go to the national forest and just like chop down a tree yourself? The fuck are you going to do? I know. Murat says you actually can do that. I know. We're planning on doing that, by the way, chat. Oh yeah, no, I know that. Are you against any form of American protectionism? No, dummy. Why would I be against American protectionism? I actually manufacture garments. Okay. I have merch. It's from ideology.shop. You can go and purchase it if you want. The price points are incredibly fucking reasonable, especially when you consider the fact that they are domestically produced in the United fucking States of America with domestic union labor shops. Do you understand me? Trump's tariffs will probably end up harming that as well because the raw materials necessary for the garments itself probably still come from foreign nations, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, I already live by those principles. You, on the other hand, will suffer. Do you understand? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you get it? How are we going to get our domestic maple supply?
Which is actually employing people here in the U.S. They actually have to pay their employees a real wage with real benefits and keeping the money here in the United States economy. Yeah, you're going to get a better price if you go with the American companies. So, Aaron, I just want to point out that this is the point. Like, this is what we expect to happen. Foreign shit, more expensive. American made, lower priced. And yes, Aaron, this is what we voted for.
Murat said he's right. American shit will be relatively lower than the foreign shit. It's just going to be more expensive than what it is today. The Porsche copycat for 41K.
Behind me is a Xiaomi SU7, and this is one of the most impressive vehicles from China.
I fucking hate this guy. He always gets to drive the sickest Chinese cars.
This makes 673 horsepower, can do 497 miles on a charge. It can go 10 to 80% in 20 minutes, and because it's all-wheel drive, the 0 to 60, 2.7 seconds.
Thank you. Murat.
You get drilled Brembo brakes, you have sticky Michelin tires, and you get air suspension to keep you comfortable. You also get an active wing here in the back, you get a lot of space here in the front, and a lot in the back with even more under there. And inside I get this gigantic glass roof, speakers on my headrest, bucket seats that are heated and ventilated. I have a touchscreen that works super fast, 2 wireless charging pads, physical AC controls. I can adjust my wing, adjust my suspension. I get storage in here, tons of storage space under here. I have an augmented reality head-up display, a camera to make sure I don't fall asleep, and a boost mode. I also have an area to mount a GoPro, and my screen can do this. I get good space in the back, built-in cup holders. I have storage space right here and a built-in cooler. I don't know what's more impressive, the fact that this is $41,500 US, the fact that they make an ultra version that beat a Taycan around the Nürburgring, or the fact that this is the first car this company's ever made.
Anyway, I still prefer old school looking cars with EV swaps to be fair to the new annoying looking cars like this, but people are about to learn the nature of the global economy. Motherfuckers about to get educated. Them anarchists going to do them community gardens. Them anarchists going to expand the community banana trade. Yeah. No, it's going to be real funny when like all these fucking hogs want to get like I don't know, domestically manufactured substitutes for goods that they normally got, and they have to go to like some fucking crust punk's backyard garden that he fertilized with his own shit. Okay? It's going to be awesome. It's like, yeah, man, this is ethical fair trade banana that I grew in my own garden. I've been fertilizing it with my own fecal matter. Anyway, yeah, the best part about this is, like I've said, the inherent hypocrisy in the fucking tariff situation is that it straightforwardly destroys so many key Trump industries.
Particularly against Mexico and other Central American countries, was basically the central pillar of his diplomatic approach to migration when it came to this region. So yes, while those economic concerns are true, you know, the president-elect, he does gravitate towards immigration and migration as his primary issue. This is one of his basically go-to steps when it comes to his approach for these nations. The other thing that's not being talked about as much is sort of Mexico's response to this as well. You know, in order to do many of those ambitious plans that the president-elect has been talking about, sweeping border restrictions, mass deportations, you also need somebody to take in those people that you're reporting, that being the Mexican government. They've been basically a collaborator, and one of the prime reasons that the Biden administration has been able to drive down border crossings recently. And today, the Mexican government also issued a response to the president-elect.
Hey, just before you jump in, just to read that response from Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican president. She said, President Trump, neither threats nor tariffs will resolve the issue of migration or drug consumption in the United States. Cooperation and shared understanding are required to face these important challenges. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response, continuing like this until we put shared companies at risk. A pretty stark warning.
It is a stark warning, and I think that statement comes from a sentiment that I would hear often in Mexico as well while reporting there, and that's that there are officials in the Mexican government that also feel as if they have some leverage, you know, with this new administration. We often talk about this as, you know, the president-elect Trump, you know, issues threat to Mexico and has these immigration demands. Well, Mexico also knows that, you know, the U.S. needs Mexico in terms of many of these plans when it comes to the border. And that was one of the more sort of direct statements I've heard. But it was something that I think you often hear privately that's now made its way to the public when it comes
Manu,
to
can I say just a quick word on China?
Sure.
China is a little bit different than Mexico and Canada. Obviously, those two are the biggest trading partners, or close allies. But with China, Trump really has used tariffs as a means. He talks about fentanyl quite a bit and kind of uses that as the punitive measure. But really, he's trying to force them into a position where he can get them to negotiate better trade deals. He says that they take advantage of the U.S. And so that's been his tactic all along. And it was very controversial under the first Trump administration. But the Biden administration, when they came in, they did a review and decided not to reverse a lot of those tariffs. And so actually, both parties have come quite a long way since the first Trump administration.
Open up economy to free trade. Domestic industry facing higher competition starts failing. Sharply felt downsides allow populists to point the finger at minorities. Class in LATAM, POC in the West. Populist reintroduces tariffs back to the start. I mean, it's not going to go back to the start.
When it comes to China in particular, it is much more controversial for countries like Mexico and Canada. But with China, there's a little bit more tolerance from both parties for actions like this. And I think you're going to see that even moving forward.
One thing, though, has been, you know, Trump has had a shifting ideology on a lot.
Like the most interesting aspect of this would be if Donald Trump was like, he just magically overnight was like, we are literally fucking building factories to ensure that we have competitive domestic manufacturing to keep up with these tariffs, you know? Except who's going to fucking work the factories? They're not going to pay enough.
A lot of issues over the years, shall we say, to put it mildly, on some issues in particular. Tariffs has been different. This is Trump from 24 years ago.
There are a lot of things I do if I were elected, but one thing I do definitely is stop other countries from ripping off the United States. They are ripping us like we've never been ripped before. If you look at Japan, if you look at China, where we lose $100 billion a year with China, and they do nothing to help us with potentially our biggest problem of all, and that's going to be North Korea. So I would start right at that point.
And at the time, Trump was actually flirting with the presidential run, possibly alongside Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura on the Reform Party ticket. A lot has changed, but not Trump on tariffs.
Well, you have to think, too, he probably is a businessman and in getting merchandise from China has
He said North Korea's our biggest enemy, dude. That's so funny.
some experience with it.
He was actually kind of hot back then. Shut up. Shut up. You are delusional, okay? Get the fuck out of
Clearly
here.
felt like he wasn't getting the deal that he deserved. And this is one of those areas where he does feel like he, has a clear through line. I mean, that's very rarely do you see Trump 20 years ago kind of saying the exact same thing as he is saying today.
Exactly, because he said it obviously on the campaign trail. But I want to actually turn right now to CNN's Matt Egan, who has some new reporting on how the Trump administration may, we'll see, pick and choose which companies pay for tariffs. Experts worry it's a process that opens up the door to potentially corrupt decision making. So, Matt, what are you learning?
Well, Manu, there is a system in place for U.S. companies trying to avoid paying tariffs, especially on China. But businesses and researchers tell CNN that that system is broken. So we're talking about tariff exclusions. And U.S. companies can apply for what amounts to a hall pass to avoid paying those tariffs on China if they can show that it would cause severe economic harm to them or that they can't get the products elsewhere. Now, during the first Trump administration, these exclusions were very hard to get. Between 2018 and 2020, only about 1 in 7 companies that applied with the U.S. Trade Representative were able to get these exclusions. And lawmakers and companies, they feared that the USTR was able to kind of pick winners and losers by deciding who got these exclusions and who didn't. And business owners fear.
What is it? Isn't there like a study on this straight up from the Trump era where they looked at who was more likely to get exemptions for their tariffs, for the Chinese tariffs? Like out of all the, who will get the exemptions? I wonder, for people, for everyone doing trade with China. I mean, Trump would never curry favor with his loyalists. I mean, that's not.
Feared that there was a lack of transparency with this process that opened it up to potentially allowing officials to play political favoritism. And there is some academic research that supports that. Some peer-reviewed research finds that firms whose executives backed Republicans, they were able to get exclusions 1 in 5 amount of times, so 1 in 5 chance.
What?
But compare that to firms whose executives backed Democrats, just a 1 in 10 chance. And
What? Guys, stop. This is shocking to me. I thought he was an earnest guy who was trying to do MAGA communism. What?
And to be clear, getting this tariff exclusion was...
Guys, I'm just finding out about this Trump guy, and it feels, now I don't want to get crazy, but it feels like he might be not the most honest broker. Okay? I'm starting to feel like he's maybe a little dishonest, maybe a little corrupt.
It was a very big deal. Manu, for some firms, this was a do or die situation.
Is there a sense that this time around, Matt, that this process may be any different?
Yeah, Manu, that's one of the many things we don't know at this point. We don't know whether or not the Trump administration is even going to have an exclusion system this time around. I did reach out to the transition, and they said that Trump will protect American workers, but they did.
Yeah, this is Erdogan shit, 100%. It is.
Did not answer any questions.
Turks in the chat know exactly what Trump is doing, okay? He is building his own rank of wealthy people in his orbit.
Questions about whether or not there's going to be any reforms to the exclusion system, or if there's going to be the ability to apply for exclusions in the first place. But the researchers, they did not allege any wrongdoing by companies or by U.S. officials. But they did say that this tariff exclusion system amounts to a very effective spoils system, allowing the administration of the day to reward its political friends and punish its enemies. And one business executive told me that the process is potentially corrupt because it allows winners and losers to emerge from a process that is not transparent. And again, there's a lot at stake here. companies are already trying to navigate and game out how they're going to avoid these new tariffs. I spoke to a business owner from Los Angeles who, in 2018, applied for a tariff exclusion on imports of air fryers from China. And like many other people, that exclusion was denied. And he said his company was on the up and up, and this totally halted their growth, dead in their tracks. And this business owner, he rejected the argument from Trump that China is the one that pays these tariffs. He told me, and I'm going to abbreviate in case my kids.
It's not a rejection of the argument. It's just that's not how it works. I don't know why we're still saying like, oh, Trump's argument is wrong, or Trump's argument is this or that. It's just like straightforwardly not how this works. China does not pay the fucking price of the tariffs. Neither does Mexico nor Canada. You pay the tariffs, okay? You pay it when the cost is carried on to the consumer, and the intermediary that is purchasing the raw goods, like the materials, are paying it at the point of entry into the country.
There's a new sheriff in town, and he is not playing around. President-elect Trump.
Oh, the tariff sheriff
is announcing that on day one, he will impose a 25% tariff on all products from Mexico and Canada if they do not take action to stop the flow of migrants and illicit fentanyl flooding into our country. He also wants to slap an additional 10% tariff on Chinese goods. Trump's opening salvo already has Canada and Mexico scrambling to negotiate. Mexico's president now claims that migrant caravans are no longer reaching the border. And just 2 hours after Trump posted the threats, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau hopped on a phone call with the president-elect. Watch.
It was a good call. This is something that we can do, laying out the facts, moving forward in constructive ways. This is a relationship that we know takes a certain amount of working on, and that's what we'll do.
And the new sheriff has an enforcer. Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, he's on the ground today in Eagle Pass, Texas, along with Governor Greg Abbott, to get a firsthand look at the crisis that's seen wave after wave of migrants pour across, including 50 unaccompanied children just last night. Homan telling folks to get ready.
President Trump's one bad president to secure this border at a level we've never seen before. Biden's the first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured a border on purpose. Game on. Time to get this done.
Trump's borders are also putting Democrats on notice who are promising to resist his immigration plans.
And I'm sending a message for the people that said they're going to get in our way. They're going to stop us from doing what we're doing on an interior enforcement operation. I've said it 100 times in the last week. Don't cross that line. It is a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. Don't test it.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm doing it.
The nation wants a safe country. We've had enough crime in this country, illegal alien crime. It's time to end it and stop it.
So we get our rundown around 11 a.m. every day. And the thing I've been looking forward to the most is another debate about tariffs between Harold and Jesse Waters. So, Harold, let me let you start, Harold, and tell me what you think about this.
Good to be back. The president, during the campaign, was crystal clear about his position on tariffs. He said two things that I thought were interesting. One, he believes that
ugh, no, Jessica Tarkov. God damn it. This guy sucks.
bilateral relations and negotiations with tariffs will help him extract concessions from countries, be it on this border security or economic security. I think some of the threats that the president's put down, or should say the challenges that he's put down the table today, you have to also remember that the other side knows the president also. They've read the book, The Art of the Deal, that they understand that he has said that he is going to look to extract things from other countries. I'm rooting for him. I'm a strong believer, though, that tariffs usually don't work. If you are looking to incite the other side to raise prices, or you accept that there's a risk that they will raise prices on American goods, you basically just double up the price increases. Now, my pal Jesse and I have had this conversation on air and off air, and I know that his belief is that President Trump will do this the right way, that President Trump will walk right up to the edge and not go unconditional tariffs everywhere. I hope you're right. And I have greater confidence now that Scott Bessent is the designee for Treasury Secretary. One last thing, Dana. I hope that
God, this guy sucks.
I hope
analogy?
Oh, okay, sure.
You want to hold my hand or you want to?
This is a safe one, unlike yesterday. Let's say Jesse Jr.'s room is a mess, and it's been like that for 2 weeks. And my wife, Emma, who I love, but this is just an analogy, has been soft and has not made him clean up his room. So now Jesse Sr. comes home and says, Jesse Jr., if you don't have that room cleaned up by 6 o'clock, no allowance. Okay? Now, there's no need to panic. It's not 6 o'clock yet. He may clean up the room. He may get his allowance. And if he doesn't do it, then he'll survive. All this is a threat that there will be consequences. That's all this is. Now, Emma, again, my wife, who I love, just is just an analogy, can't complain. She has no right to complain because what she's done has not worked. Just like Biden and the Wall Street Democrats can't complain either because what they've done with Mexico and China has not worked either. So, Harold, I think you have to sit this one out, and all these people running their mouths about tariffs have to sit this out because this is Donald Trump's deal. If so, Harold, I think you have to sit this one out, and all these people running their mouths about tariffs have to sit this out because this is Donald Trump's deal. If you have a guy who had 4 years with no inflation and tariffs, how can you say now tariffs are going to drive up inflation? You can't. What he's doing now also, as a reminder, we're about to renegotiate USMCA. And he's going in day one with a very strong negotiation position now. He's adding a national security component to this, fentanyl and migration. And remember, we do tariffs for national security stuff all the time, like steel. We threw up tariffs on steel and aluminum because, heaven forbid, anything happens with Taiwan. You don't want to have to rely on Chinese steel imports when you're in the middle of a war in the Pacific. That's just stupid. Chinese EV manufacturers are building plants in Mexico. Do you think Trump's going to tolerate that? They're going to sneak around import duties and try to ship cheap EVs and flood the U.S. market? Hell no. So this happens all of the time. I'm not worried about it. And if I hear one more word out of you, Harold, we're never speaking again.
Tariff.
Judge, let me turn it over to you. I was like, there's 20 different questions I could ask you, but let me just turn it over to see what you want to talk about.
Well, I appreciate that. I think the first thing I want to talk about is the fact that this isn't Hollywood. And I love you, Harold. You know that.
God better get out that Tom Cruise jacket and put a suit on.
Tom Homan is not.
They're not even. I feel like they're not even covering the impact of the tariffs as much, but they're just like flexing on Tom Homan being muscular in his border policies, because even these fucking dildos understand what is going on here, I think. Could be wrong, of course, but after reporting the story, I think it could be very much one of the biggest fights of Trump 2.0. Trump White House is set to make a huge push to pull federal dollars from sanctuary cities, believing that they got an election mandate to pursue mass deportations. But many blue cities and states are equally adamant that they have no legal obligation to help ICE. And in a rudderless Democratic Party, they could have a strong political incentive to resist. If the courts give Trump latitude here, a big if, I wonder how this gets resolved, because looking ahead, it's hard to see who backs down. Steve Bannon tells me Chicago, Denver, New York City could all be potential targets here. He adds, this sanctuary cities thing will be an early administration showdown, and I believe Trump will come down as hard as you can see. The sanctuary cities movement will be finished under President Trump. He's not going to play any games here. This is too important to the country. You can't play two smash mouth with this crowd. You have to do it early, and you have to do it hard. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson also told me that the point of the sanctuary cities fight is to distract Americans from Trump's agenda to cut tax for the rich and corporations. Johnson added, we're not intimidated or in the least bit afraid of threats that wish to undermine our values or any effort to separate working people from one another. I'm certainly not going to compromise our local police department's work by adding a component to their work that is not just. I work in structural engineering, and the tariffs on steel and aluminum hurt the home building industry so much. Each home built cost upwards of $50K more directly went to the home buyers. ICE agent is going to be posting on TikTok after not checking in Murderapolis. Yeah, Tom Homan is going to be like, yo, I'm sorry. Abdullahi runs Murderapolis. I'm sorry. I didn't know what the truth was.
Every community that.
Abdullahi runs Murderapolis. He owns me. Also, wallahi, he runs Murderapolis. This is interesting. This is from YouTube Drama.
Every community that Diddy G Brigades turns into the same shit show, just a HasanAbi snark page LeMayo. I saw H3 subreddit. I think you should make other accounts and just brigade the fuck out of like all of this shit and harass these people. Like if he's just gonna accuse us of doing every single thing that he literally does on his community, like you can literally watch Hasan AstroTurf, LSF, and YouTube comment sections in real time live. Like he does it on his stream. So if he thinks so, then yeah, do it. Make other accounts. Make sure you have a VPN. I need a VPN.
I think there's something very funny about him saying this while he's literally tracking my Discord on his own subreddit with 700 upvotes and acting as though he hasn't been doing that. Like, I don't even think this works, right? Like, does this gaslighting ever work on anybody? Does it? I tweeted actively demanding his audience brigade, stalk, and harass while using VPNs is wild, except it's even wilder that this gremlin is trying to gaslight people into acting like he wasn't already doing this while his community is stalking my Discord. He's saying he wants to openly brigade. It's a bannable offense by YouTube, and I assume virtually every other platform, by the way.
Like other accounts, make sure you have a VPN. I need a VPN sponsor. Yeah, and do it. And harass them or abuse them or whatever. I guess if that's what you want to do. I mean, because there's no difference between... I didn't even say anything. I just didn't say anything. Because we're all doing that already, right? So, okay, have fun, I guess. Stand back and stand by.
You guys need to make up and go on a date. I think you need to perish from this chat. Destiny asks his community to continue doing what they're already doing. Amazing. I don't understand why the r/Destiny subreddit isn't banned. They brigade like no other subreddit. The H3 subreddit has more overlap with this community than any other entirely because they've been doing an anti-Hasan brigade. There literally was never as much overlap between the Hasan sub and H3 sub when they did a show together. LSF is another one. Any post that mentions Hasan instantly receives the entire Destiny community. I've never seen haters so dedicated. Yeah. One of Destiny's community members literally runs the LSF subreddit. So it's kind of funny that he's like, oh, they brigade LSF. What is this? This is just like incredibly fucking unhinged. So they just actively cyberstalk anyone and everyone and try. Oh, they have a hate watch cam. Is this even that bad, really? You know, wait, they had an active hate watch cam. This guy compiled messages from the DGG chat while they were actively hate watching. Guessing it's time to hate watch again. So are we hate watching? They just actively cyberstalk anyone and everyone and try to hit every angle of attack they possibly can, which is always. I am unhinged. I will cyberstalk Hasan. Cyberstalking right now. Oh yeah, they have a stream embed on his site for when Destiny isn't streaming, so they turn their offline chat into a hate watch chat. No fucking way. That's the craziest part about it. Like while they're in the process of hate watching, they're like, haha, yeah, we are doing it. I'm based for being a mentally ill cyber stalker. Always funny because like they say the N-word and stuff. You know what I mean? And it's like, this is a community that like thrives on edgy discourse. They're literally immediately saying the N-word. Sick, man. Y'all are powerful. Edgy discourse that will also cry because someone personally said that like he reads Wikipedia. Like they'll lose their fucking minds. Oh my god, they're all spamming the N-word instantly as they're hate watching. Fly off the hinges. Like has apparently a wonderful little segment called Rape Review that his community calls when they look at like victims of sexual assault and find ways to poke holes in their arguments. So that's cool. And last but not least is always doing projection. Does a metric ton of awful shit to other content creators and then personally turns around and says, we are the real victims here, actually. Why the fuck does nobody like us? Wait, what do you mean? He 100% watches? He's like, he knows. They're like, yeah, he knows what we do in here. Must be. But then the other half is like, no, they're lying. Don't you do that, Hasan? Own personal. It's over. Where can we report this shit? I don't think there's much you can do to report it, to be fair. And yeah, his it seems like his community does a good bit. LSF opens up politics during tile to fuck up LSF with politics. I don't get how Reddit and YouTube is still okay with it. I don't think people have like reported this kind of stuff. That's probably what it is. But I'm sure Reddit is aware of Destiny's subreddit like actively brigading, Hasan, their community logs every message posted in this chat. Yeah, I know. I heard that. A DGGer got made mod of the H3 subreddit. That's why it looks more insane. Oh, nice. Meanwhile, in your Twitch and your Discord, the link to LSF is literally auto-modded. Yeah, I know. But we're doing that so that we can secretly... What is this? Embedding HasanAbi? Wait, what the fuck? They just have a straight embed on their website? Hasan is showing a live chat reaction where you said, oh, this is right now in real time, where you said the M-word. Rainfall. They're literally watching right now. That's crazy. With 1,816 connections. That's crazy. I'm one of the strongest hate watchers and I'm not in the fucking video. Dude, I swear to God, it is. I've said this time and time again. Like, it is not healthy to behave like this. To all the stalkers, hello. I promise you, taking a shower, hitting the weights, you will fix your life. But the first step is just moving away from these communities that you're a part of, that you feel like you have a sense of purpose in. It's just making you a sadder person. I promise. It is harming you more than it does me. I know you think it's harming me and you can't cope with the reality that it doesn't, like none of these initiatives have been successful after 5 years. And maybe one day it will be, you know what I mean? One day we'll get them. It's going to happen. And it pisses him off or anything like that. And then when you can't figure out why, like other content creators don't have the same energy that you guys have towards me. And then you're like, how is this possible? Why do they not like my God King Destiny the same way that they like Hasan? Does he have blackmail on every single streamer? Is that what it is? And then you end up compounding on the fucking crazy ass shit. You become like a QAnon person. I know you guys care about the truth. Deep down inside, I know you care about critical thinking and the truth. Okay? And I promise you, there is a reason why the way you see the world is directly at odds with the way other people outside of your immediate community see it. And it's the call is coming from inside the house. Okay? Like most normal people don't look at me with the same vitriol. He changed it, but D's Twitter header references communities anonymous alts for brigading. What is this? Well, I don't know what this is. Together we fuck shit up. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's whatever. That's neither here nor there. This isn't going to work. I know it's not, but I don't care. If it, even one person is like, damn, man, maybe I should. Diddy Dan is in Washington right now trying to team up with the right-wing politicians. Like, it's weird. That's weirdo behavior, dude. What's your argument for this community needing to expand its bubble as well? What do you mean by that? I mean, I routinely talk to people that I not only disagree with, but also actively seek out other content creators and do try to expand. I mean, I'm doing fucking mainstream media, and not only that, but also, collaborating with other content creators and whatnot. Did you see this? They talked about you on a radio show. I did not. What is this? The guest called you hot? What's the time code?
Listener supported.
1859. Did I listen to this?
We'll talk about Joe Rogan.
Again, like I said earlier,
we'll find
right of mainstream media institute that people get on the right.
So here's a 1-minute sample for listeners who don't know. Hasan Piker, that sort of left of center influencer you're just talking about, describing the media diet for his cohort. And this is from a Crooked Media clip that was published on November 6th.
If you're a dude under the age of 30 and you have any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, every single facet of that is just completely dominated by center right to, I wouldn't say far right in the same way that it was back in like the 2016 era at the end of like Obama's administration, but like definitely center right to Trumpian right, like openly Trump right, not like genuinely neo-Nazi. That part is quieted down a little bit, but like they're like 90% of the way there for the most part. Mods, not everyone likes you. I know. There's plenty of people that don't like me. I know. It's all good. And that's it. Everything that they see is right-wing sentiment being expressed by individuals that they find charismatic, thought leaders, influencers that they subscribe to. And I think that is some of the reason why you see this movement.
Hasan Piker, who himself, I gather, is 33 years old. Want to expand on that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the draw that Hasan has that a lot of other influencers on the left don't have is that he is this like really hot, funny guy. And a lot of these kind of other influencers are on like the center right and stuff who cover, gaming and sports and stuff, but do have these center right politics. They're mostly just like dudes having fun. And I think one thing that's really important is that these influencers are creating a sense of community and they're flattering the same grievances that a lot of young men have. Like young men are so lonely and scared, and they, are part of this sort of wider backlash to feminism at this exact moment. And these influencers are are speaking to them in that way because they're like dudes having fun together doing dude stuff. And I think any kind of answer for the left, if you want to call it that, has to reckon with that.
Shanita in Brooklyn, you're on WNYC. Hi.
Damn, okay. I'll take it. But yeah, dudes having fun. That is what we try to do around these parts. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I wish all of you in the jump scare for the Hey Watchers Watchers. I'm sure they've seen this already. But I wish all of you a happy life. I do. I want what's best for you. I still want you to get health care. I still want you to get free college, meaningful. I want you to be able to pursue a meaningful life. I want you to be able to have a meaningful existence in your workplace. You know, it's all good. I know you don't believe me when I say this, but I still do. If you got undocumented relatives, I'll fight for them. If you got trans relatives or if you're trans, I'll fight for you. You know, it is what it is. Anyway, Walmart is joins growing list of companies to roll back diversity programs.
Morning, a major decision at Walmart, not about holiday sales, but about diversity programs, also known as DEI programs. It's joining a growing list of companies rolling them back.
This morning, the world's largest retailer says it's rolling back some of its diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Walmart, which employs more than 1.5 million Americans, joins a list of major corporations revising DEI initiatives. The company saying every decision comes from a place of wanting to foster a sense of belonging, to open doors to opportunities for all our associates, customers, and suppliers.
This is the single largest employer in the United States. We are talking about a company that is worth almost...
This guy getting play is so gross. Robbie Starbuck. Yeah, it's real, man. This is really what happened. I can't believe this motherfucker is like he is a prominent figure in the Republican movement. And it reminds me of this other prominent figure in the Republican movement, Scott Pressler, baby, who called the CNN piece of hit piece. Let's take a look.
Delivered. Those are the words of a man few people know, but a man who was key to Donald Trump's win in Pennsylvania. The controversial conservative activist, Scott Pressler,
He looks exactly like the other guy.
involved in the group Gays for Trump, a vocal election denier, goes...
I used to hate you. The more content of yours I saw, the more I saw you had reasonable takes and the impression I've been given of you was incorrect. Keep being amazing. Hell yeah, Chatter. I'm glad that you were able to watch this content charitably.
by the Twitter handle, The Persistence. He helped deliver that all-important must-win state for Trump, in large part by focusing on, as he says, the Amish, frat guys, and hunters, among other groups. And Pressler, as our Ellie Reeve reports, is just getting started.
Everybody just big smile and look cute. Okay. Cheese. Cheese.
Scott Pressler is the kind of political figure only possible in the Trump era, going from social media influencer to actual proximity to power.
Scott!
Pressler is taking credit for turning Pennsylvania red. He created a PAC, Early Vote Action, to register voters.
Is there a reason the biggest critique I always hear about you from mostly sane people is that you cherry pick? Cherry pick what? Like, are the criticisms, I don't know who you're talking about in terms of like mostly sane people, but are the criticisms just that you're a cherry picker? Are the criticisms valid or do they not actually stand on their own, especially when, you know, oh, people you meet in real life, yeah, they're probably fucking watching clips, dude. What do you mean? Yeah. Why would that even be a fucking a problem? From like a random person that you meet in your life, you're like, hey, I really like this Hasan guy. I watch him and he's like, I hate that guy because he cherry picks. Honestly, this is more offensive than saying they're dying for nothing. Ukrainians are fighting and dying every day so that we can be safe and enjoy the right to say asinine, ignorant, and cowardly things on podcasts. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm just asking. I mean, you should ask them what they mean when they say cherry picker. I've never actually heard anybody say that. I wish someone could, you know, give an example of what they mean. But if I'm being super charitable, I assume they mean like, oh, he actually will address like the worst criticism that someone has made and not address like the reasonable criticisms that people are making. But the problem is they're not making reasonable criticisms. Yeah. The one consistent through line with a lot of people who hate me that most likely agree with a lot of what I talk about is that they've probably seen some clips and the clips that they saw left a sour taste in their mouth. And understandably, they're busy. So they're not going to fucking examine further. They're not going to go to the root cause. They're not going to like make up their own mind. Many people do this. I am sure have been victim to this as well about other people, random people. And they just operate off of vibes. And sometimes they'll see like a drama tuber slop content that they watched and make up their minds and move on. And why should they? Why should they go further? You know, it makes sense. I also am very sarcastic usually, so that I think like I have a sarcastic tone when I talk that I think people don't fully understand. And if they're not aware of my convictions, if they're not aware of my worldview, that leads people astray. T-Pain thought I was a conservative for the longest time, you know? I think I rely too much on how much commentary I've dedicated to being anti-Trump, anti-Republican, anti-religious fundamentalism, that like the expectation is that people will know, especially if they find themselves in this community, exactly what I'm talking about, not considering that there are people that are not in this community that are simply seeing clips out of context. Now, of course, having said that, your sarcasm doesn't track with people below the age of 27. Yeah, I don't agree with that either. You're just saying that because people below the age of 27 are mostly relying on clips. They're not coming in here to watch. They're not learning anything about my worldview, and why should they? I totally understand it. And if your argument is, you know, or if your solution is stop being sarcastic, well, you're fucking stupid. I'm not going to stop doing commentary and trying to be entertaining in the way that I have developed my stream around, just because people are maliciously dedicated to framing me in a negative light. So yeah.
And targeted the Amish, frat guys, hunters, and other groups. His PAC got a $1 million donation from Elon Musk.
So walk us through how you do it.
When I tell the Amish that they can vote a private, secret ballot that is mailed to their house and they don't have to have their buggy seen going to a polling location, they love the mail-in ballot.
But a lot of people sort of come up as social media influencers and then they fizzle out. And you actually, you know, took the opportunity.
Yeah, he's fizzled out.
And started doing something quantifiable.
He was at the Capitol on January 6th and at Trump's return to the scene of his near assassination in Butler.
President Trump took a bullet for us.
Last week, Pressler was in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, because of a controversy over what ballots would be counted in the Senate recount. A frustrated county commissioner had said some misdated and unsigned ballots would be counted despite the rules.
If I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it.
This went very viral, in part because of Pressler. She apologized at the next meeting.
The passion in my heart got the best of me, and I apologize again for that. I made a mistake.
But by then, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court had ruled those ballots wouldn't be counted. Pressler and his fans had won, yet they turned out anyway, and the room had a kind of intense vibe.
Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
It definitely was stolen.
Okay, so can you explain something to me? Why, if they can steal an election, why would they steal it once but not this year?
Because people were
too big to rig. Too big to rig.
On to them. The divisions in the Democrats made it very hard for them to try and steal it again.
Thank you to every single patriot that showed up today.
I think what you heard today is the frustration of people.
I think there's something really off about the way that every like Trump influencer carries themselves too. It's just like fucking weird.
People that have been told
they're so gross.
They are election deniers, and here we have a sitting commissioner that's an election denier, and we have a currently sitting Senator Bob Casey that is also an election denier, and it's almost karmic. And yes, that's why in part we were here to take a victory lap. We won, and we did it fair and square.
If we take that commissioner's words in the worst possible light, let's say she truly meant rules don't apply and she could count ballots that shouldn't be counted. She still failed to steal the election, right? Like, you guys still won Pennsylvania and Bucks County. So help me reconcile that with your past, with the Stop the Steal movement in 2020. Like, why could it have been stolen once but not a second time?
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. If we let them get away with doing this now, they'll do it in 2026, they'll do it in 2028. This was us peacefully putting our feet down and saying, no, enough is enough, and we're not going to allow you to do illegal and unlawful actions. And we're going to hold you accountable.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Cheese. Trump.
I noticed that when you urge people to action,
Yes.
you often include the word
Peacefully.
Is that to avoid another Jan 6 type incident?
With all due respect, it's to avoid people like you guys saying that I'm anything but. My motto is to just be super cute, have my data and facts, treat everyone with love and respect, and as you can see, an army of people will follow.
And it was a small army, which included followers of a Korean church led by rapper King Bullethead.
Oh my God, it's the fucking AR-15 fucker, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. American transgressions in Korea have looped itself back to the United States of America. Oh my God. This fucking cult. Oh my God, dude. Oh, the payoff. The payoff is endless. Okay. We got to go back to Neo-Confucianism for you to fully comprehend what's going on here. Cult leader vibes out the tribes. No, he is literally a cult leader. This is the cult, the Moonies. This is the Moonies offshoot that like fucks their AR-15s. Like they marry their guns, dude.
So when you were up there speaking, it almost seemed like you were taking a bit of a victory lap for turning Pennsylvania and this county red.
Absolutely. A lot of people questioned our
All because these Americans sailed up the Han River and forced Korea to trade.
voter registration. They said, Scott, you know, flipping Bucks County to a plurality of registered Republicans, that's not going to translate into results. And yes, a little bit of the victory lap was here to say that for the first time since 1988, we flipped this county and it voted for President Trump. It's kind of, you know, saying to people, no, we're the real deal.
Pressler first got attention in 2017 when he worked for an anti-Muslim group and organized marches against Sharia, despite there being no Sharia law.
Organize marches against Sharia. Thank God, dude. Yeah, I know. I'm organizing marches against all the fucking elephants that are destroying my backyard.
In America. He was also involved with Gays for Trump.
You described yourself as a data guy.
Yes.
But early in your career, you were more of kind of like a social issues, culture war guy, like Gays for Trump or Act for America. Can you tell me about that shift in your career?
I have grown in how I approach politics. I see my work and my evolution in politics as I laid a foundation, and now I am meticulously building on that an esoteric understanding of how politics is going to win elections, focusing on demographic groups, get them registered, get them mobilized, get them out to vote.
Twice, RNC officials have indicated they would hire him, but it hasn't worked out. Still, he's built a loyal fan base.
Have you spoken to President Trump since the election?
I've spoken to Laura Trump.
What'd she say?
Our conversations out of respect to her and the Trump family are private, but she was congratulatory.
And what about Elon Musk?
I think he's a wonderful human being.
Have you talked to him since the election?
We've messaged. Okay. Nothing consequential.
God save America. Hallelujah.
Tonight.
It's not a hit piece. It's just a piece. I appreciated talking to us, and I think we had a good conversation. I don't get why, like, it literally was somewhat of a puff piece. Why is he fucking mad? I don't understand it.
$1 trillion on its own.
Robbie Starbuck, a political commentator and anti-DEI activist, celebrated the development. He's previously pressured companies, including Lowe's and John Deere, to change their policies.
We were able to have frank conversations with Walmart. And as I've said for a long time, I don't ask companies to take on my political views. I am simply advocating for corporate neutrality.
Walmart says many of the changes to its DEI programs were already planned and not a result of conversations with Starbuck. The company is pledging to better monitor third-party marketplace items to make sure they don't feature sexual and transgender products aimed at minors. Walmart says it will also review its funding to Pride events and will end racial equity training programs for staff. GLAAD, an LGBTQ advocacy group, has said we cannot let fear and fringe anti-LGBTQ activists dilute the work that has been done in the name of visibility, acceptance, and opportunity.
Companies need to listen to our movement. We are powerful and growing every single day. We will not stop until we have eliminated wokeness in corporate America.
Walmart also says it will no longer consider race and gender as a way to increase diversity when offering supplier contracts.
Walmart is a great American company and the nation's largest retailer, more than 1.6 million American employees alone, and annual global revenue of nearly $650 billion.
My controversial opinion is that nothing is going to change, at least in this sector. Hey, isn't this that guy that hates Palestinians? Who? Oh, Tony Double Circ? Yeah, he is. That's Tony Two-Tone. Mr. Two-Time. Double Circ. Tony DeCoppel. So, speaking of Tony Double Circ, I'm going to have Ta-Nehisi Coates on tomorrow on the broadcast. I'll be interviewing him. But that's neither here nor there. I wanted to talk about this specifically. They're taking shit off the shelves. They did this shit. Yeah, I mean, the garbage, like, fucking LGBTQ branded product that, like, that's not moving the needle. It's already bullshit to begin with. It's like, on Pride Month, we're doing this. Now, the response is worse. It's worse to just, like, put out that garbage shit and then only to take it, take it away as though you are caving and capitulating to this, like, right-wing mob. I think that is not good. It's infinitely better to just never have this to begin with. Or if you're going to have it, then just don't fucking take it off the shelves. It's a self-own. It's an own goal for no fucking reason whatsoever. But in terms of like, we're stopping our DEI initiatives or whatever the fuck, like, I think, I don't know. I mean, I don't think this is going to change anything. LGBT books are nice, man. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about fucking like rainbow colored t-shirts or whatever the fuck. But overall, I don't think that they're going to change their like hiring practices dramatically. They're just saying that they're moving away from DEI initiatives, whatever the fuck that means. I don't think that that's a real. I don't think that there is any sort of real change, especially because a lot of the DEI practices was simply just like HR shit. Like they're not going to be like, we're no longer hiring gay people. You know what I mean?
I'm happy to say we're joined now for an exclusive interview with John Furner, the president and CEO of Walmart US. John, thank you very much for joining us. I want to get into holiday shopping. I want to get into grocery prices, but I got to ask you off the top to talk about this report I'm reading in today's Wall Street Journal about how Walmart is pulling back on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs under pressure from a conservative activist. So a few of the changes here.
Like, I hate that this is the peak of activism in America, is like always centered around consumption. You know what I mean? Walmart puts out like, I don't know, gay t-shirts or something. And then they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. We're going to take away the gay t-shirts. It's like, was the initial act even all that significant in terms of progress?
They're phasing out the term DEI, winding down the Center for Racial Equity, no longer giving priority treatment to suppliers based on race or gender diversity, and preventing sellers from listing some transgender-related or themed items on the website. So is that accurate from what you're hearing, and why the changes?
Well, first of all, good morning, and thanks for having me. It's great to be here. I'm in Houston, Texas, in our Friendswood location, so it's exciting to be in the store this time of year. First, let me say, like many companies all across the United States, we've been on a journey, and we continue to be on a.
The other part of this that I fear is like that right-wing Republicans see this as a massive victory, and so they'll move on to other more nefarious things that actually do end up harming gay people and trans people and shit like that. And also outside of that, this is seen as like giving the go-ahead to open up the faucet of hatred against marginalized communities in general, that like corporations are no longer even aesthetically in support of these marginalized groups.
A journey. And what we're trying to do is to ensure that every customer, every associate feels welcome here to shop and to feel like they belong. And that term belong, we've been talking about belonging now for almost 2 years.
CEOs coming in, stack the product like pyramids. Yeah, that's looking great. His background looks great.
Early 2023, we started talking about belonging. And we're going to continue to make the best decisions we can that makes everyone, our customers, our associates, feel like this is an environment they can shop in and thrive in.
Is diversity among your suppliers still important to you at Walmart, John?
Well, starting with our company back in 1962, we were a small business, a single store that operated out of Rogers, Arkansas. And so we'll continue to do the things that we can do to ensure that small suppliers have a path to being successful, not only at Walmart, but in their business in total. You know, every year we really focus on made in the USA. About 2/3 of what we sell is either made, grown, or assembled right here in the United States. We have a program every summer called Open Call, where we welcome in small suppliers and we welcome in people that have an idea, that are an entrepreneur, and they want to learn. So we're going to continue to lean into ensuring that we provide the very best pathways for small businesses, our suppliers, to be successful here in the store. If I had more time, I could take you around the store and show you a few of those examples, but there are a lot of them, and there'll continue to be more.
All right, John, you mentioned that 2/3 of what you have is made in the U.S. Let's talk about that other third. President-elect Trump announced last night that on his first day in office, he will impose a 25% tariff on all products imported from Canada and Mexico. So how will that impact Walmart? What have y'all done to actually prepare for that? Have you guys been stockpiling in anticipation of these tariffs?
Well, first, I'll just say again, about 2/3 of what we sell is made, grown, or assembled here in the United States, and we've been very supportive all the way back to our founder of products that are made in the United States. Just a couple of days ago, someone sent me a photo of Mr. Walton, actually my father, who worked at the company with the president of Lodge, one of our brands that's here in the store, in camping cookware. So we'll be ready we'll adjust to any environment. We've been in an environment with tariffs now for the last 7 years. And we have a team of people that are really experienced in managing.
Yeah, these avocados you see behind me have been assembled in the United States in an American facility, okay? Yes, it was picked in Mexico and shipped into the United States from Mexico, but we assembled it here.
Changes in the environment. Now, our purpose is to try to keep prices low, to help people save money and enable them to live better. Now, certainly there'll be some occasions.
Damn, dude, Walmart seems dope. When you hear the CEO say, oh, our main purpose is not to farm American subsidies paid for by the tax dollars and heavily rely on the welfare state in an effort to refuse to pay any of our workers an honest wage, where me and my brothers and sisters own 50% of shares of the company. So every single day we edge closer and closer to being the wealthiest Americans. And as a collective, we are the wealthiest family in America. But hey, we care about you. We don't care about that. We care about making sure costs are low. You know, that's one of the craziest parts about the Walton family is that you directly, Walmart shares directly enrich them, 7 people. Okay. When they make moves, 7 total people are getting billions of fucking dollars directly in their pockets. It's crazy. It's not, this guy's not a Walton. I thought maybe he was one of the Walton. I thought one of the CEOs was a Walton. No, I guess not. My bad. He's just a high paid, is he not? Wait, hold on. Let's look. Walmart CEO. Oh, wait. This is Doug McMillan. He looks very different here. What the fuck? Do I have face blindness? John Furner. Oh, John Furner's the former CEO of Sam's Club. He began his career at Walmart in 1993. He became the president and CEO of Walmart US in November 2019. Walmart US and Walmart are different. He's wearing the same damn suit in the Wikipedia page. No, that's a gray one. Stuart Walton. Bro went employee to CEO, kind of nice with it. Yeah, they're just a small mom and pop shop, chat.
Where you may see some impact on price, but we'll do everything we can between our suppliers, our supply chain, and
I want to make a correction. It's not 50%. It's an estimated 45% of Walmart stock is held between the families of 7 heirs founders of Sam Walton and his brother Bud. I said it's around 50% or 50%. I was wrong. Is actually 45%.
Do everything we can to help ensure that we're as efficient as possible to keep prices as low as we can. And that's exactly what we do each and every day, including right now in the holidays.
Are you worried about the tariffs, though?
Well, we want to do everything we can, as I mentioned, to keep prices as low as possible. Right now, we just know what we've heard and what we've read about in the last 24 hours. And those changes, they may happen, they may not. That'll be up to the administration. But we'll be evaluating carefully. And we want to ensure that we have great values for our customers. I mean, this week we have a Thanksgiving basket where you can feed your family for under $7. And it's a quality meal. This is 29 ingredients, all proportioned appropriately. There'll be great deals on Friday.
This motherfucker's doing an ad, bro. He literally turned a question about why they're melting all the gay stuff off the shelves into how much they love feeding the poor and the hungry for an affordable price, and then and is just straight up doing a fucking ad. Fuck this guy. Drake files another lawsuit, by the way, today. And Elon Drake files another lawsuit, by the way, today. And Elon Musk is
So,
musing
Carrie, I want to ask
about
you about
buying
this idea of media
MSNBC.
takeover because
Oh, damn, Chuck Roach is there. Okay, let's go. Okay, not bad.
after Elon Musk purchased Twitter, changed it into X, there's no doubt that he exercised some power there.
Dude, because poor people need to know where to buy affordable shit, you're out of touch. As poors, we have to shop at Walmart because it's all we can afford. That store is the only way I can survive in America as a full-time government employee. Why are you yelling at me, dude? The fuck? I didn't say there's something wrong with shopping at Walmart, dummy. Are you okay? I'm over here shitting on the fucking CEO of Walmart. This motherfucker's like, because you talking shit on them? I'm done, dude. I'm done. No more. No more political commentary, okay? No more. No more politics. No politic here. No politic. No politic. Yeah, of course I'm talking shit on the fucking CEO of Walmart. Are you stupid? Well, the answer is yes. The answer is yes to are you stupid? The question is, are you stupid? The answer is yes. What's next, dude? I can't even talk shit about the fucking Walton family without getting chirped at by some motherfucker who's like, oh, I have to go there. Excuse me. I didn't say shit about you, dumbass. Until now. The fuck? What is happening? No, I'm smart because I save money from Walmart. Oh my God. F off. Bro, is a fettuccine for Walmart is crazy. Do you think that I was saying go buy your groceries elsewhere? Are you the CEO? What is happening right now? I didn't say nothing about people who shop at Walmart. The fuck? Why is a 36-month subscriber being like, bro, it's a good store? Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, we're done. I'm gonna take someone needs to take your phone away. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, we're never getting socialism. I'm just gonna keep it real with you guys, okay? It is not happening. It is not happening. Okay? I thought this was a safe space where we could shit on a fucking CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company that keeps costs low by exclusively refusing to allow their employees to unionize, refusing to pay them honest and living wages, knowing full well that they are a massive recipient not only of government subsidies, but also social safety nets like the SNAP benefits that their employees then turn around and use at Walmart. Okay? Super common criticism of Walmart. Like, you could get your liberal dad to get mad at Walmart with that take. And we got a 36-month subscriber being like, shut your fucking mouth up, dude. How dare you? How dare you talk shit about the Walton family, brother? I go there every day. I go there every goddamn day. Like, you've lost the fucking plot. You just created a heater for shitting on Walmart. This is worse than the Bitcoin guy. A new hater has arisen. Yeah. How dare you talk about Walmart that way, man? Don't you know Walmart's got feelings, dude? They can hear you talk shit about Walmart on my watch. Not on my watch, dude. Say sorry. Say sorry, Mr. Walton. The fuck? You talk shit about Walmart, but they're not going to hear you. But you know who is going to hear you? A guy who misunderstood you and his feelings are hurt because he shops at Walmart. Okay. That's crazy. This is why that chatter is fetishizing his commodities in a way I never thought possible. Yeah. No, it's we've reached a final stage of commodity fetishization where we are now completely on board with like the extraction of surplus labor value. Okay. But also, if you criticize that process, you fucking suck, dog. Are you kidding me? There's no other way that I can get these affordable goods if it wasn't for the kind, honest man, the CEO, extracting the surplus labor value of people exactly like me that work at Walmart. Chatter started $7 Thanksgiving dinner and went, I will fucking die for my Lord Walton. Mr. Walton, sir.
So how do you hear this even in jest kind of purchase of a cable network?
Good to be with you tonight.
Good to be with you as well.
Lamar, I bought a turkey there earlier. Sorry, had a bad day. Had to spend $100 out of pocket because my insurance doesn't cover my meds. I'm tilted and sorry. It's okay, Chatter. I wasn't yelling at you for shopping at Walmart. I was yelling at Mr. Walton. I wasn't even yelling. I was just like explaining things that they do that are pretty fucked. It's like, I wasn't even hitting like any sort of Marxist criticisms either. It was just like shit that even liberals don't like.
Thanks for having me. I think that we should believe everything that is said coming from this administration. I don't think that we have the luxury to dismiss it as him being someone who's being funny or someone who is just being himself or that is his brand. X, and you said in some ways, always. I feel like X, I don't know if anyone is on it in any capacity. I don't know if you're on it. And you're the only one? You're on it? You all are on it? Okay. I've actually decided to take a rest of peace because it is not a peaceful place for me. And I know if in fact you don't agree with this current administration, most people can say that it's not a peaceful place. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an actual bid made to take on MSNBC, but the fact that it just can't happen in real life.
I mean,
It just can't.
It's not
even
officially for sale.
Yeah, it's not officially for sale.
The last
It's not
time he
even realistic.
mused about maybe buying something,
It's
he
not
ended
even
up doing
realistic in real life, but I do believe that media, everyone sitting here at this table, if you don't agree, we're in for some tough years ahead. I do believe that we are not going to be able to be as safe or say what we want to. I don't think free speech is going to be as free.
Now, Scott, I want to bring you in here because this kind of link to Orban, we don't pull it from nowhere. There was a former member of the Hungarian parliament who was writing in Politico who kind of talked about this effort by that government and how specific it was in terms of purchasing media specifically for propaganda. Do you hear why they're making that connection?
I mean, is the concern that certain media outlets would become propaganda arms of political ideologies? I mean, don't we already have that in this country at a large scale? I mean, also, I heard what you're saying about X. I saw a survey this week. It's now the most ideologically balanced user platform.
Now that we got some goddamn Nazis on there, some goddamn Nazis, thank God it's ideologically balanced over at X, dude. Come on, dude. CNN is so funny. It's like they have to have this Nazi to make this thing ideologically balanced, this panel.
Scott, stop. It's too early. I just sat down. I've only been here for 2 minutes. You cannot continue to say you cannot say that. That's not the case. Who's the source of that?
What I find, we've reported it on this network.
It's not accurate, and you know it.
Okay, I'll let you make your statement.
Scott,
But my point is
can I reframe it a different way? Because the site changed radically, right? So whether you think the voices it is somehow more balanced now, that's fine. But no doubt Musk's influence is profound, and that you open it up and now you're there with his opinion, and he is now part of this administration. So does anyone else think that there should be this greater concern about billionaires purchasing media companies?
Okay. Would you be worried if Bill Gates controlled MSNBC?
No, because he's sane.
Because MS in MSNBC
it was MS.
comes from Microsoft. It was a partnership between Microsoft and NBC way back in the 1990s, back when Microsoft was under investigation by Bill Clinton's DOJ for monopoly. I don't remember anybody panicking over MSNBC back then.
No, they definitely did. But yeah, continue. Well, like Fox was launching, MSNBC was launching. The cable news network was shifting. The landscape was shifting.
But isn't the issue that the left has gotten so used to controlling almost all institutional information distribution arms in this country that when one little piece of it, whether it's X or MSNBC or anything else gets taken away, the panic is so outrageous. I mean, that's how used to the left is having control of all of it.
I don't think that that's an accurate assessment when you look at something like Sinclair Broadcasting Group that has purchased most of the local newspapers and local television stations and sends out distributed information.
CNN needs to be like, what are you talking about? Even we're kind of center right wing now. Fox News is 73% of all mainstream news consumption for network television, for network news. 73%. These guys are living in fucking just a different plane of existence. It is crazy. This was the source, but I refuse to believe Twitter is balanced. Elon Musk is winning even if his popularity ratings are down. He's remade Twitter in his image, turning it from a Democratic bastion to one that is far more evenly divided and friendly to the GOP. Moreover, Musk's wealth has ballooned in ways that are tough to imagine.
The wrong direction. So wrong direction when it comes to popularity.
A lot of these dates have to do with when he bought Twitter. How's Twitter doing?
This is going in the wrong direction. So U.S. adults who use...
Wait, I don't understand. Yeah, U.S. adults who used Twitter in 2022 was 27%. Now it's 21%. Facebook is also an incredible right-wing shithole. Instagram is a little bit more balanced. TikTok obviously is no holds barred, but...
Twitter/X. Before Musk bought it, it was 27%. Look at where it's now. It's 21%. It's, again, going in the wrong direction, and it's very different from the potential other clients. You know, TikTok's up a little bit, Instagram's up a little bit, Facebook's down, but just a point well within the margin of error. Twitter X is unique in that it is actually losing adults who say they are using this particular social media client, Mr. Berman.
But how's he doing? How's he really doing?
Yeah, how is he really doing? So if you looked at that opening slide, what did it say? It seems like Elon Musk is losing, but he's...
Wait for mommy Fidelina Castro to initiate revenge colonization. What are you talking about? You keep repeating that over and over again. Are you talking about this story? Ana de Armas
I'm not cute.
Apparently is getting in hot water because she's dating the stepson of Cuba's president, which is so crazy. The Cuban diaspora once again. The Cuban diaspora in the United States of America once again. Hey, chill out. God damn. Fiona's here. And Kaya is, of course, not being normal. Cuban diaspora in the United States of America are so fucking crazy because they're mad at a Cuban woman who grew up in... Oh, this woman isn't even Cuban? She's just from Miami? Wait, shut the fuck up. She's not even Cuban?
Cuban, but I grew up in Miami, okay? The majority of my friends are Cuban. I'm not Cuban, but I grew up in Miami, okay?
Are you fucking for real? Are you fucking insane? So you're mad at a Cuban woman for dating the stepson of the Cuban president? Like you're LARPing as a fucking Cuban diaspora guy? What the fuck? Bro, Ana de Armas grew up in Cuba. Like she's Cuban Spaniard. But she grew up in Cuba until she was 18, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong? Isn't she Cuban? She's literally fucking Cuban. What are we doing? This is a 36-year-old Cuban woman who is in a consensual adult relationship with another Cuban man. And motherfuckers are like, I don't think that's valid. What the fuck? These people are out of control, man.
Okay. The majority of my friends are Cuban. The majority of people who taught me in school, my teachers, the people who fed me, the parents of my friends, the people who supported me, who picked me up from school, my after school program, county in school, my teachers, the people who fed me, the parents of my friends, the people who supported me, who picked me up from school, my after school program counselors, my summer camp counselors, Cuban people, okay? And what happens when you talk to a lot of Cuban people? They tell you about their origin stories. And let me just say this. Nobody in their right fucking mind swims at the dead of night, risking death 90 miles to a town where they may or may not have work, family, support, community, because what they were leaving was so fucking great. And I hate.
Yo, who the fuck are you? What the fuck? Who? Bro, she's Cuban, dumbass. Hey, yo, what are you saying right now? Ana de Armas is fucking Cuban. She lived in Cuba until she was 18. What the fuck are you saying? She's like, nobody in their right mind would ever dare like Cuba or date another Cuban person. Yeah. Listen, guys. Listen. Essay. I am not Mexicano. Okay? I am not Chicano. I have been around Latinx, okay? Let me tell you, I do not speak a lick of Spanish. No hablas español, essay. But if I catch a Mexican celebrity dating the Morena Party's Claudia Sheinbaum, let me tell you, we are gonna have words, okay, here to tell you what I think. That's right. How is this news, man? How is this fucking news? She's a traitor to Cuba. Bitch, she's Cuban. What are these people saying? What the hell, man?
I hate criticizing women, especially Latin women. Ana de Armas. In Madrid, besándose con ese tipo, the stepson of a dictator, is a slap in the face of the community that supports her. Not even the Latin community, but her Cuban.
What the hell is going on, dude? Yo, Americans need to shut the fuck up, okay? Americans need to shut their dumbasses up. I'm done, okay? If you're an American, Fuck you, okay? If you're an American, you need to shut your stupid ass up, okay? You're done. You're done. No more Americans. No more American conversations. I do not want to hear from anyone in Miami. I do not care what you have to say. I do not want to hear anything that you have. If you're from Miami, I don't want to hear anything you have to say about anything at all. Go back to cryptocurrencies. Go back to talking about fucking rug pulls or whatever the fuck you're shilling, okay? I'm done. I'm done. We need to do a Xi Jinping style firewall on the internet in Florida. That's hurtful, big dog. Okay, I'm fucking joking. God damn it, chatters. Let me chirp. Fuck. Without people being like, oh, dude, are you talking about me? I'm in Cuba. I'm in Florida. Cuba.
Community. Cuba is in crisis, but that's not the only thing that is insane to me. What's more insane to me is seeing Cuban people in
This woman is 34, an American, talking about another 36-year-old woman who is Cuban dating the stepson of the Cuban president. Like, it makes no damn sense, man. You should be embarrassed to put this out there. You should be embarrassed to say these things. And honestly, there's a hell of people who are probably fucking harping this up. Like, they're hyping it.
In comment sections, sharing their lived experience. I don't know about you, but with me, when a community tells me that they are in crisis or this happened to them and they need this and they need that and this is what's going on, I believe them. Maybe that's just me. But to have people who are not Cuban, have maybe read a book many years ago or given something a Google or been on Reddit telling.
Explain why this is embarrassing. What? Explain why this is embarrassing. She is a random American living in fucking Miami, shitting on a Cuban woman who's 36 goddamn years old, okay, dating the son of the fucking stepson of the Cuban president. Like, why the fuck? Mind your own damn business. What the hell? She ain't even fucking Cuban. What's going on, dude? Why we can't just say mind your damn business? What the hell is this? Like, she's not even Cuban. I thought she was a fucking Cuban diaspora person who's like reactionary. He's gonna fucking start talking about how like Cubans are eating rats or whatever the fuck, you know? And then she opened up by being like, excuse me, I'm not even Cuban, but I've been around Cubans. And let me tell you, okay, they have some words for old Fidel.
Cuban people that they are wrong about their lived experience, that it is propaganda. Is
the embarrassing part is that she's not Cuban, but is calling out the Cuban woman for being traitors, basically. That, but also simultaneously, even if they were a Cuban American, like, they're still shitting on a Cuban person making this voluntary decision. Do you understand?
I'm not Cuban, but I grew up in Miami.
314,000 likes. So not only is Ana de Armas the most beautiful person in the world, she also has an ethical, good politics. Hell yeah, brother. Empathy is so important. She was at the DNC. That's amazing. That's amazing. My New York sources have said Anna is plotting revenge to release her brother from political prison. Wait, what? She dated my friend and then blackmailed him. No, she's from Miami. Oh, you're talking about the TikTok girl? What is going on, dude? There's so many insane things happening in the chat right now. Omega Law, she follows you. Wait, she does? Oh, shit, she does. What the fuck? Well, probably not anymore. Not after this. This is crazy, okay? This is craziness. Leave people alone, okay? Leave people alone. What the fuck? Mind your business. It's free 99. No, Ana de Armas doesn't follow me. And just like that, another HasanAbi hater is born. Apparently you spoke to her at the DNC. Oh, God. Yeah, if you go into her comments, I will fucking eviscerate you, okay? I will laser you. If I catch a single one of you dumb fucks harassing this person, I will literally laser you off the face of the planet, okay? But still, this is crazy. This is fucking crazy.
Disgusting and shameful. Cuban people are seen by the people who need it the most.
Okay, I want more information on Ana de Armas dating this person, though. Like, why the fuck is this news? Ana de Armas' rumored boyfriend is the son of Cuban dictator. Cuba's dictatorship. Cuba's dictatorship that recently fucking enshrined LGBT protections and abortion in the Constitution. Like, Cuba is so funny because, like, they also love that liberal shit too. Like, they do a whole bit of that liberal shit as well. So ironically enough, America can't even hit him on the fucking on the liberalism, like we got to liberalize Cuba type shit. I really want to go to Cuba. Knives Out actor was portrayed photographed kissing lawyer Manuel Anido Cuesta in Madrid, Spain. Shortly after, it was reported that Anido Cuesta is the stepson of the Cuban president Miguel Diaz-Canel Bermudez. His mother, Liz Cuesta Peraza, is Diaz-Canel's second wife. As a member of the presidential family, Anido Cuesta has participated in various official events and international trips, including a meeting with Pope Francis, according to People en Español. Wow, maybe you should get mad at the fucking Pope too. Be like, oh my God, the Pope is meeting up with the family members of the dictatorship. The guy on the far right is Manuel Anido Cuesta. Oh my God, he is the one who's dating Ana de Armas. Okay, now I'm mad too. Never mind. I take back everything I said. That's what he looks like, bro. Ana, what are you doing? Described by several outlets as advisor of stepfather, Anido Cuesta's ties to the Cuban regime have made him a polarizing figure. Anido Cuesta, who's a lawyer by profession, earned his degree from the University of Havana, where he studied from 2014 to 2019. The couple's rumored relationship became public when the Daily Mail published images of the pair kissing and enjoying a dinner date in Madrid. The Armas wore a white wrap coat, while Anido Cuesta was dressed in a navy coat. Other pictures in the evening show them walking her dog together. Though the Armas and Anido Cuesta have yet to publicly address their relationship, the actress' past comments have suggested she's not a fan of the spotlight on her personal life. Yeah, no shit, because people are fucking freaks. His stepdad, the Cuban president, goes to the Palestinian protest too, and Cuba brought in more Palestinians to have medical degree recently. I know Cope Pink is going to Cuba December 6th. I know. Reflecting on a highly publicized relationship with Ben Affleck. Yeah, dude. I mean, she upgraded. Actually, Ben Affleck is kind of woke too. Oh, never mind. He looks way hotter here. Okay, I take it back. Yeah, no disrespect. No disrespect to Cuba. Hey, I love you. I love you, Cuba. Okay? I love the Cuban government. I would like to visit one day. And also, no disrespect to this man. He is a hottie here. Okay? The other photo was Cuban diaspora Hasbara. They were doing Hasbara for little old Cuba, bro. They were saying he's ugly. I was wrong. Yeah, I assumed. Crazy what a beard can do, right? Yeah. He's not bad looking. He's not bad looking. I mean, he's not. Respect. I hope they're happy. Should I know who this woman is? Is Ana de Armas, dude. What the fuck? She's a very famous actress. Why are you so shallow? I don't know, man. I'm just fucking human. Let me live, okay? Ay. Also, so many, like, oh, look at this woke person. Oh, I'm sorry that you're just much better than me, okay? As a human, you're much better than me as a human. Everybody, clap for the chatter. That one friend who's too woke. You can't even fucking say like a hot celebrity is hot or their boyfriend is attractive, okay? Congratulations, chatter. You win the woke award. You did it. You won it today. You're the woke of the day, okay? She's not that famous outside straight and gay men love her though. Despite the Cuban Spanish actress' efforts to maintain privacy, the backlash over her romance with Anido Cuesta has been swift and fierce, particularly among members of the Cuban diaspora. Yeah, no shit. Some critics have taken her to social media with the concerns promoting the actor to limit comments on her accounts. The controversy is even spilled into her professional. Calls for brands like Louis Vuitton to cut ties. Under Louis Vuitton's Instagram post of its campaign with De Armas, some comments accused of her aligning with the Cuban regime, which they view as oppressive. It's oppressive. Unlike the state of Florida, where shit is dope and you can't get a fucking abortion. Okay? Why won't Cuba have restrictions on abortion? Therefore, no oppression. Okay? Fuck. Controversy dating. It's truly disheartening when someone, particularly a fellow Cuban, aligns themselves with a regime that has brought so much pain and oppression to our people, wrote fashion and travel influencer Luis Caballero. For any Cuban that not only supports such a regime, but also engage with its inner circle, like dating Diaz-Canel's son-in-law, and advisor feels like a betrayal of the shared struggle for liberty and justice. I hate that. The blockade just got 10 years longer, okay? We need to starve the Cubans for the crimes that Ana de Armas has committed by being in a consensual relationship with the stepson of the fucking president, dude. Is she even diaspora? No, she's just straight Cuban, dude. She just grew up in Cuba until she was 18. That's what makes this even funnier. That's what's hilarious about it. Yeah. This isn't the first time that Armas' personal life has drawn public attention. Her relationship history has included other high-profile pictures or figures, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, she went from dating Tinder executive to this guy. It was so much better. What an upgrade. Anyway, they should have considered how this would make people who have never left the city limits of Miami feel. Yeah. You know how in One Piece the government went after Ace because he was Roger's son? This is the same shit, dude. And there are clips of Ana saying she loves her country, Cuba. Yeah, Cubans are very fucking proud people. Like, they're very resilient. What do you mean? They've overcome great odds. Like the grossest superpower on the fucking planet happens to be seated at the ass cheeks of this tiny island nation, okay? And they've instituted one of the worst blockades that the entire global community is against, with the exception of Israel and the United States of America. That's it, okay? No one else. Consistently, year over year, everyone is like, hey, America, maybe you should lift the fucking sanctions regime that you've implemented, the inhumane blockade that you have on Cuba, this tiny island nation, punishing them for the crimes of having a socialist revolution. Can you please just take the fucking L, okay? Just take the fucking L. Batista is dead. He's long gone. Take the fucking L, please, for the love of Christ. And America's like, nah. Yeah, there was a vote on it last month. I know. You care to? Yeah. I wonder which the 2 states that voted no on stopping the blockade against Cuba. America and Israel. Good guy shit. I think it was Argentina that abstained, or maybe they voted against it too. Or no, Ukraine abstained. No, fuck this guy. Nepo baby motherfucker. He cannot date Anna. We must sanction him. Okay, your own personal opinions about how if Ana de Armas had not found the fucking stepson of the Cuban president, she would have been dating you is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, okay? Anyway, my whole family's here. We're going to do a pre-Thanksgiving dinner before Thanksgiving Eve even, and I got to go. I got to run. Cuba is on the state-sponsored terrorism list, so be careful of spreading terrorist propaganda. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Ta-Nehisi Coates on the broadcast tomorrow. Get ready. Get excited. That's going to be a fun conversation. We'll talk about his mindset shift, his vibe shift overall, and the vibe shift of the media as well, and many other things. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Just begun. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There